All right, it is now part 2 of the 24-hour live stream building the 90th anniversary castle. So, let me go into my other camera. Just waiting for people to rock up in here. Where are we? Yeah, where the fuck are we? Yeah, there's the banner at the bottom. And let's get the music going. And let's enter with our second camera. Here we go. Oh, and our battery is running quite low on the max, so let's get this start charging. Now we're charging the max. And my fridge is making a weird noise. Yes, this is part 2. And so we have StreamYard and Macros come on over. Is this part 2? Are you even live right now? Yes, we are. And we have Wetcoat Kyle. Hey, Wetcoat Kyle. You have an invitation link via the live stream gang if you want to come in here. Let me remove the previous message for part 1. And now let me get the invitation link for Macro for part 2, whenever he feels like it. And there's YOLO. So let me solicit part 2 to Mark, and let me get rid of the other one because that's no longer valid. And let's change this up. There we go. Because now it's time to start building bag 11. Enough dilly-dallying out of me. We've got 8 viewers watching. Let's get that up to double digits, and don't forget to hit that like button.
Holy cow.
We need 86 more likes. 86 more likes, everybody. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get myself bags 11 to 20 so that I can put them all in a convenient area.
Subscribe. I'll wait until he comes back.
And we got Bob Bradford. Hey, Bob.
Yeah. Nobody has designed a logo for the Brick Hive other than me. Is that sad?
I'm not sure. Let's the chat decide. So since we are now into part 2, I'm going to send out the information to the folks at home and bowling.
Oh wait, I could build this, or I could let's wait for maybe Richard will come back. We got this, and then we got this 2023 catalog. There's a it's on the floor. Hold up. Since we're friends friendly here, can read this backwards. Look at that! Just to make everyone who can't get these matter, they put this right on the back, so you could see all the ones you can't get yet.
Oh wow!
I wouldn't have gotten these if my friends didn't finger the bags for me. and find them, because I have no feeling about figures. It's too many Lego bricks.
Okay.
Got more reading with Mayo.
Yeah, so I still got to get these bags.
So that's interesting. Do you get these delivered to you?
I get these sets delivered.
No, the magazines.
No, I don't get any of the magazines because I'm not interested in the magazines.
It's your lucky day. Wait, hold up. It's
I know a lot of people
free.
that do get the magazines, but I'm not a magazine guy.
Cool, I guess. It's like they're kind of like the ones that I got as a kid, but like put through a text-to-speech translator or something.
Well, this is what we need, bag 11.
Oh yeah, there we go. No, not there.
This is funny.
No, which one? There it is.
It's also funny.
Peekaboo, little goat, where are you? Did you climb a tree? No, I'm $80 on Bricklink.
$80?
and the answers are on page 42, if you guys are wondering. Or no, not 42, 27. Oh. I guess. That's not. This is what kids. I don't know. You guys want to figure out how to build a monkey pool? Here we go. We got a monkey pool for your monkeys.
Here we go. I'm going to mute myself while opening bag 11.
Oh. Ninjago. I gotta show this. Is it showing? I can't even tell. I need to get a better streaming camera. I'm reading it. I think I'm reading it backwards. And then we got. Look at that artwork. And that's all it was. It's the last page. This thing needs more of this. This is the golden part of this whole thing. It only took up 2 pages. You draw Kai on their journey, but I can't draw, so look at that. You got the old like pictures of everyone's stuff. I don't know if they do that in other books, but this is the first like. So at the store they had it like they had like the catalog and then the magazine like around the catalog. And so I guess they're trying to bring the magazine.
What's up, fellas? Back again.
Yo, we read a whole comic while you were gone.
No, that's okay. What's it, a Lego comic?
Yeah, the Lego Friends
Oh, right on.
magazine. No, Lego Life, sorry.
You know, they still do magazines and stuff like that over in Australia, right, Mayo? He's in his phone. What's he playing, a game?
So I said yes, weirdly. Because I know people that in this country that buy them.
Yeah, we don't have them here.
And now we got Click and Cliff and Greg
Yo.
and Greg Dylan 117, who is requesting a StreamYard link. But I just want to make a disclosure right here, right now. I do have a lot of trust issues for bringing people on the panel, and so I don't normally bring people on the panel unless I get to know them well enough and they watch enough of my content to be active enough. There's a whole bunch of trust issues involved with that, and really it all stems after the Google Plus glitch that everyone has heard me go on about ad nauseum.
Oh yeah, now I'm going to try and say this again. Mayo Hosko for commenting on Jabbo channels. I love crazy things. Where did you get that name from? And do you know the story behind that name, Jabbo?
I do. So I'll try to be real quick. One of the things in live streams is people used to impersonate other people, and it was very easy. You could click on their icon and you could figure out who it is. Well, somebody impersonated Mayo and went through and used a bunch of profanity on a lot of comments, and I blocked them. And right. I blocked all of Mayo's channels, and it wasn't him. And so he had created this other channel, because when I put him back and got his and found out who the real one was, we could, even though he was not blocked, he couldn't comment on my channel, and we went back and forth trying to figure out what was wrong, and so he just created another channel so he could comment. I mean, he could comment, but I couldn't reply to him. His comment would show up, but I couldn't heart his comment or reply to it. So I was like, he can shorten that channel name, by the way. You don't have to have it that way.
Yes, so that's the whole spiel. And we got Miss Bricks. Hey, Lee.
What's up, Quick and Cliff?
Yeah, so everyone in the live stream gang is people who I trust. And people who aren't in the live stream gang, but I have already asked for, hey, do you want to join? It's because either they don't want to deal with groups or they don't want to deal with notifications. And so therefore I do send out stuff to them separately if they are available. So I hope everyone can understand that. And if you can't, maybe you need to look at yourself in the mirror.
So somebody just stole your page name and went ham, huh?
Yeah, that's why my social media I put real, so no one can steal me. I'm gonna put water on my eyes so I stop feeling tired. And a lot of you guys in the chat right now are in the live stream thing. Okay, so where are we? We've got to pull these apart for this build. And the sun's starting to come out, so the lighting is only going to get better with the natural light coming through the window.
Is anyone getting this?
Is anyone getting what? Is that the parade float?
Yeah. It comes with the purple classic space helmet.
Yeah, I'm not a collector of vintage of the classic space figures, so no, I'm not.
Something feels wrong about it, but I don't know.
I know other people are going to use the Cocoa Puffs over it. I'm not one of those people. thoughts on the new helmets? What new helmets? All I saw is that they're finally making a Star Wars helmet for Captain Rex. Captain Rex is my favorite Star Wars character.
Yeah.
So if I get enough people, I might have to buy that set for May the 4th.
They'll go on sale. But
If
the
enough
fans
people-
might grab them.
If enough people can convince me to buy that set for May the 4th be with you, then I might just have to.
There's no brick heads or there's no heads in this section. I can't show you all.
And Johnny G is in here. And I guess that is Johnny G's requisite intro when he comes into people's chats. So once again, I'm going to play this little thing. Where are we?
Thank you for saying hello to Dude Jude 20 in Mayo Hosko's comments. I just wanted to say that wherever he is, Dude Jude 20 says hi. There, you have an answer. Hello.
Is Dude Jude really in the comments, or are they messing, or are they just fucking around?
It's a silly thing that.
Oh, I know what they do.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
I know the reference.
Yeah, because I'm curious if he's really in there. I sent him a message on Instagram. He said he wanted some Lego cups. I have a boatload.
Yeah, because I don't even think Jude 20 is subscribed to me, which that's his choice. It just gets really confusing in the chat.
Dude Jude's been in your chats before?
Yes, before. I just have some things that you can't say on YouTube. And we've got 9 people watching. Can we get one more for the first time for double digits today?
All right, I'm gonna start the build. Y'all time me. We're
What are you
this.
building? Oh, the bunny. All right. Here. You know what? I've got a phone right here. I'm gonna actually put a stopwatch on it. Get here. We're gonna stopwatch it, and you're gonna tell me when to press go, and tell me when to press stop.
I'll put my hands on it. Okay, good. Go.
Done. It's going.
Just putting stuff on top of the archers right now. Ooh. I'm starting to get hungry.
Same.
How long have you been live, Mayo, without taking a break?
I haven't taken a break this live stream, or a substantial break that is warranted. The only breaks I've taken is Forge of Empires, which hasn't been that lot, which hasn't been a lot, and just getting set up for part 2 right here, right now.
Holy smoke, man.
Yeah, exactly, Dylan. Like a hungry hippo. Correct, Dylan. Okay, so we will be able to do those fights before 10:30. I guess everyone muted their stuff.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm hungry, Johnny, because I've now been up for 17 hours straight.
Go eat, Mayo.
Oh, I ate a lot of carbohydrates before this live stream. I'm probably gonna help myself to the last of those blueberry muffins before having some more pasta for lunch.
Is that what time it is over there? Lunchtime?
Oh, it's 8:51 a.m.
Oh, okay.
And we have a couple of brickheads. I'm guessing that's Sean. Hey, Sean. You know, if you're not busy right now, you know, you're always welcome. Upon request. Yeah. So hopefully, Titanium J will continue to convince more people to start collecting Lego Ninjago. The only reason I'm talking about Ninjago is because we'll be doing Ninjago month in February. Yeah, I'd be more than willing to send you an invite, Sean. I'll send it to your personal one. Because Sean always strikes up some good conversations. I mean, that is the foundation of a couple of is to strike up a good conversation out of nowhere. And that's what we could really use right now. And also, there's a lot of thoughts. There was a lot of provocative thoughts that I've had in the comments of a couple of kids. Because if y'all haven't subscribed to a couple of Brickheads yet, for Epic Thursday night, or for me Friday afternoon, live podcast type content, and you're either living under a rock, not active enough on social media, or you're just not keeping up with the cool kids. Okay, sweet. Thanks for the message. Yeah, because it's 3 hours earlier over on the Pacific Coast. You know that it's always it's always worth shouting you guys out. Because I do the same thing with hauling and bowling. I do the same thing with Good Morning Brick World. I do the same thing with now I'm going to have to start doing the same thing with the podcast. Yes, I can attempt to do that. So bags 1 to 10 it's only one side of it's only one. Wait, hang on. Yeah, it's only one side of the build. It definitely has that nice non-right degree angle. It's got probably the better of the interior details, because I mean, how can you go past the minifigure scale build of the Yellow Castle? In my opinion, that's by far the best interior detail within the whole set. it's also got the second best interior detail, which is the grain mill, where they've got the sacks of, where they've got the feeder where you would theoretically insert wheat stalks, and then it gets crushed up near the water wheel. Got the nice white sack to transport the grain seeds, and a finished product with a loaf of bread next by. I really like the shields in the dining room because the shields on the wall is a reference to the classic castle from 1978 to 1983. It's got one. It's technically got two fireplaces. One of them is technically a wood-fired oven. So we got some nice food. We got some nice food pieces in the first 10 bags. And if we take a quick look on the outside, they put enough exterior detail on the walls to make it not look like just a giant grey blob. And some of the best castle detailed Lego has ever done is mimicking the German style timber walls, which is something that many castle builders have replicated because it's just such a cool building technique. Whether you use the vintage style, which is just building bricks on top of bricks, or the newer style, which gives for more thinner looking wood planks with the studs on the side. There's a lot that set builders can admire just looking at the set, and also a lot of tips and tricks that mock builders can take from the set and say, oh, I want to do this, oh, I want to do that. So I think the first 10 bags has a little bit of everything that you could want from building a Lego castle set in the year 2022, because obviously standards have gone up so much since the 80s when Lego Castle really started to take off. And as I said at the start of the live stream, when Cliff was on the panel and we were discussing the price, I thoroughly believe if there were no minifigs in this set, the set would be $50 cheaper.
Oh, more than likely.
Everyone likes to complain about the price. So many people don't realize that, those minifigures are adding a lot to the price, and the only reason we can legitimately say that is because Lego knows that we know that. Because Lego knows that people pay a ridiculous amount for Lego minifigs. They are overvalued and they are overrated as a product. Because
how good would the set be without them though?
Overall, minifigs have limited playability. They do not have knee joints. They do not have elbow joints. They have pretty good details, but they are not as posable as other miniature figures from other types of toys, and they are way overpriced. Even with the increase of details. Do we really think $5 for CMFs is a fair price? Fuck no.
So do you think that the minifigure should have more movement parts? Is that what you're saying? Or do you think they should just be cheaper?
They should just be cheaper because then they're not. Because, like, Mr. Gold should not be selling for fucking $5,000 on eBay. Like,
but that's the aftermarket. That's what drove that up.
That's what I'm saying. Lego sees all of the hubba on the aftermarket and says, hey, these suckers are going to waste their fucking life savings here. We can open here. That's my rant about Lego minifigs. And I'm like, well, for people that want their sets to be cheaper, have you considered the business strategy? Why don't Lego just sell all of their sets with no minifigs. Let people buy individual minifigs to customize what minifigs they want in their sets. Like, remember the Sanctum? No, the first version of the 501st Battle Pack, how it had that really crappy looking walker and it was $30 US, and now the second edition only has that much smaller, really tiny, but still crappy machine gun. It's $10 US cheaper. And people are only buying that set for the minifigs. So you see what I'm talking about? There's such a demand. Lego knew if we included this really crappy walker, we could get people to pay money for a set just for the minifigs, and they're not going to do squat with the build, with the actual build in the set. Lego baited Star Wars fans, and they will continue to bait Star Wars fans.
That's
and
what I was
Star
going
Wars fans know that they're being baited, and especially after the last episode of a couple of brickheads, they know not only are they being baited, but compared to other Lego things on the market, they are being screwed over. So
That's what I was going to tell you. That's exactly what I was going to agree with you on, man, is that the Star Wars fans are who they're
screwed over.
They're not even so much Lego fans as they are Star Wars fans.
Exactly, which is why Lego knows they can overcharge, because that's what the market dictates. Therefore, the market is wrong. Because people always say it's a very much a parallel with quarterback money in the NFL. Well, that's what the market dictates. Well, what if the market's wrong? What if the market is artificially inflated? Anyway, that's my fucking rant. Done. Everyone else have at it. I mean, that's a rant I've said countless times, and I will continue to rant about in the future. Because I'm like, yeah, I don't care about minifigures, but you do. Sucks to be you. Because really, the only minifigs I care about are collectible minifigs. Because like, I could buy a vintage Lego set on eBay. I don't care if the minifigs aren't there. Just give me the build, because that's what I'm paying for. I'm not paying for vintage Lego minifigure. I'm paying for the fucking set, guys.
I was gonna say, and beyond that, is some of the minifigures that I want are the vintage ones. I don't really care about the Star Wars ones as much as I want the vintage ones.
Exactly, because if I'm shopping on Bricklink, which I don't do all that often, I'll scroll to the minifigure page just to see if there's anything I can help stack up my weight to make the most of the amount of shipping I'm going to have to pay. And if they have really cheap vintage town minifigures for $3 a pop, I might consider buying them. Because they're vintage and I love vintage. And also vintage, especially vintage town figures, are cheap. And Contra says, morning Mayo, sorry to crash out with my phone still logged in. Hope you had a few on early hours in the morning to keep you happy. I did, because we had a Click and Cliff, Bobby Hooligan, Richard Cranium, Brother from Another Brick, and Yoaret, all at different times over the first 8 hours. And so, you know that you have an invite via the live stream game if you'd like to come on. And given that Contra is in here, we got to do his little opening.
Yeah, talking about the Ned Cully thing, very popular character. I've never seen anyone try and build a Ned Cully out of Lego though.
And I do that because one of these days someone's got to build an actual Ned Kelly, probably either a bust or probably a mini land scale, because if anyone remembers those mini land scale sets that Lego based upon their actual mini land at Legoland,
So hopefully I don't offend anybody, but who is that guy you're talking about? Is he an Australian person?
Yeah, he was a bushranger from the 1800s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's probably why I don't know.
Yeah, during the gold rush.
No offense. It's just over here in America, they don't teach you much like history of other countries and stuff like that.
Because first and foremost, you should be teaching your citizens about your own country's history.
Yeah, too bad they're not doing that either.
Yeah, because really, but I'll say if you don't educate your children about other countries' histories in at least junior year of high school, something is wrong with your education.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Believe me, what's crazy here is that they expect you to pay taxes all the rest of your life, but yet they don't want to teach you anything about it when you're in school.
No. Because they expect you to be an honest, tax-paying, don't question authority.
Yeah.
And really, corporations who are in the back pockets of politicians don't want people to be educated, because the less educated society is, the more money there is to be made.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't complain when they get sent up the ramp to slaughter.
Yeah. So while we're talking about taxes, maybe this is a good time for Makro to come on and complain about how he has to pay.
That's like the third time you said that.
Yeah, a 43% tax. I don't know. Whenever we talk about taxes, I've always got to bring up how Makro pays a ridiculous amount of tax.
Yeah.
And we don't like to talk about individual politicians in the chat. Because we don't like to endorse anyone for leadership. But we do like to talk about politics if it's warranted. So can one of our mods handle that, please? Because I do have to put my foot down in some places. Hey, we're at 11 people watching! Hooray! Because I'm not going to censor people from talking about politics, but and we've got Sarge. Hey, Sarge. You know what? I probably should put that as a chat mod. Political conversations are okay, if not endorsing people. I've got to put that as a stipulation in the chat rules. Yeah, thank you for cooperating. We appreciate that.
Oh,
I think the politics on here get about as far as everybody agreeing that they don't want to be a slave and they don't want to be legally pickpocketed.
Exactly. And also, much like how people like complaining about the price of Lego, everyone loves to complain about politics. And I always bring up how there's more politics in world football than there is politics in politics.
mm-hmm.
Hawaii, there's not much politics worth noting about there. Otherwise, people would be complaining about it on Twitter. But anyway, let's get back to Lego. How is everyone Lego's project going right now?
I forgot to say stop, but I finished this.
Oh, how long ago?
I don't. Chat, could you help us out? No, I'm joking. I didn't. I gave up halfway. I was like, this like, it slowed me down, and I could totally tell. Like, I started down here. This layer was slow, and then this was really fast, and then right here was just slow. And
Well,
then
how many minutes do you think you had that you had already been done?
Maybe like a minute or two.
Like 2, 3?
Maybe.
If it's 2 minutes, so you're at 2. When you said I forgot to press stop, I pressed stop. That was at 21 minutes and 34 seconds. So I'm betting you're at like 18 minutes.
About 20 minutes. That's pretty good.
I think some piece is hiding under another.
Now we mod it.
So Sarge isn't building anything right now. I know that BFab's doing a whole bunch of editing, like right now. Yeah, wait. I can't find the piece I'm looking for. These are not the drawings you are looking for.
I'm gonna mute this for a second.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my room and pick out a light bluish grey 1x2 plate. Car repairs. I'm going to run to my room real quickly. And because I sought all of my Lego, it only took me 10 seconds to go get that piece because I knew exactly where it was.
Be right back, buddy.
That's the power of sorting Legos. You know exactly where everything is, especially if it's a common piece that you end up using over and over and over again in your box. Okay, so we've done that. Yeah, we can move on to the next page, and we have to do a whole bunch of window inserts.
All these gray bricks. Wow.
So, are you on the road right now, Sarge? It says, I have my car to fix and get back on the road ASAP. So, do you have a breakdown, or are you at the mechanics right now? Because if so, that reminds me of the set from the 80s, the ANWB breakdown assistance that Briggsar is trying to piece together right now. Oh, good. That's good. That's a good news, Sarge. Because Sarge lately has been dealing with paralyzation in his face, and he's just saying it's slowly coming back to normal. So let's hope it's not permanent paralyzation. Oh, yes. Sarge is a mechanic, so that means he's working. He must be working on his own car at home. That means you don't have to pay for a mechanic because you are a mechanic. And we have Stardust in the chat. So whenever we see Stardust in the chat, you know what that means. If I can find it. Where are we? Here we are.
Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
You gotta get a Belleville one.
I do, because I got to find an advertisement for Belleville for every time you come in the chat now.
Or that one, the one where he's like, it's like a kid and he's like student
Exactly.
by day, Lego maniac by night.
Exactly. I had to pay everyone off, including famous people like BFAB and Cooking Cliff. But in all seriousness, if you send me an MP4 version of your channel trailer, YOLO, to my email, then we can get that plugged up in here.
So y'all got like great bricks. I guess I'll show you what I've been staring at for the past 10 minutes. Just recognize these pieces.
From UFO sets.
I can't remember which one this is from.
Looks like UFO with those twins.
It was not insectoids, but
UFO.
was it UFO?
Yeah, UFO 1997. I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Mayo, were you talking about Tasman a few minutes ago?
Yeah, because Taz bobbed up in the chat a little while ago.
What did you say? He had something paralyzed?
No, Brick Sergeant had some polarization in his face.
Oh no!
But he said
Sorry to hear
it's slowly getting better. So let's just hope it's not permanent.
that. Yeah.
Much like how Tasman Bricks' amnesia fortunately wasn't permanent.
I'm just so impressed at his turnaround, man.
Yeah, because either his body healed well or he had some good doctors.
I think it's a whole lot of both.
Both.
Yeah, because he man, that's miraculous. Just to think about, it was a little over a month ago that they weren't sure he was going to make it.
Yeah, because for those who don't remember or who haven't heard, Brick Sergeant has got a Bell's palsy. I know some people who are dealing with cerebral palsies right now. So whenever I see someone saying I've got something named palsy, that always raises a red flag to be concerned about the health of someone I know.
Yeah. I always hate to hear that, man.
Especially after my grandma died from cancer out in the middle of last year. I always have lots of empathy when people come out and say that they've got health complications.
Hey, Zizou. I just checked the chat.
Oh, baby, I feel right. The music sounds better with you. Can we get back up to beyond 8 viewers watching right now? Sorry. Can we get back up to a double-digit viewers right now? We are just dinking and dunking right now. We're dinking. Almost with no rhyme or reason.
I could go get something. We can get this up to 8 views at least. Nobody could get a mock.
Oh yeah, you said you had a mock. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, this thing. The UFO. May said you like things that land like perpendicular to the ground. So I showed this thing. Landing gear. And you got a little whatever. Oh. You got a duck. And then on the inside you got some cows. I think I'm starting like a little UFO like series. I've got like a couple of UFO mocks, so you guys get like a sneak peek. But now I'm thinking maybe I should go get something bigger for y'all. Just
That thing's pretty cool.
I'll freak y'all out.
I'm missing something.
You know what? I'm crazy enough to do it. Let's do it.
Was UFO like a series, Mayo?
A UFO was a thing.
What year was that?
1997.
Was it 97?
That was literally right when I was getting out of it.
It's like 1 year after I was born. But I still have the sets.
You were born in 96?
1 year before. Oh, I was born in 98.
Oh, okay. So you were born in 98.
All right, we can put this upstairs. I'll go get something else, just for fun.
What is going on here? Can't find these things.
Check the bag. Do you ever look for parts in bulk?
Every now and then.
I feel like that's what really helps me with these sets, is because I look through bulk all the time for the parts that I need. So, like when it comes from looking in for pieces and just a small amount of parts, I find them pretty quick.
Unbelievable.
I think Lego's getting a phone call right now.
Well, they will be if I can't find these pieces in the future. Because I'm missing, or what I should say is I can't find one of the white 1x1 a 1x1, no, sorry, 1x2 plate in white, and I can't find another one of the same in light bluish grey.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, especially on a set this big. But are you sure you didn't use it somewhere else by accident?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It just doesn't make sense.
All right. Although they show this, I'll show this real quick. Right, you're gonna be ready.
Yeah, let me just get this off. Yeah. Put you up on full screen.
Dang,
This is my submarine.
thing's massive. Look at that thing,
Not
Mayo.
done yet,
Yeah, it is massive.
but there we go. That's.
Oh yes, we all remember
In
that.
the future, sometime.
Dang, that thing's crazy, man.
Maybe I'll get it in a museum.
How many parts you got tied up in that?
Someone asked me. I think maybe.
Just guesstimate. Just guesstimate.
I want to say like 6,000 maybe.
Dang, yeah, I wouldn't put it past it.
It's not that much actually. It's mostly space and technic like framing.
Yeah, on the inside.
You guys have to like rewind for that, but we'll get people watching. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, people in the comment section are liking it, man. Contra said nice.
I gotta take this back upstairs. But,
Yeah, Brick Sergeant loves it, man.
That can go away. So it's 6 p.m. Eastern. I know that for sure. And there is some yellow flower pieces to go with this dark turquoise pieces. And there's a Technic harp starter pin that goes in here. This holds one of the ink and quills. Ooh. Also, if some people remember, they might remember that I put up a poll on my community tab about 4 days ago. And I'm actually going to see if has anything changed with that.
Are you back yet, YOLO?
Yeah, I'm back.
I was gonna say, whenever you show off stuff like that too, like check the comment sections. A lot of times people will ask questions about it.
Yeah, when Nine hours down, 15 to go.
There you go.
Oh yeah, look at that loot. Oh, that piece. Mayo, since you've built 2 of these, what's your favorite part of this build?
Honestly, the water wheel. I love that. I love that build every single time. Just the way they're able to use the Technic pieces to get everything to interlock with each other and get it to be such a smooth motion when you turn the watering wheel to activate the grain egg crusher. It's just such a smooth action. And also because you can spin that water wheel for a decent amount of seconds, like you can get that thing spinning for about 5 seconds. You can't say that about a lot of toys that spin. And now
When did you get yours, Mayo?
What?
When did you get your sets?
I got them for a double VIP points back in November.
Oh, very nice.
That was before a Black Friday.
I bought mine on the day it came out. And I'm just now building it.
That's why I don't build on day one. Well, that's why I don't buy on day one, because I know I'm not going to be building it on day one.
Yeah, no, some things I do. A lot of things I do, I build them almost as soon as I get home. Just this one's just so big. I didn't want to start it and leave half of it built and strung out and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost too big.
Mm-hmm. You guys are reminding me of my Sesame Street. I gotta build it, but I don't want to. But I gotta. I don't have enough doors for Big Bird's nest.
For what?
I don't have enough doors to make Big Bird's nest. He's got like a bunch of doors around his home. But the set only gives you like 2 or like 1 or 2, I think.
Yeah, you're talking about that Sesame Street set?
Yeah, the Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's how it connects. Now I can put the tops of this fireplace in there. And then we're going to build some more details, because now we're lagging a little bit behind. Just a little bit behind. And then we're going to lag even further behind when I've got to do stuff for Forge of Empires. But I know that there will be some smaller bags later on in the build. Tile that goes in here. And
what do you guys feel about, or how do you guys feel about the D&D set that won for the ideas competition?
I have not formed conclusive thoughts or opinions yet. But what I have seen is a lot of people squabbling about it because they are either hardcore D&D fans or they're hardcore Lord of the Rings fans, and it seems like Lego's trying to pin the other it seems like Lego's trying to pin them against each other, is what the narrative is they're saying.
I heard about like, and then there's like a Hasbro thing with it as well.
Because they own the rights to Dungeons and Dragons.
But nobody but my thing is like nobody complained when they brought out like Optimus Prime, and that's like
but that's
Darth
because
Vader
Lego,
of Hasbro.
But that's because Lego reached an agreement with Hasbro. Nothing is done without reaching agreements with your competitor toy companies. Lego would have had to pay, in my opinion, a king's ransom to be able to do the Optimus Prime. And we don't know how well the Optimus Prime sold because they are not a public company. They are private, therefore they are not obligated to disclose their financial information.
Oh, what do you think sold more, Optimus or Voltron?
I'm pretty sure Optimus would have sold more, but that's just a guess. We don't have conclusive information because they're not entitled to provide it to us.
That's true, but I saw like, I know some people got Optimus, and I know for a fact the same people got Voltron, but they built the Voltron, and I haven't seen Optimus, so I wonder what they did with it.
All I know is that there were a select few of people who were going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over it. Probably the average just too good viewer.
There is a Lego Transformer community. They're just not like alive. I think one guy, but just like we were talking earlier, everyone's.
Yeah, is anyone out in the chat a Transformers fan? Because I'm not.
You don't like Transformers, Mayo?
No, I don't have an interest in the franchise.
When I was a kid, I was a pretty big Transformers fan, but that's when it was like a cool cartoon, and now it's done by like Michael Bay and everything, and it's all like mainstream. But
isn't that just a corporate schlock now?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, give me a second.
Yeah, when Transformers used to be underground, then the movies came out. And quote unquote ruined the magic of Transformers for the Transformers fan. Another minute. Oh, I see. I see now. I see for one of the pieces that I might have messed up on. This should have been a corner. No? Yeah, this should have been a corner. Okay, that solves that mystery. But still need to solve the mystery of the missing 1x2 white plate. Fit in there. There we go. Fantastic.
This watching you both build the same set is like going to school and it's like on twin day and you like your best friend and you dress up with the same shirt.
It's like Inception.
It's good.
10 minutes till we got to do a whole bunch of stuff on Forge of Empires.
Eh.
Hopefully we can get all this junk put together in 10 minutes. Then I'll be taking a well-deserved break in order to do all that stuff.
Yeah, I gotta get something to eat.
So do I.
I just want to say, y'all are really selling me on this set right now. I should have got it, but I picked the Razor Crest.
Well, are you a Star Wars fan or are you a Capsule fan?
Yeah, there's a big
Both.
Yeah, well, if you're a Capsule fan, I'd say get it, but it's pretty. I like it, and I haven't even put it together yet. But I'm a Capsule fan.
You guys
I
just
love
reminded
how-
me. Oh,
Yeah.
go
I
ahead.
love how all these old heads are just waiting for that to go on sale, but I don't think it's ever going to go on sale. It's your best chance is just to get it with the gift purchase or double VIP.
Mhm.
That piece of financial advice was brought to you by Mayo Hosko.
And if you'd like to pay for my financial services, why don't you commit some of your own financial services over on Patreon? No, why this? Come on.
Y'all remind me I gotta do store surveys, so I gotta fill out all these receipt surveys.
You fill those out?
Yeah, and if you tell them what you want to see at your store, they actually do it. It's crazy.
On that Lego receipt?
Yeah, but they don't. I don't know. I've been filling them out for years, but now they listen. So it's so weird.
That's so Raven.
I tell them a suggestion should be to let me pick the bricks for your pick-a-brick wall for a couple of weeks.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Like,
That's the
I
only way
suggested, I was like, yo, I see great pick-a-bricks, like pieces of pick-a-brick in Japan, and only in Japan. Why don't we have anything at our stores? I go in there all the time. Sometimes you have boxes piled up in front of the pick-a-brick wall, like just whatever. Like you just section it off. You just like close it down for 3 months because you got boxes. And then they reopen it and it's the same stuff. And I was so mad. I was like, give us new pieces. And then I went in the other day and they had actual pieces I could use. But then I also know that if you talk to a Lego employee and you be like, put these pieces in there, they'll also do that for you too. So
Yeah, they've got a certain list that they can order from.
So that goes there. And that goes there.
How long does submarine take you?
And this goes here.
I thought it would take me 3 years, but it took me a month and a half.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And I started it in October of last year, and then I didn't finish it till like beginning of December.
Let's open bag 12.
I still got to do the inside, but it's getting there. It'll be like a series, and I'll put lights on the inside or something.
Yeah. That's how it really goes, is they're hardly ever really done. There's always something else you want to do to them.
Could you say that again?
I said that's how it goes when you're building Lego. Your projects are never really done. You always want something else to do to them.
I'm thinking about building another one, but it's gonna be expensive.
Someone's trying to come in, so I'll but they're having troubles. So I'm gonna send them an invite from here and see if it'll better help them out.
Right on.
So let me go to messages and let me send one over here. I'm gonna go Command V. Let's see if that'll work for them. Oops, don't want to let that piece get away. And we don't want to let this piece get away either. Yeah. Try the one I just sent you. See if that one works better, Contra. We've got to close this other one. Now we're here. Okay.
You see, I wonder if Contra's having the same trouble I had that one time. Remember when I screenshotted you what it was telling me?
Yeah, because it's go time, people. We're fighting like our lives depend on it. So try using the new link I sent you on Instagram, Contra. See if that one works. Because it works for everyone else. The normal one I always send out just doesn't work for a couple people, including you, for whatever reason. And Richard just jumped out. So let's bring him back in.
You already know what I did, Mayo.
Exactly. I mean, you don't even need to tell me.
Technical difficulties.
Absolutely. And when I'm done fighting, I'll put up the little singer.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking about when that happened.
So while I'm doing these fights, if anyone has any social media that they'd like to plug for themselves, feel free to do so.
It's you, YOLO.
Huh? I'm doing this survey. I'm trying to think.
It's too funny.
I gotta remember these employees' names. It's so hard.
Oh, he's doing the survey. Well, why don't everybody check out Mayo Hosko?
I'm sure people, while they're watching me, would probably like to know where we can find you.
Now, if you guys want to find me on anywhere other than on Mayo's Live from time to time, I have an Instagram page called From Blocks to Mocks, and it's underscore between all the words.
Especially if you're into the vintage Lego, then you're definitely going to enjoy his Instagram page. I can smell something really weird.
Make sure you don't have something burning.
No, it smells like, and I'm not sure what it smells like.
Do you have gas appliances?
No, well, yes, but we haven't used them in days.
Well, I mean, a natural gas leak can always happen.
It might just be me.
You're the natural gas leak?
No, which is why I'm gonna, once I'm done with this, gonna be having a shower. Because I need to cleanse my body.
I was just kidding with you, man.
Oh, we got Zabadak. Hello, Zabadak. Wow. Hello. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see you right here, right now, because it's almost time to go to bed. I was not expecting to see Zabadak, but thank you for coming along for my 24-hour live stream build of the 90th anniversary castle. We are about to do bag 12, and I'm taking a break to do Forge of Empires right now. We've got Yolo X and Richard Cranium on the panel. They are both content creators in one way or another. And I'm sure some people in the comments are gonna perk up now that they've seen you here. Anyone that's working and just heard me say that Zabadak's up in the chat, hopefully they'll come out of their shells.
Hey.
For those who haven't seen my Mayo City updates, you wouldn't realise that I'm beginning to start doing plans for making mask mocks, because I've got a Zabadak sig fig in my city, and just to let me finish these fights, and we'll get our resident taxpayer out from the backstage. Because we all know how much Makro Bricks enjoys paying that 43% tax, and it just reminds me of the scene from some episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine, where they say, "I'm Great Western, and don't we know it?" Okay, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Ayo. Yeah, I don't like tax.
No, that's a reference to The Room with Tommy Wiseau.
YOLO. What up, Richard?
Hey.
What's up, buddy? Hey, I'm gonna jump out and I'm gonna jump back in. Give me 2 seconds because somebody tried to call me, so now it's just playing the audio through my earpiece.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm gonna jump right off back in.
Sweet.
Nice.
So, how's your week gone, Mark?
Good. Speaking of taxes, Mayo, I'm paying my tax bill off right now.
Nice.
Making a couple installment payments to the tune of, get ready, Get ready, $36,000. That's right.
So is that the combination of your federal and provincial taxes?
Oh yeah, that's everything. Business, that's business, personal, that's everything. But still, that could have been 30 grand, 36 grand in my pocket. So everyone out there, how long does it take you to make that much money? That's how much you're working for free.
Yeah, because I know that you did your taxes later last year than what you did this year. If you're getting them out of the way in January.
Yeah, it's a two-part process. So last year, maybe I was doing the personal, which is like April 31st, I believe, is the deadline. And then for me, January 3rd is business taxes.
Because I quite like that everywhere across the world, at least in the Western world, tax season is always April.
Yeah.
But the start of the new fiscal year is all over the place.
You see here in the States, they're trying to they're going to take it to Congress and see if it gets enough votes, but they're trying to get rid of income tax.
Dude, that'd be a blessing in disguise. But are they going to start gouging everything else, like vehicle registration?
See, that's what I worry about, because then they say it's more like a user pay tax, which kind of makes sense, man. Like if you use whatever it is that you're getting taxed on, I mean, that's kind of like what makes sense. For example, I don't have kids, but I pay taxes and my tax dollars go to paying teachers. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm in that same boat. I don't have kids, and especially during Shima virus, you think the government hooked me up with $1? I don't think so.
Shima virus. I've always thought people were calling it the Shima virus.
I haven't heard that for a while, eh?
I almost forgot about it.
Well, that makes sense, because then it's like you say, the consumers and whether they over-consume, or if you have, well, that's the thing. The government's always given a benefit to have kids, but now the world's getting so populated, it's almost they're going to start giving a benefit to people who don't have kids, who don't add diapers into your landfill, who don't add another life of carbon footprint into this planet.
But if you actually think about it, the numbers are overinflated because countries with terrible healthcare have insanely high birth rates.
So is it disproportionate, or is it overinflated? How's that work then, right? How's the civilized world have less people?
It's kind of both, because it's inflated that people are using having a child as an excuse to say children are creating climate change or some kind of other spin bullshit that they might like to pull. But at the same time, countries, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa, more so than South Africa, where they struggle to get doctors who are willing to come in on the salary that's needed, or they don't have skilled enough doctors in their own country to fulfill those jobs, that it's difficult to get healthcare. And that's why one of the biggest necessities of the world goals is to improve healthcare for the benefit of mortality rates.
I thought they just didn't have 7-Eleven selling condoms, so that's why they got more people over there.
Well, it's more so to the low skill of healthcare, because really, if every country
and boredom,
if every other country had the same standards as Western healthcare, then the birth rate would be a lot lower as a percentage across the world, and who knows, we might actually ended up having 500 million less people on the planet right now, because it really wasn't until the until after the Y2K that birth rates became a problem in select countries, because there are some countries where the birth rate is over 7, but the average life expectancy is under 40, and that's concerning.
And I wouldn't say that they're ever going to be like, oh, kids are the cause of climate change, but the whole life form, though, right? Like not just a 12-year-old kid, but a 29-year-old man that once was a 12-year-old kid.
Exactly.
Where now it seems like they just pump money. Hey, here's tax credits for having a kid. Here's a check from the government every month for having a kid. Oh, here's another one because you have 2 kids. They might start doing stuff like that to the Richards and Macros of the world, because we're constantly putting into the system and we're not taking out as much as someone who has 1 kid or 5 kids. Yeah. Right? Like I am less of a strain on healthcare, the school system. I'm not taking Junior to soccer 8 times a week on the roadways. Like we're just less of a burden on the overall system, but yet we're putting in the same amount.
Yeah, we just briefly hit 10 viewers, and then we dip down to 7. There's a real yo-yo. Someone is playing with the viewership yo-yo right now.
It's Twitch. Just cancel everyone on Twitch.
Just use Twitch as a scapegoat. No, we don't want to do that. We want
just
to get
turn it off. Boot all your viewers out of Twitch, Neil. They weren't good anyways.
We want to get people to come and follow me on Twitch. I've got 6 followers right now. If you enjoy watching people play Minecraft, then my Twitch channel is for you.
Why watch someone play Minecraft when I can play Minecraft myself?
Because some people don't have Minecraft, and therefore they live vicariously through other people who do play Minecraft.
Well, then they should go work an extra 2, 3, or 4 hours a day until they can afford Minecraft.
Exactly.
Cheers, Sidious.
Have you guys ever seen the thing? You were talking about overpopulation and stuff, but have you ever seen the thing where like the world's population, it was a couple of years ago, so I think it's changed by now, but the world's population, you know, in a 1 foot by 1 foot, so like elbow to elbow, could fit in Jacksonville, Florida.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. So you think, and I'm a firm believer in the fruit fly effect, which is like a whole nother combo, but you don't think that the world's near full capacity yet then, or do you think
Not
it
even
is?
Close. Not even
Because,
close.
yeah, we could fit elbow to elbow, but how much space do you want between your house and your neighbor's house before you start getting a little needy and extra aggressive and shit?
It's because they've centered most populations around cities. The God's honest truth, if people would spread out, things would get a lot better.
And also because there's a lot of uninhabitable land on the earth. Like
yes and no. There's so many places.
No one's gonna live out in the desert, but people will come to the Amazon rainforest and live there if they burn down all the trees, because it's not like they're all doing that for illegal mining and illegal farming right now. And it's killing the earth, and stuff like that.
But here's the thing, like, so check this out. Macro, where you live out there in Canada, it gets, there's some places that are pretty small town, right?
Pretty small town. We could fit a lot out. There's a lot of land that's uninhabited that's fully livable. A lot
that you
of
can
land.
Easily have more people live on, right?
Oh, we could easily fit China or India's population. Actually, we could probably fit both of them in here, to be honest. But we like our space,
and that's the same thing with their countries. That's the same thing with their countries, is they have large areas that they could fit people as well. They just condense them into cities.
Look at even the size of India and Pakistan, like that. The size of that country. How many of those could you fit into Canada, right?
And just think that, if you just think about that, and the world's population can fit in one city, Jacksonville, Florida. Like, and then you just start spreading those people out. That would be spread very thin over the whole globe.
See, I think we could fit more people, but I think the breaking point would be the sustainability. Can you feed all those people, or is half the world still going to be starving? Can we be more efficient, or is the world going to be just one big smog cloud? Is the water still going to be
Well,
clean?
also another thing about feeding the world is the reason why a lot of people aren't being fed is because there's no money to be made on it.
There you go, Mayo. Now you're talking.
Well, yeah, that's because humanity's not very humane now, are we?
That's the problem with a
There you go. That's why euthanasia is the new cool thing.
Modular Kowloon walled city. Come on, let's make it happen. We can do this.
That's funny you bring that up.
Here's in a square this. No.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up, YOLO. I'm so infatuated with Kowloon Walled City. I got part of my actual Lego city modeled after Kowloon Walled City.
Yeah, can we talk about this more, please?
The capstone in Japan from like the 70s. It's almost like the walled city, but like nicer. If we had just like more of those, it'd be better.
Where you can walk within a 5-city block radius and get everything you need in your life: entertainment, dental, health, groceries.
You don't even need a house out here in Hawaii. You just live on the beach. You got beachfront property. You got like a solar panel.
Is that where you're from, Hawaii?
Yep. High lug.
Does panhandlers make large out there, or what? I'd have no problem sleeping on a beach as long as I can eat.
Well, if you were to be a regular viewer of Hawaii 5-0, you wouldn't want to live there because crime's everywhere. I mean, come on, Hawaii, there's crime everywhere.
Crime's everywhere.
Hawaii 5 was a trip. They're like we're on this island, and then they film it like obviously on another island, and then they switch back to the regular island, and it's like they only show like the beautiful spots. But then I think one episode they were driving through my own town and like by my house, and I got freaked out and I never watched it again.
Well, when we went to Hawaii, south of Waikiki Beach, there's a little reserve by the parkway that runs by the zoo, and there's a beach in front of it, and then there's a little cafe, and
is that the Rainbow Cafe?
And there was a parking lot near the aquarium near that same area. And while we were there on that day, they were filming a scene for Hawaii 5-0 because we could see the camera crew getting their shots ready. So I think they were filming a parking lot scene.
Michael Jackson is rolling over in his grave singing "We Are the World" as he listens to this conversation.
We are the world. We are the children.
See, a lot of those songs are good in principle, but you think you're going to get a group of 100, let alone 100,000, let alone 10 million people cohesively working together? It takes one bad apple to be like, you know what? I'm going to let this sucker over here pick up an hour of my shift, and I'm going to go work 1 hour less.
It takes one Shrek set on ideas to get 10,000 like votes.
Okay, so Macro. So if you're talking about those suckers that'll take the 1 hour shifts that you don't want, are those the same suckers that'll gladly pay $5,000 for Mr. Gold on eBay?
No, they might not be the same suckers. And when I say take that hour a shift, it's different when I want to work overtime to get ahead versus someone trying to dupe you to doing into their crap that they're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Unpaid. So it's one thing when you get paid for your work. It's another thing when someone tries to dupe you into it. But that's like human nature. I'm trying to say.
That guy that's always got to go to the bathroom every 30 minutes and he's always there for an hour.
Yeah, or the guy that gets his paycheck and he goes, I deserve twice as much, like human greed or humanity's telltale signs are always going to show up. You might be a great individual, but you get 100,000 individuals together and They start squabbling, squawking, and fighting, and
This is back to the point I was making earlier about people need to spread out.
people need to what? Chill out.
Spread out.
Spread out.
Like, yeah. Imagine if everybody went to work every day and they didn't have traffic. You know what I mean? You're not showing up to work all fired up because you've been cut off 5 times.
Well, that'd be all right. Or if you gotta walk to
Yeah,
work,
exactly.
some fresh air or something.
And with what Stud Sidious
Yeah.
was talking about earlier with the wishy-washy, with that Michael Jackson song, I can't help but describe songs like that in a genre I like to call wishy-washy music.
True enough, Sidious capitalism is
And
that
and to be honest, I put John Lennon's Imagine in that same category of wishy-washy music. Songs that only eternal optimists would ever think will come true. Because does anyone seriously think that world peace is ever gonna exist?
No, it's impossible.
Exactly, because people have their own agendas, and it's in their nature not to be selfish and not cooperate with each other. Zabadak says, "Gotta go. It's 1 a.m. here. I know that because I know my time zones. So sleeping time. Curious for the interview, the result of the Castle Mayo budget. Thank you for turning up. I really wasn't expecting to see Zabadak.
I'm gonna go get something to eat. So,
Yeah.
but I wanted to say before I leave, it was really fun hanging out. I'll probably come back later, but
Yeah.
in case
Right on, YOLO.
peace.
All right,
Good to
YOLO.
see you. Take care.
Yeah, a visit from the other side of the world.
I think world peace is a pipe dream due to the disproportionate distribution of food, water, and I hate to say it, but also humanity squabbles about religion. So I think those three things: food, water, religion, will always be.
It all boils down to one thing overall, Mayo, is respect for your fellow man. Because like, if you can continue to have respect for your fellow man, you can respect the fact that he believes in a higher power, regardless of whatever it is, just like you do. And then, if you have respect for your fellow man, you'll help him out. You'll help him get water. You'll help him get resources. You'll help him get everything. This comes down to like no more respect.
Individual basis, like as an individual, respect for your fellow man won't have any problems. But all of a sudden now someone's trying to steal your water. They're willing to leave you without water so they can have some. Like, respect's just not built into us.
I think
No, and then that's his lack of respect. You see what I mean?
Exactly, but it just takes a few of those people in a group to start to unravel, and then all of a sudden that nice guy is going to be a little bit more cutthroat.
Oh, there's no more nice guy.
Yeah,
exactly, right?
because I was a nice guy once. Now I'm a cutthroat. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
I got sick and tired of finishing last every frickin' time, man.
Now I'm a raging sociopath.
And I'm always first.
I got sick and tired of being pushed around from everyone. So one day I was like, "Fuck you! I'm going home."
I was a nice guy. I got sick and tired of finishing last. I want to be number one. I play for keeps. Okay. Am I having a Mayo moment here? Am I missing a brick? Nope.
Here, I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna open these parts.
Okay, so I guess that's just a new meme-worthy thing now.
A Mayo moment?
Yeah. Someone make that a meme. Please, we need your memes on the Mayo Hosko Discord server. We need your memes. And people need to be active over on the Makro Bricks Discord server to get him him to be awake over there.
I'm glad Taz is back too. Now that you're out of the hospital, I can say it without feeling bad. Dude, I was fucking scared, man.
Yeah, we were all scared
I was legit kind of shitting my pants, scared a little bit.
because like and also for me that was during a Damar Hamlin, and so I had to talk myself out of crying on camera. I felt so deeply.
Well, then I just get random thoughts. It's just like, he's a family man. He's got wife, kids, career. Like, damn.
Because there's so much. Because
I'm glad you're back, right?
a lot of people who we all know close, there's always a lot to lose if something bad was to happen. And so that's why we've always got to be thankful when things turn around for the greater good.
Yeah,
And then,
at first, when we all first got the news, it was pretty rough, man.
Yeah,
So-
because I was this close to crying on camera, and if people were in the chat or on the panel about 2 weeks ago, I think it was the week after my 24-hour live stream, I was about to cry, man.
Yeah.
I think it was when a door build was on the panel as well.
And then maybe Taz, I don't know if you're comfortable talking about it or not, but I'm definitely curious, and each man's different. But does it deter you getting back on a bike? Kind of a personal question, but
I believe he said that he's going to keep on riding the bike on his Twitch live stream.
Awesome.
And that one YouTube live stream he did after getting out of the hospital. I believe he did.
doctors,
I believe he did confirm that. So to that I say, rock on.
Gotta love the Confederate Nations doctors. That's absolutely true. First world.
Shout out to Miss Tasman too. She was keeping everybody in the loop, letting us know what's going on, keeping the lives going while you're at the hospital, man. She was more than awesome.
Yeah, because I can't thank Mrs. Taz enough for letting us know that in the end everything was going to be all right. Yeah. Yeah, because Taz was saying on his Twitch live stream yesterday that most often when a motorbike accident happens like that, they almost immediately get written off, or in North America you'd say it gets totaled.
Yeah, nowadays if you drop your bike, it almost gets written off.
Yeah,
because bikes are made.
What did I screw up?
But because bikes are made with such cost-cutting measures, which has helped decrease the cost of motorbikes so much that it's in a position like that.
Well, another thing, Mayo, is that they go through the dealership pretty much, and to get parts through the dealership, I mean, once they start racking up the parts, because a lot of stuff gets messed up when you lay them down. Once they start racking up the parts, you total it out instantly.
They might as well just buy you a new bike at that point.
Exactly. I mean, I could have before he even made it rideable, I could have bought him a new bike.
Well, that's the case when any vehicle gets totaled or written off, because that's if the mechanic has to go to the insurance company and says, yeah, it's not worth repairing, just write it off or total it. Technically, the mechanic is telling on himself for overcharging for his work, if you think about it.
What the shop charges? The shop's got a flat rate.
Yeah, but technically those mechanics are telling on themselves, and that's where you get all these empty sports stadiums that have been abandoned long ago, where all these junked cars just pile up because it's not cost effective to recycle or to salvage the metal from those wrecked vehicles and smelt them down for use as new metal products. There's an admission by the system that's telling on themselves, saying these prices are fucked up, essentially. And it happens at the repair level, the transportation level, and the scrapping level. It happens in a lot of places across the economy. A lot of industries, when they do stuff like that, are essentially telling on themselves for artificially inflating their prices because there's a demand for it, and the market is always right. I mean, the market can never be wrong because it's not like quarterbacks earn, or because it's not like quarterbacks deserve all the money in the world, and like every single Lego minifigure should be selling for the same price as Mr. Gold. It's totally not that situation at all.
It's all rigged.
The sarcasm and the force is strong with this one.
It's a conspiracy, man.
It's a conspiracy, man. The oil companies are a bunch of lies, man. It's the 60s, man. God, I loved how Disney chose George Carlin to voice Fillmore in Cars 1. That's why Fillmore didn't appear in Cars 3, and they spliced Fillmore's audio from Cars 1 into Cars 2. That's why Fillmore had so little lines, is because they knew they could not replace the late great George Carlin, who died 2 years after Cars came out, 3 years before Cars 2, because they knew that George Carlin was the voice for Fillmore all along, and I applaud him. A great way to cap off his career, to cement himself as the greatest stand-up comedian of all time, and no one's changing my mind.
Who, George Carlin?
Yeah, because George Carlin got to the point where in the year 1992, in his New York tour, he was no longer writing bits. He was writing, what did he describe it? Because he told about it in his audio book that he wrote in 2005. I don't think he used the word lectures. I don't think he went. I forget what word he used, but it was some sophisticated word which I can't quite remember from the YouTube video version of his audio book. But also, he did a whole bunch of interviews.
He's up there. Like Dave Chappelle.
During the social media bubble. Back when people actually gave a fuck about late night talk shows. So yeah.
What up, Steve?
I will always love that, man. And the particles wave and the particles and wavelengths that, or the particles, energy and wavelengths that rose from the ashes after he was buried are still out there somewhere, and I choose to believe that part of the kinetic energy that was exhausted from his body once he was laid to rest, some of that energy is inside of me right now.
You breathed in the fumes, is what you're saying.
Well, because since energy can never be created or destroyed, it can only be transferred into different types of energy. You know when they say you relieve yourself when you die, as in Ewan?
Boy, do I.
Yeah, you also relieve the kinetic energy. You also relieve the kinetic energy inside you, because you know when people get super aggressive and they want to pick fights with someone when they're feeling angry? That's because there's a buildup of kinetic energy inside of them that's making them rage. And so they've got to, the reason why they want to fight people is because it's an outlet to exhaust themselves, i.e., relieving themselves of kinetic energy.
See, I always thought that was a flaw of being emotionally fragile. You can't keep your shit together, and you got to go fight people all the time.
Because one day it all build up,
Emotionally fragile.
and if you bottle up your emotions, someday it's all gonna come out like that episode of The Simpsons where they rebuilt his house, and he was finally tired of using religion as a shield to hide his rage, and so he lashed out, and he lashed out on everyone in Springfield. I think it was when the tornado came through and Ned's house got destroyed, and he didn't have insurance on his house. So yeah, because he said in one episode that insurance is a form of gambling, and certain higher powers don't like people gambling.
That's funny.
So you're telling me, Mayo, the next time somebody makes me mad at the grocery store, don't hold back. Just let her rip, Tater Chip.
No, what you got to do? No, what you got to do is when you've left the premises. What you got to do is you got to. Most times, I just get my arms to be all stiff, attracting the kinetic energy into your arms, and then just punch into the ground, and you feel a huge wave of kinetic energy flowing through your arms.
I don't know, there, boy. That looks like a fighting posture to me.
Hey,
Well,
I tell you what,
you've got to do it in a dark corner where no one will see you, so that no one threatens to call the cops.
When he said go outside in the parking lot, I was thinking he was gonna tell me something like wait in your car until he comes out and see what he drives, and then follow him home and beat him up.
Of course, that's what a psycho would do. And we've got a dozen viewers right now. We were at 14. Let's keep that going up to 20 people. Let's get to 20 concurrent viewers. We need 86 more likes. Not sure what the like count is right now, but we got 14 likes on part 1.
You're at 13, it says right now.
Which means for a combined part 2 and 3, we need 86 more likes. If we've already gotten 13 in the first 2 hours, and we've got 14 for the whole of the first 8 hours, then hopefully we'll get to 50 likes. If you catch because we are at least on pace, but that is highly unrealistic.
Mayo's got goals. You guys are fast. Look at that. We already taken shape there, Richard. You just started that bad boy.
And we've got a baker's dozen.
Yeah, not too long ago. How many bags are in this set, Mayo?
26.
Okay, so
Now
I still got 20 bags to go.
So now we're floating in between a dozen and a baker's dozen amount of viewers watching. Or for some people who don't know what a baker's dozen is, it's the unlucky number. It's the number that hotels don't like to have as one of their floors.
I always thought 13 was the lucky number.
I thought that was the lucky number, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, and that definitely does help out people who have liked multiple parts. Now we've got legs 11 amount of people watching. And the reason why I remember all this stuff is because when I was on my cruise, before I went to Hawaii, there was a bingo night, and they had all these code nicknames for different numbers. So when you give someone a name tag that has an ID 10T code, it really spells idiot.
ID 10T, that's funny.
ID 10T. And also when you're only when you're playing bingo, the German number is 9.
We got to tell that one to Doc, and maybe he'll switch it to ID 10T instead of Pen 15.
Yes, ID 10T, as in the 10, the 1 and 0 looks like a T and no.
Doc's pretty clever. I don't know if he's gonna adopt that name change, but
Now we've only got the German number amount of viewers right now. Exactly. I couldn't agree more, Stardust. Oopsie, that's not a Stardust's comment. There's Stardust and John Sapola is back because John was very kind in part 1 to teach us how to probably pronounce his last name, and so now I know John Sapola.
Cipolla.
Because he said, he said that his last name is the Italian word for onion.
I guess depends if you knew where someone's was from or their last name was from. It helped you decide whether that C makes the C or the S sound.
Especially with bagels with poppy seeds, but don't eat a poppy seed bagel before you get drug tested. Otherwise, you'll test positive for opium, as Elaine found out in an episode of Seinfeld.
That's funny. Alexi Zoo's comments: likes are great, but true Mayo fans use Rakuten to link to Mayo Hosko. And link to Mayo Hosko.
You know,
You're from the New York, Coney Island area. That sounds Italian.
I've just got people doing my dirty work for me.
Sounds like capitalism.
I'm gonna make that a pinned comment. So, in the words of Botchop 2021, Stardust has obtained the Smiley Award, but now I'm going to have to pay a royalty fee to Butchop, so no one tell him, because technically he put out, because he claims he pulled out a trademark, even though I've never seen any written material. What I have seen written material of trademark is when I was on an episode of Good Morning Brick World, and Khan pulled out a trademark for secret word live streams. And I will once again remind everyone that no one has guessed the special word.
It's been like a year. You made your word too hard.
Yeah, maybe I made it intentionally hard. But I will give another clue while it's on my mind. The next clue is it relates to someone that Makro Bricks always ends up giving a shout out to, and it's also someone who lives in a country that Makro always ends up giving shout outs to.
I don't think I know the game we're playing, fellas.
It's the special word because for copyright reasons I can't call it a secret word live stream.
And when he gets the special word, then he shuts down the live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then don't get.
Because Khan has been he's brought back the secret word live stream on his channel. If anyone has been watching,
Is Colin watching right now? Did he give up on the Sandcrawler?
I'm pretty sure he did. He was in the chat of part 1 because he was asking both about how many hours I was into this and is this my second one, and I confirmed both of those answers. And I'm eating a
Okay.
blueberry. I'm eating a blueberry muffin right now.
Is that a home brew blueberry muffin or is that a store bought blueberry muffin?
Store bought. I'm thankful that there's not a lot of big chunky blueberries up in here.
Why you don't like chunky blueberries in your blueberry muffins?
No, I like small blueberries, but a lot of them.
Do you like blueberries in general, just by themselves?
I like blueberries in other stuff. I eat blueberries in my smoothies because blueberries, much like raspberries and strawberries, have a lot of antioxidants in them.
They're like a superfruit, aren't they?
And I switched from a mango passion fruit smoothie to a mixed berry smoothie a long time ago to get those antioxidants inside of me.
Okay. It's like Métis, but New York City styles. I got fastidious.
If anyone has ever been to New York City, you'll realize how much
It's
of a
indigenous and French. It's Italian and Polish.
you'll
Hey,
realize
give me a
how
second,
much-
fellas. I'll be right back. I gotta feed the dogs. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
You'll realize how much of a melting pot New York City is.
Another sticker. Screw that. No stickers.
Because I'm gonna go as far as to say that my city is a melting pot, but nowhere near to the scale of New York City.
New York City sounds like all of Canada.
Well, the New York City metropolitan area, which spans both, which really, if you think about it, spans both Philadelphia and Baltimore, because there's so much sprawl that technically, if you look at some maps, they classify Philadelphia and Baltimore as a part of the New York metro area. If you really think about it, although New Yorkers will never say people from Philly or Baltimore are New Yorkers, because obviously they're not.
Oh no, they'd get shot if they admitted to that.
Yeah, but because of that, technically New York is one third the population of Canada.
So it's almost like LA, where LA is made up of like 77 different counties. The LA greater area. 77 different counties.
Well, you've got the Los Angeles County, and you've got the greater Los Angeles County. I believe Malibu, Anaheim, and
like all that fits into it. Orange County, Calabasas, all that stuff. Right?
Anaheim is separate. Malibu is separate. Bel Air is separate.
Bel Air and Malibu are considered part of LA.
I believe they like to differentiate themselves because of their economic demographics. And so both Orange County and Highmark County, of which people don't know, Ninja with the Bricks lives in Highmark County.
Because isn't Beverly Hills is like almost downtown LA, isn't it? It's pretty damn close. I did a tour over there once.
Beverly Hills is on the same hill line that both Burbank and Hollywood are on.
Because I can tell you one thing I know for sure: Wilshire Boulevard is in LA, and I went and took my honeymoon and stayed on a hotel right on Wilshire Boulevard. We went to Beverly Hills, Malibu, Orange County. We took the subway to Universal Studios. We went to Hollywood. Went and looked at all the stars' houses.
And a lot of movies and TV shows are filmed at the Six Flags Pacific Park on Santa Monica Pier. And if you've ever seen Hannah Montana, the TV show, you know that they film at Pacific Park all the time.
Speaking of parks, doesn't get enough credit. Knott's Berry Farm. You don't hear about that one too often. I would have went to Legoland, but it's a good thing that I didn't when I was in Disneyland last. Apparently, they wouldn't have even let me in.
Well,
I'm gonna have to double check if I go there again with just my wife. Will they let us in, or they think we're gonna try and steal someone's kid and sell them on the black market or something?
well, if Renee Nazoda had never visited Legoland in Carlsbad, California, he would have never realized that the locker he bought on season 14, episode 7 of Storage Wars, the vintage Lego in there that he found, and he knew he was going to make big money on, because that was the first time in his career as a locker, as a purveyor of storage lockers, he'd ever found sealed Lego. He knew it was big money, and so he got it confirmed in Carlsbad with worth 10 grand plus 2 other grand, or plus $2,000 more dollars for all of the other shit that was in that locker.
What episode was that? I'm gonna go YouTube it and watch it later.
I believe it was season 14, episode 7. I think it's called Lego My Ego, as a parallel or a parody of Lego My Ego. Lego,
I never seen that one, and I watched Storage Wars an awful lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's season 14, episode 7. Lego My Ego instead of Lego My Ego. Because whenever people accidentally say Legos instead of Lego, because they don't realize that Lego is already both a plural and an adjective, I always say, okay, so are you talking about egos? Are you talking about pasta sauce? What are you talking about?
I say Legos because I know it drives people nuts.
Yeah, and
when people hear you say it, they actually think that I'm being serious.
And a chip off the old block toys also does it because it pisses off people. Because he knows it pisses off people in the Facebook groups that he's in.
Well, that's surprising for the amount of people that you don't got any Lego cons. So what's more populated, densely populated city is where you're at, that New York area? Which I'd probably say that one, but I don't know. Or is it like the Chicago, Milwaukee type area?
I'd probably... well, that depends. Are we going to include water basins? Because I don't recall which water basin is bigger, the Hudson River with the East River, or Lake Michigan.
Well, that's another good point, Mayo. What's surrounding
Philly isn't that far away. Neither is Baltimore or Washington D.C., which is why the Boston to D.C. corridor is the biggest moneymaker for Amtrak.
On the grand scale, those both Chicago, New York areas are pretty close together, making eastern states definitely densely populated.
Yeah, and it's for those reasons that the Eastern Conferences in American sports leagues is always a much smaller area than the Western Conferences for American sports.
Isn't it like 60 or 75% of America's population lives on the, if you drew a line down the middle of the states, that they live on the east side of that line?
Yeah, they live on, I think it's, whatever percentage you said lives east of the Appalachian Mountains.
That's, and then pretty much west just has California.
Yeah, because people like to say halfway across the country is the Mississippi River, and then 3/4 of a way going west is the Rocky Mountains, of which comes up into Canada, of which Calgary and Edmonton is near.
Oh, I can go walk out my backyard. Actually, I can put my camera over my back fence and probably take a picture of the mountains. Not right now because it's cloudy and snowy out, but on a clear sunny day, I can take a picture of the mountains. Boom.
Yeah, and so that's why, somewhere around, I believe they drew a triangle. I believe they drew a triangle between Denver, Seattle, and Portland on the west side of the Rocky Mountains. They in college football they have a Mountain West conference.
Good old college foosball.
Spoken like a true non-sports.
I don't watch much sports. Nope. Very sporadically when I do.
Yeah, only when the Flames are in the playoffs. Am I right?
Yeah, and that's just because I'm downtown at a pub more than likely.
Yeah.
Getting like cheap beer with red food coloring in it or something stupid. See, I like the big city I live in, but I feel like me saying big city is probably not like, I don't know the full effect of what a big city truly is.
You know, population is so densely concentrated in this country. My city has a population of 1.4 million, and in this country we call that a small city because there's only really 8 worthy cities.
See, Calgary is, I'd say, 4th, maybe 5th biggest city in Canada. 1.6 million people.
Yeah,
So
so
like
Calgary
biggest
is
city.
slightly bigger than Adelaide, and it's about twice the size of Washington DC.
And probably
I'll be
spread
honest
out.
with you. By the way, I'm back, but I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what the population of Orlando is.
Well, let's go find out.
Exactly.
That's in South Carolina, right?
What's that?
Yeah.
That's in South Carolina? Or North?
No. You know where? Yeah, I'm sure you know where Orlando's at.
I know, I'm just being dumb.
Florida.
Verify and update. I don't want to update right now. What the hell? All right.
Yeah, because if you're living in northern California, and you're not living in the Bay Area, as Stephen A. Smith once said, something is wrong with you.
Oh, damn, that's a decent size. 310,000 people.
What's that? In Orlando?
Nah.
I think that's a population that moves here every year.
Yeah, might be 2. It says pretty much 2
Look it up on my phone right there.
You know, whenever I think of people moving to Florida, I think of that song from the show we were talking about a while ago. I think it was actually last week. Sorry, on Disney Channel, one of the best cartoons of all time, Phineas and Ferb. When we were talking about how people like Ninja with the Bricks and Zissou only talk when they need to talk, kind of like Ferb. I was saying, there's a song from one of the episodes called "Dancing in the Sunshine," and one of the lyrics from that song is "Grooving with some retirees, cartoon bandage on my knee." Whenever I hear those lyrics, I just can't help think about Florida. Whistle baby one more time, Flow Rider.
Is that what you looked up there, Macro? A little over 2 million?
Yeah, well, Google, it says Orlando has a population of 307,000, but then it also says the current metro area is 2.1.
Yeah, because what they do is because since American cities are so spread out from each other with
sprawling and a bunch of cities make one city.
Yeah, since they are so much. Since they are so much, or since they are so sprawling, it doesn't make sense to include the metro area as a part of the city's population. So they distinguish that more. But since Australia is different, they include the metro area as a part of the city's population.
Yeah, I get that because Calgary is 1.6, but we're about to touch a bunch of other cities like Airdrie, Okotoks, Cochrane, High River, Strathmore.
There you go.
Once we touch those cities, then they just blend into.
It's kind of like how Toronto, the mayor of Toronto a while ago wanted to do a whole bunch of gerrymandering to change the voting boundaries to include some of the cities on the outskirts of Toronto. Well, no, they're not cities, towns on the outskirts of Toronto.
Hamlets, if you will.
Into the Toronto voting boundaries, and they said no because, well, like most of the times when people say no, is because people living outside of a city who vote Conservative don't want to be included with progressive voters in cities. That's the time most. I mean that's what happened with Brexit. People outside of major English cities voted yes to leave, and people in cities like London, Manchester, Liverpool, Newcastle, they voted to stay, and ultimately more people live. There was a greater percentage of English people who live outside of the three major cities. Therefore, the yes to leave vote won, and that's what spurred all of the controversy with Brexit, because the people outside of the cities spoke, and their vote was victorious. Nice burp. That almost sounded like that almost sounded like Kay Ivey at the press conference after eating a little too many Slim Jims.
Step into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
Because if anyone saw that video on Twitter, you know what I'm talking about.
I used to love.
Yeah,
Slim
no. I don't know how it is out there where you're at, Macro, but I can be in a different zip code in a matter of minutes, and it's like different ones depending on which way I go. If I go left or I go right when I leave the house, and I'll be in a different zip code in 2 miles either way.
Okay, similar up here, but we call them postal codes. But that also dictates what area you live in the city. 'Cause the city's also divided into like 55 different suburbs. Like you got Tuscany, Scenic Acres, Rockland, Rocky Ridge, Royal Oak, Rundle, and those are like just little areas within the city. Neighborhood.
Yeah, here zip code represents a whole city.
Oh, what Joe Bricks drop?
Yeah, we got a butt chop up in the chat. You know, if you want to come on in, there's always an invite out there. And Stud Sidious, I believe you're also in the live stream gang. Let me double check that.
Butt chop dropping a little Nicole promo. Let's get her to 1,000 subs. Yeah, I'm surprised she's not there already. Surprisingly enough, she has great content.
Thank you for the words of encouragement, the hottie part, and not the 1,000 subscriber part. Yeah, so if you want to come up in here and confirm everything that Macro's saying, there's a invitation link in the game. Amberlaya was in the chat when she was at work and said that she might come in. She might come in after her D&D live stream. And as I was talking about earlier, for those who don't know, Kay Ivey is the governor of Alabama.
Did somebody say mustard?
Did somebody say Slim Jims?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Boom boom.
Macho Man Randy Savage. You ever seen that show where they got it? They got it up there called Tosh.0?
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
I love that show. I'm not going to binge watch it, but if it's late at night and there's nothing else on, and that is on, oh yes, that is such a fun.
Yeah, no one's on camera though, butt chop.
He's got one episode that's inappropriate time to do Macho Man Randy Savage. You gotta check it out.
Yeah, that's by far the best segment he does.
Anyone who says they like Star Wars is a lonely boy.
I got the love that keeps me waiting.
I'm just reading someone else's chat, sorry.
Playing a little bit of the live stream bandits.
Oh yeah, brother.
I've never tried a Slim Jim, so when I go to Chicago, I'm going to have to try one if 7-Eleven sells them.
They're nothing like they used to be.
I'm always keeping up on my notifications because I always want to be there to respond to my friends.
When do you guys say Chicago is?
Illinois?
Yeah, no, not where it is, when it is. Yeah.
Oh, Father's Day weekend, like June 14th.
Okay.
And as no one else knows, Father's Day is at different days across the world, which is just really dumb.
Yes, it is. Now they feel real greasy, like they're almost like too moist, like a mouthful of like deep fried pepperoni. It tastes like now.
The new ones compared to what they used to be like, the Slim Jims.
Yeah, they probably cheaped out and added a bunch of like crap meat to them or something.
Yeah, man, something's up with them. But I remember when you used to eat it, they just don't taste like what they used to, man. I don't know what it is, but it ain't the same.
Oh, and honestly, maybe too much information, but they give me the Hershey squirts as well.
Oh man,
yeah.
See, even more reason to stay away from them.
Yeah, now we've got an unlucky amount of people watching right now.
Hey,
Mayo's gonna try a Slim Jim.
Or for all of my Australian rules football fans out there, we've got who is it? Buddy Franklin watching right now. 13. Can you believe it? I've got a screenshot that. So I've got a screen record that and play that every time that we get 13 viewers up in here. Let's push that to 20.
Push it to the limit.
Because anything that the BritBods can do, I can do too. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Is that a challenge now? Drop an
Yes,
Ian and carry a challenge?
No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Well, I can talk. Well, I can talk about all of this stuff, but I don't know if they're realistic or not.
You know what I should have done? I should have.
Yeah, we're just gonna let that hang around for a couple seconds until people say, "Hey, I see what you did there." So I guess Slim Jims aren't what they used to be.
Oh, is that what the chat's saying?
Well, it's what you guys were saying, that they're not as good as, and also some people are talking about Slim Jims as well. Now, when we're talking about slim products, I'll always hark back to when Billie Jean King retired from the Women's Tennis Association, and she became the spokesmodel for one of the tobacco companies to endorse a slim cigarette. If anyone remembers that,
Like Virginia Slims?
yes, Virginia Slims.
That's an old cigarette brand. I don't even know if they're still around.
Yeah, and one of the last things that the Marlboro Cigarette Company ever sponsored was the first year that the Los Angeles Lakers played at the Staples Center, 1999. And after Y2K, basically all of the world put out the ban on cigarette companies advertising at sports events.
Man, when I was a kid, Smokin' Joe was one of the coolest characters out.
Yeah, just like what was his name? Chester Cheeto.
Yeah.
Chester Cheetah from the Cheetos commercials.
But Smokin' Joe was the camel for Camel cigarettes.
Exactly, because he was. Oh, and it looks like we've got Amanda on YouTube instead of Twitch this time. Thanks for giving me a little bit of airtime over on Twitch. And John remembers Smoking Joe. And Stud says, I'm dating myself, but Fred Flintstone used to smoke and promote Camels on TV. And yeah. I believe, yes, a Lucky Stripe. And I also remember, I also recall once upon a time, Warner Brothers used the Flintstones to push their agenda on their disapproval of Indian gaming laws. Because in the 80s or something, when they were still doing the Flintstones, there was a campaign to expand the rights for Indians to do more stuff with like legalized, like a further legalization on Indian casino gambling or something. I don't know the full context, but there was a Family Guy cutaway about it, so it must be reference to something that happened on an actual episode.
Damn it! I left myself on mute again. Here I'm talking to myself, going, "What the hell?"
And we got Mr. Wisconsin himself up in the backstage, so let's bring him in. Hey, Chop.
Hello.
What's up, Chop?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Simon and Garfunkel used to be.
Hi, this is Simon and Garfunkel Bricks.
Oh, you thought darkness was your friend.
My name is Simon and Garfunkel Bricks, and I want
and we got a Dusty Bricks in the chat, waking up in the morning. Hey, Dusty.
Oh, they all came over. We sent everyone from Ingrid's stream over here.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Right. An influx, but let's get that link I put in there for Girl Bricks a lot. Let's all get her subbed up. Let's get her subbed up. So,
Well, while we're at it, we're promoting people that are like 40 subscribers away from 1,000. Let's drop the Brick Bods and Ruth from Adora Builds up in that group as well.
Oh, yeah. I will.
All of them are at like the 950, 970 mark.
If we've got any, if we've got any other moderators up in
say nice things about it.
I can do it. I'm a moderator. And I'm getting the links right now.
Yeah. Awesome.
My voice hurts, so the only way I can really help you is by dropping links, bro. Because I can't talk.
Yeah. So now that I'm distracted, we got to do this because we've got Stud Sidious up in
Seriously. Hinkle. Beetlejuice. That's hilarious, Mayo. I love that.
Thanks, Mayo.
Because we've got a Dusty up in here.
Greetings, citizens of the world. This is Anonymous. We apologize for interrupting your normal stream. We must warn you Dusty Bricks will be uploading content on his YouTube channel in the near future. Take this chance to prepare by stocking your house full of toilet roll. We repeat, Dusty Bricks' YouTube channel will be uploading content not suitable or interesting for most people. You have been warned. We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. We are Legion.
I think the reason why Amanda prefers to watch this on Twitch is because on Twitch you can do other apps on your phone while having Twitch in the background, something you can't do on YouTube because you can't have YouTube running in the background, but you can have Twitch. So there's a positive for Twitch. And yes, I was correct. That is the exact reason why Amanda is on Twitch right now. And I guess BFab's taking another break from editing. So, I'll send you an invite to get over to part 2. And now Makro's over on Twitch. Because if you're not already following me on Twitch, come follow me on Twitch.
Just kick everyone off Twitch.
What if you don't have a cell phone? Then how does the Twitch YouTube thing affect me?
It doesn't. Completely
it. Great.
Not even worth your time.
Thank you.
Hey, Makro, you built the Lion Knight's castle already. You built multiple ones, right? You and Mayo. Are all the knights girl?
No, but definitely majority.
I want to say like 90% of the
Also,
knights.
could you stop yelling at us, sir?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm talking away from the phone. I just want to make sure y'all hear me, man.
Why is he?
And
yelling
also,
at us?
so that's a debate because I know that a lot of people like Brixing when he was still doing some assembly required. I'm guessing that's dead now.
Why did he stop doing that?
Because we were speaking on Twitter.
You better run out and get her done.
And he kind of confirmed to me on Twitter that his channel is dead, so he's given up. Sadly.
What channel is dead? Brixie?
Brixing, not C. Brixing.
No, Brixine, like SCENE.
Yes, correct. He confirmed. He
bumping, it ain't dead.
Why is his channel's not dead?
He confirmed to me on Twitter that his main channel is dead.
It's not dead. There's no such thing as a dead channel unless you stop putting stuff up on it.
That's what he told me.
Never listen to someone who speaks
So
about
I'm only going by what he told me.
Never listen. He's probably an evil sorcerer. He's a necromancer.
He just needs you to give him some support, Mayo. Tell him don't quit.
Yeah, be like Be like dickhead here and yell at him.
Yeah, always I say, because people use the eggplant emoji to represent a dick. Eggplant here.
Hey, just because you said that, HR is on the phone, Mayo. They want to talk to you.
That's a good idea, Robert. I'll be right back.
Sexual harassment or something.
Whoa. All right, I'll see you soon, Macro.
He's yelling because I can't. I lost my voice, so he has to yell for me. Thank you, Richard Cranium, for taking over on yelling.
You see? It all makes sense now.
And you see, this is why I say that Bot Chop 2021 might be quite possibly the funniest guy in the community because of the perfectly timed, unscripted wittiness. And every time he makes me think about that, it deserves one of them.
You want to know what's funny is Ingrid thinks that I try to be funny on purpose. I was just on the stream and she's like, I don't want you to feel obligated to be funny. And I said, I don't feel obligated to be funny because I'm never doing it on purpose. And she's like, really? And I'm like, yeah.
Fucking hauling videos, BFAB.
I'm just being myself.
Yeah, I haven't had any private conversations, and I wouldn't put it past BFAB to have had these private conversations.
Hey, we don't need to know. We don't need to know why.
I'm only confirming what he replied on Twitter.
That's good to know, BFAB. That there is more to it than just him thinking he has a dead channel. So that's good. Because Brickscene is actually a really good channel name.
Yeah, it is. And if you're not subscribed, you should probably go.
If you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe so he won't make any more content.
That's such a Bot Chop 2021
Wait, he got flooded? Oh, well, that has something to do with... It's hard to make content when you're up to your ears in water. One time I was taking a bath and I thought I'd make toast while I was in the bathtub, right? So I put the toast in the toaster and I had it plugged in. I'm taking my bath. I dropped the toaster in there. Well, that didn't go well. Look where it got me.
Oh.
What?
That's just...
It looks like it worked out perfect.
I'm in the Lego afterlife right now.
That's just peak comedy right there. Bravo. I expect no less than that kind of a greatness.
I revived my channel. Literally anyone can become a necromancer YouTuber. Thanks, YOLO.
Yeah, and Amanda just messaged me about how I correctly guessed why, and the moment I read her saying I prefer to watch over on here, I was like, yes, I know exactly why, because I do the exact same reason. Because sometimes I'll be watching either Tasman Bricks or Books Bricks on Twitch, and I'll be playing Forge of Empires in the background, but it's all on the one screen. I don't have to use multiple devices, and we've got 15 people, so 15.
Boom, 15.
Time for my bar mitzvah, everybody.
Right. We've got 15 people, one for each year that Mayo has been alive. Thank you.
The Mayo Hosko channel is officially going to have well, actually, no, not the Mayo Hosko channel, Mayo Hosko Media, because we're on multiple platforms right now. We're officially going to have a bar mitzvah, but now those plans are cancelled because we just dropped by one. See how quickly it can change.
And Macro is going to be the moil. Macro the moil. If anyone knows what a moil is.
Be the mole?
Do you know what a moil is?
A moil or a boil?
A moil. You don't know what a moil is, and you won't get the joke. You will not get the joke if you don't know what a moil is. It's a Jewish thing, and it's hilarious.
And isn't the Spanish the Spanish Catholic equivalent a quinceañera or something?
A moil? They perform circumcisions.
Yeah, it does have a nice ring to it.
I'm definitely not a moy. I'll tell you that right now. I could not do that to an innocent little boy.
Not even in the name of YouTube.
Yeah, because
I would not be taking any kind of scalpel, scissors, or knife to anyone down there.
Well, they do have them come to the party, which is weird and gross.
Because to a further reference that's
a good piece.
To a further reference, Yiddish terminology. When it comes to my knowledge about vintage Lego, I'm definitely not a putz.
That piece I was showing, Butt Chop, is that new, Mayo? The single.
Oh, you know
Yes, it is totally new, and we love yelling. Let's all yell each other. Yell.
Hey, Rich.
What? Is it really that loud on your end?
No, it's okay. Rich, it's new. Rich, it's new.
Oh my god.
It's new and
hey, is it really that loud on your end? Because I'm not being that loud.
Hey, it's new and Lego needs to stop making new elements. Okay, stop it, Lego. You have enough to work with. You don't need a new element every time you put out a set. The R&D and the tooling for the molds is the R&D and the tooling is costing a fortune. Stop it.
That was a miss.
The tooling. What kind of tooling do you need to get the job done?
This live stream is officially unlucky again.
Pair of rusty scissors.
Tooling?
Hey, is it that loud now?
No, you sound great.
That's much better.
You sound a lot better.
That's because I went in there and I turned that mic down.
It was amplifying your voice like a loudspeaker.
Don't listen to what they say, Richard. They're just trying to be negative.
No, I had to go turn that mic down because it was all the way up.
You're the best. You're the best around. Nobody's gonna bring you down.
You know what? Why did I expect no less than Butt Chop to come onto my panel and totally distract me.
Okay.
I expect no.
I just subscribed to YOLO X.
Yep. YOLO.
And whenever Butt Chop is distracting me, that's how I know I'm having a good time.
Yeah, when you're not having fun until you go into spasms.
Yeah. And so that's why we all like the dad stream.
You're not having a good fun time until you misbuild your Lego set.
Especially when you forget to look at the instructions and you just put parts together that make nothing.
I love doing that and ripping it apart later.
Especially on the dad stream when Dr. Fox is in Arkham Asylum.
When Dr. Fox is released into the institutional laboratory. And Brother from Another Brick, yes, it was a toasty bath. I got quite crispy from that. A little burnt. You could say I was burnt toast.
Got burnt in the bath. Nice. You got a tan. You probably took a mean tan after that, too.
Yeah, dropping the toaster in the water is not my idea of good time.
Probably looks like you got back from a nice sunny vacation.
That's why I'm in the 8-ball afterlife right now. I'm live from the 8-ball afterlife.
A BFAB up in here again.
Don't remind me. No, I'm kidding. How's it going, guys?
Oh, hi.
Okay, let me turn you guys all the way up because for some reason I always struggle to hear y'all. How's it going?
Hi, little wiener.
Hey, Butt Chop. How's it going, man?
I haven't seen you since Chicago.
That is true. Yeah. I've been working a bit, so yeah.
That's good.
No, you haven't, BFAB. You just said your car.
Yeah,
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Are you
If
lying?
anyone was watching,
he is right. Okay, so all of December, well, not all of December, all of January, I haven't been at work. But before that, for like 4 months, I was working 2 jobs. So yeah.
Oh
That's
my
fair.
god!
That's fair.
But you are right. I
When
get
you
you.
were working.
I've done nothing for the last month. That's why you guys will see me in the streams now. So.
Mark, he wasn't lying.
My memory's not that
The
short.
way Mark just called that bluff.
I phrased it poorly. So yeah.
He just called the bluff and it means.
Hey, well, I was just trying to bluff anyone. I was just saying that before that, like, I was
you know
working
what?
2 jobs.
Hey,
So.
Stud
I
Cities,
think
I get the
somebody.
reference.
I think somebody might have committed a breaking and entering robbery into a doorbell's house to steal the can of helium she keeps around, and someone gave that helium to me instead.
Gave it to me?
No, someone. I think someone broke into a doorbell's house and stole her helium so that they could send it to me instead.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Cool. I was like, yo, I know my voice is high pitched. Okay, we've embraced it already.
No, yeah, and so like Mark just went totally Randy Savage on that.
Oh yeah, brother.
How many jobs you got? I got 9 jobs. Whoa.
I got the cream of the crop. It rises to the top, brother.
Yeah, well, if you want to attempt to give me some helium control, I did send you a new link.
Elizabeth, will you marry me?
I am very confused right now.
After I finish this bag, I think it's the perfect time to do the tier lists, because we've got a decent amount of people on the panel and we've got a decent amount of people in the chat that can feel free to disagree with me if they so choose.
Mayo, isn't it funny how tier lists always make me cry?
Chair lifts?
Tier lists.
Oh, tier.
Tier lists.
Tier lists. Okay, my bad. Not chair list.
A chair lift. See, spoken like a true Canadian.
Good chair lift.
Spoken like a true Canadian. Saying,
I couldn't help it. I see all that snow outside. I thought we should be skiing right now. Chair lift.
Oh man,
spoken like a true
Mark, we
Canadian.
just got done with the snowstorm here. It is crazy.
Oh wow. Hopefully ours isn't too crazy, but we definitely got I gotta go shovel the driveway again.
On the weather thing, it said in the weather thing on my computer, it kept going from snowflakes to vehicle accident to snowflakes to vehicle accident. It's like, okay, it's snowing and everyone's crashing. I'm gonna stay inside the house
because no one can drive to the conditions because snow is.
No, they can. They're from if they've lived in Wisconsin for more than a year, they should be able to drive in the snow.
Yeah,
it's just because they're idiots.
Yeah,
that's my inside joke. You can always tell the new Canadians because they're the ones that are always in the ditch in the winter.
You're a new Canadian, aren't you? You should pull over instead of helping them. Be like, "You're new here, aren't you?" Okay, see you later, eh?
Hey, I got a 4x4 truck. I'll pull over and hook a rope up and pull you out. It's going to cost you $150 though.
If you're not a real Canadian, it costs $150. If you're a real Canadian, then why are you in the ditch?
Yeah, if you're a real Canadian, you're either not in the ditch or you're just pulling people out for free just because you're a nice guy.
You're a nice person.
No, I worked with a guy that he would specifically drive around during snowstorms, pulling people out for free.
Yeah,
that's like.
That's nice.
It was a hobby.
Too nice.
Yeah, well,
that's confidence right there.
Well, pulling people out of a snow ditch isn't that the definition of Canadian hospitality?
Of Canadian what? Sorry?
Hospitality. They don't have hospitality in Canada.
Yeah, I guess it could be, but
That's a Southern thing.
That's right. Just doesn't snow down here.
Hell, the reason we won the Civil War was because we don't have hospitality in the North. The South, when we went to battle, they invited us in for lemonade. They were trying to hang out with us, you know, that Southern hospitality, and we just went blap, 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 blap.
Because instead of offering a nice glass of lemonade, lemonade, they offered him some Pepperidge Farm cookies instead.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. With a name like Smuckers, it's gotta be good.
Oh, your fingers hurt. Oh, your fingers hurt. Oh, that's too bad. Now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Wait, can I get a warm glass of milk before? How about a warm glass of shut the hell up?
Ben Stiller, that's iconic.
Yeah, now your fingers are gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Has Ben Stiller, Adam Sandler, and Will Ferrell done a movie together? All three?
I don't.
I think that could be like a box office.
Ben Stiller and Adam Sandler, yeah, but
I don't think they have. But I think it's a little too. It's too late now.
Is that a plastic sheet on Mayo's dining room table?
Where?
Like that you're building on? Is there a piece of plastic over top?
Yeah,
of
that's so that you can sleep on. If you sleep on there, your urine won't get into
So
the
you can
wood.
sit on it like grandma's couch.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's so that the wood doesn't get scratched.
I put plastic on everything in case of accidental urinations.
Hey, I've been there, done that.
I believe it's so that the wood doesn't get scratched.
I heard it's because Mayo's whole house is waterproof, so that they can do water sports all year round.
You just go around peeing on the walls.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a pool in the backyard. It's above ground, not below ground.
An above ground.
Yeah, I think they're talking about a different water sport, Mayo.
Yeah. It's too bad that BFAB gets the reference because that means he's a sicko.
I unfortunately do get the reference.
No, like, I like to think of you as an innocent, like not corrupted, horrible sicko, but every time you prove me wrong.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate that I know what it means. Yeah, you're
Because
right.
I remember when you were a little boy, like.
Why are we talking about little boys right
Well,
now?
not a little boy, but I remember before BFAB was 18, so sweet.
Just stop it.
And now he's corrupted.
So much.
He is corrupted and not innocent anymore.
I agree with you, but
He used to be a T-fall Mayo.
You see what?
No, BFAB is a special case. He is a special case. Now, hear me out. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. And it took a trip to Chicago to come to this conclusion. And the reason why I think BFAB's a special case is because you had a perfectly warm and comfortable bed to sleep in. You waited until I passed out. You woke up, got up in the middle of the night, he left.
Okay, let me give some context to the story. So, Makro is the nicest person ever. Like, literally offering to pay for everything, offering to do this, do that. And then he's like, hey, I was really intoxicated. And he's like, I'm like, I can't drive, so I'll just stay here. And he's like, nah, just chill at the hotel with me. I have an extra bed. So I'm like, cool. And then after I kind of sobered up, I'm like, dude, he's paying for this. This is expensive. There's no way I can just sit here and leech off of him. So I just walked outside, stayed in my car till I was like, for like 5 hours, 6 hours until I sobered up, and then I went back to the Airbnb. So.
But you weren't leeching and you weren't mooching. It was an offer. It was.
I know.
You got to pay for it whether you're there or not.
See, the problem with BFAB, Mark, BFAB does have this problem, and I know it firsthand. He doesn't understand that when someone offers something, they don't want anything in return.
Oh
and
no,
they're being nice. So
Hey, I
Blue
might
Dab
want
has,
some morning
has
snow
problems
goes.
where
But
he
other than that,
That's ice cold.
well, I think okay. My logic is right. Like for me, I truly believe this, right? That if like I would probably do the same thing, right? If I had the ability to, but I don't want to like you work hard for your money. You know, you're a really kind dude, and like for me to just like go and be there, like, hey, I'll take a free bed and just chill. I didn't feel like morally it's right, but I know that like you work hard for your money, and I just be kind
but
of.
it's only wrong. It's only wrong if you were the one who manipulated someone to get something. When someone is offering you something out of kindness, that's way different.
Yeah, I'm not that type of person. Again, I'm extremely.
You're not
great
the
with
type of person. You don't want people to be nice to you. You're the type of person that only wants to deal with people that are not nice.
That's not the case either.
You're weird.
Macro was amazing, and it was like honestly, Macro, you're one of my like favorite people that like I met, and it's like just like even just being around you, hanging out with you, drinking with you, chatting with you was like so much fun, and like that's the experience I wanted. But I just don't like to use other people, you know.
I hear you.
No,
Whatever makes you feel
dude, that was fun.
comfortable.
No, Macro and I were just cracking jokes the whole time. It was a good time, you know. Like honestly, Macro, you're a stand-up dude, man. You're like family to me, man. You're a homie, you know. So I appreciate you.
Well, here's how I live my life. I only associate with people that want to destroy me, because then I know exactly what to expect when I get destroyed.
You know what? But Chop, I like your life.
Oh, look at that. We got a sweet 16. Mayo Hosko with a sweet 16.
Ho, ho, mistletoe, hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you. Kiss them once for me.
Beautiful singing, Butt Chop.
Thank you.
10 out of 10.
We got Mr. Blue in the Chizat and Chip off the old blocks.
Hello,
it's okay, BFAP, because
And we got someone that
doesn't take him out for dinner either.
Oh, it is Ingrid.
We got Dusty
Ingrid is backstage, so hopefully her mouth feels better after the dentist.
Hopefully that freezing wore off.
Hello, Mayo.
Hey.
Oh, she doesn't have the face cam on. Her mouth still must be frozen, doing that crooked smile.
Pretty much.
Macro, next year at Chicago, you and I will go out for dinner and we'll go Dutch.
Nice, half and half.
Dutch.
Oh,
That's
that's too funny, Stardust. That's too funny because a drenched in booze reminds me of how adhesive sex, how all they do is get fat, drinking alcohol and eating ice cream all day.
Well, that's pretty much.
Yo, that's my life. That is my life.
Yeah,
Yo,
that's my life. Mine is the eating the ice cream.
I have some vegan ice cream. I stocked up on it. That stuff is good. That's like the only good vegan thing. Everything else is gross.
You vegan, BFAP?
I am. Yeah, that's why I'm super miserable. Yeah.
All right, I'll have to keep that in mind.
Oh, shots fired! Shots fired!
I mean, I'm insulting myself.
How is it shots fired? He just pulled the trigger on his. He just shot himself.
Yo, guys, I'm not happy to like. Okay, if I hadn't been a vegan for like 15 years, 16 years almost, I wouldn't be vegan now. But like I've done it for such a long time, so there's no
That's
point.
why you're miserable.
So if you don't mind me asking, what made you do vegan, especially at a young age? Was it the taste of food, or is it just like actual love of animals, or what?
So when I was 8 years old, I was eating meat, and I'm like, "Yo, what plant does this come from?" See, I was a really dumb 8-year-old, and my parents go, "It's not from a plant; it's from an animal." I'm like, "What? You have to kill animals to get this?" Started crying and never ate meat again.
Oh, okay, so as a youngin, you're almost.
I've heard that. He told me that story before. I'm surprised no one else knows that story.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't go around trying to tell people I'm vegan, not because it's something like I'm embarrassed of it. It's just like vegans are annoying.
Yeah.
So
Damn, I work in a hog slaughterhouse. And I love
If I
meat.
became
hey, you know what?
I
You know
would
that,
vote.
that's okay. I always tell people do whatever. I will never tell people what to do, and it doesn't bother me that people eat meat. It just doesn't. Like if I choose a certain lifestyle, I would hope you'd respect that as I respect yours. It's just that's how I look at life. So.
Yeah, he's not like me. I force my lifestyle on everyone I meet. And if they don't conform to my lifestyle, then I obliterate them. So
I
you speak of are totally different.
I know what.
Plants have feelings, just like lies make baby Jesus cry.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
That's right, Macro.
You guys. So, BFAB, if somebody eats like a lobster in front of you
Yeah.
or something like that, do you cringe or you just look away or what?
That's a good one, a lobster.
Is it live?
Is it
Is the lobster like running around? That might disturb me a bit. No, it doesn't bother me in that. It's like people are gonna do what they want to do. Like if you're eating a hamburger in front of me or eating meat, like it doesn't bother me. I've just gotten used to it. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of things for me.
Well, BFAB.
Yeah.
If I killed a homeless person and ate them in front of you, would you be upset?
You know what, Cal? I might try to stop you.
Okay. Gather around, children. This is the
As long as you share with the next homeless person so they're not hungry.
This is the perfect.
Yeah,
this
I would
this is
donate.
the
I
perfect
would
time.
give some of it as a donation to the other homeless people.
This is the perfect time to do the tier list because we've got a fantastic chat and we've got a fantastic panel. Okay, so
Are you buttering us up?
Yes, so no, but it's time to have some fun because I am starting bag 13, but before we start bag 13, it's time to do the tier list. So I was originally going to use the tier list that the Wickbods made, a channel of which Macro always kindly self promotes on behalf of the Brickbods special.
I don't know if that'd be called self-promoting though. You promote everything else.
I saw the list. I saw the options for the. I saw the options for the list that they had, and as a Castle fan, I immediately got triggered. So what we're going to do? So I decided to do I decided to create my own.
Ooh,
list
I like this. Right on.
that is saying that what I and so what I did is I titled it ranking good Lego castles with good in brackets.
Oh no, all of a sudden I'm tempted to sleep cool 7 degrees cooler. I don't know why, but
Serious question. What triggered you, Mayo?
I got triggered by the selections that the Brickbods had in their ranking list because they had a bunch of Duplo and Disney and Harry Potter and all this other licensed bullshit that does not belong in the original Lego Castle thing. I believe there are 32 sets here. So I'm going to do rankings of them, and I'm going to let people in the chat and in the panel. I'm going to give them the right to lay it on me if they emphatically disagree with me. Okay, now this is hard to start.
Wait, don't we have the right to our opinion?
it is hard to start. I almost want to see all of them. Like
This is hard. So, well, these are all the choices down here. I'm sure that if you squint your eyes and use a
happy weekend, PPP.
You'll gradually be able to identify some of your favorites. This is such a big momentous occasion that will have a lot of arguing that the music is going off.
Hey Scott, how's it going, man? Nice to see
Well,
you.
hang on. Is that Scott's? Is that Scott's blocks? It is Scott's blocks.
PPP, Scotty.
Well, if that's the case, everyone knows what we've got to play whenever Scott's blocks enters the chat. If you've been watching Mayo Hosko live streams.
I guess I haven't. Okay.
Then you probably know exactly what we're going to play. I just need to get it up here.
PPP.
The weed.
I am so confused right now.
Okay. I'm going.
There must be some inside joke that I don't know about, but I'm.
Yeah, so the first thing that triggered me with I'm not throwing shade, not throwing shade at the big bods, but how can you not have the best castle of all time on your tier list? The Black Knight's Castle from 1991.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
We can't see those.
Yeah,
I've got my magnifying glass out. I
So
can't see
last
those.
time I watched him do a tier list, the pictures were so small, and he went over the names of the sets so quickly.
Can you
But
make
he
it
was
full
triggering
screen
me on
at all of us,
purpose.
Mayo?
Yeah. So before Scott came in, we've got a chip of the old block toys and Nate, Mr. Blue. Jeff, if you're not busy right now, you have a link via the live stream going if you want to come on in. So yeah, I thoroughly believe that the Black Knight's Castle from 1990, I can't remember if it's 1991 or 1992, is the best. That this is the best. I've heard so many qualified Lego castle builders saying this is the best, and it is hard to disagree with it.
Can I tell you
Can you
something?
put a picture of it on the big screen?
I have a lot of experience with that set because my brother owned it and still owns it, and it is a good set. So
I'll
I played with
butt
that
shop on
castle.
that, yeah.
I played with that castle quite a bit in the early 90s.
If Chop says it's good, it's good.
I
don't
can't.
know if it's
I think
the
Ingrid
best.
said it best. I can't see the castles. I
I
pulled
don't
out my
think it's the
laptop
best
just to.
thing. I don't think it's the best one, but I definitely think it's a good one.
Now, out
Here,
of the
here, bro, Chop. This will help.
yeah, see now normally I have a bunch of stuff to add to the epic tier straight away, and a bunch of stuff to add to the bad tier straight away, and then I normally contemplate and dissect with the remaining choices between awesome, good, and meh. But you know what? This is more complicated than that. This actually takes a little bit more thinking power.
I feel like
Don't
I'm in
forget to
school
tell me
now.
that you also
You know.
take my favorite and you say it's the worst. Don't forget that.
Well,
And we
I
got
see it.
Stud Sidious coming out of the backstage. Probably wanted to get in on the action with these awesome rankings. Now I know that it is tempting to put smaller sets on the lower end, but I see that kind of as a cheap cop out. So even though the Magisto's Magic Workshop is probably the smallest, it is better than bad. I do
It's
grade
not a
on
castle.
I grade on a curve, but it's the closest thing to a big building that was in the Dragon Master. So I know that even its inclusion is debatable.
I can't see the picture. I can't give the set a
But that
full.
set, I have that set. It's not a castle.
Can you
I
put it
just-
up on big screen? Like each set, can you make it bigger? Can you
I
put it on
just-
big screen, Mayo?
The only thing I can do is actually zoom in.
I hope
That
they
is
don't.
perfect. Yes, good job, Mayo. Yes,
Oh, zooming in
so
is a
much
good
better.
idea.
Is that
I can see it out. Yeah.
Is that
I just-
better now?
I hope they don't turn. I hope they don't turn the foosball table or the Dungeons and Dragons set into a micro scale foosball table. That's what I hope.
I think there's an echo.
Okay. Now, third one in, second from the bottom.
This one.
No, third one in from the left. All right.
Why don't you have your ad block on?
Yeah.
Does it have a dragon in it?
The
one to the
Royal
left.
Knights one. The Royal Knights Castle from
Those ads are going to cause me to drink more than
doesn't have a dragon, but the Dragon's Den from 1993.
It's 0.01 centimeters bigger.
And the Fire Breathing Fortress, also from 1993.
Wait, is that 4.3 percent PA? Oh man.
I
gotta get over to City.
I forget if this was called Dragon's Fortress or whatever other name. I just can't think of it.
I think it was called Dragon Mountain, right?
Yes, correct, BFAB.
Or something.
Dragon Mountain from 2013. This came with a dragon. I think those were the only 3 on this list that came with a dragon.
Wait. Where's the Bricklink designer castle in the forest?
It's not on this list. I do not consider Bricklink
That's
designer
not a real
program
set,
castles
bro.
a part of the castle theme.
Oh, also,
That-
hey Sidious. I don't know if anyone said hi to Sidious. Hey Sidious.
Yeah, hey
Oh,
Sidious.
no, Mayo.
You did say hi to Sidious when he
I
got
was
on.
I'm like, Mayo, 1 second, 5 seconds.
There's a lot more castle sets than I thought. Dude, when I was a kid, we had a classic space, and then the Yellow Castle came out, and I never really paid much attention. I love castles, fantasy. Everyone knows I love Lord of the Rings, all that stuff, but I never paid attention much to castle. And
You
there's
see
a
the,
lot. When you
the
look
one
at
right
it.
after the Yellow Castle? That's a
There's a-
really good set. The
Yeah,
one
like-
right after the Yellow.
This is the Knights Castle from 1984.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
Second row, 4th from the left. I think I got that base plate. The castle looks
and the
pretty
the King's Castle was also released in the same year, 1994. So, what did you say, Macro?
second row, 4th from the left.
Right here.
Yeah. So this is the King Leo's castle, which is what I have. I have the raised base plate from the King Leo's castle that I believe is the same raised base plate from the Royal King's castle. This was Knights Kingdom 1. This was Knights Kingdom 2. If you remember seeing my videos about building my Lego castle, and in some of my city updates, you'll see that my castle is clearly on this base plate.
Knights Kingdom 1 is better than Knights Kingdom 2.
Agree.
Those are some fighting words, butt chop.
This is the King Leo's castle was from 2000. Royal King's Castle, which was a vague remake, almost combination of both King Leo's Castle and the Royal Knight's Castle. It
When you
was
see
kind of
them
combined into this right here.
When you see them all lined up like this, there's a lot more than I thought. Like I know Lego made a lot of castles, but there's a lot. Damn.
I don't think this is all of them.
I have no control.
Some of the logos too. I mean, because I'm a package design, graphic design nerd. Some of the logos look like Castlevania, which is really dope, dude.
Yeah, like those bottom 4 on the right.
Disney, all Disney castles are not on this.
Those
this
just
list.
for the balls.
I have a bias against licensed sets.
Yeah, and so does Mickey. Mickey doesn't like you, Mayo, just so you know.
Yes, I don't.
Oh, YOLO's calling it. YOLO
I
calling
don't like
it.
Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse doesn't like me.
Yeah, no, he told me.
But yet you love Friends.
Who's Mickey?
Yes, and Friends doesn't have a castle now, does it?
That inspired me. I want to do a Castlevania mock. I've been doing some Nintendo mocks, but a Castlevania would be dope.
I have no idea what that
Guys
is.
didn't know, you can get a guaranteed return from a $10,000 Citibank deposit coming in at you, 4.3%.
Wait, this product is sold by National Australia Bank Limited, so I have to, using certain trademarks, temporarily under license from Citigroup Incorporated. So this isn't even really a Citigroup Incorporated, it's the National Bank of Australia, which is a misleading ad because it seems like it's a Citigroup bank ad, but it's actually for the National Australia Bank Limited. So
Click it now. Let's sign up for a credit card and see how much you can get for a limit.
Dude, the crazy thing about that logo
is live.
The crazy thing about that city logo is they call that the red arc a smile. And I would sit in meetings with them and be like, that's a frown, right? Like it's
yeah,
not
it's a total
smile.
frown.
But they call it the city smile. And
No,
like,
it's a blood frown.
I would sit there. It's actually
So a butt
City
chop.
blood frown.
A butt chop. Can you please remind me what this set is? It was a it's one of the
the Friday nights.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
the one where the rock piece falls down.
Wait,
Yeah, it
hold
was a-
up. What do you mean? Remind me?
Well,
As in you didn't
because
know already, or is that the first
because
here?
like
We click
because
this
like
for a
I
quick minute?
don't like I'm not going to remember the names of all of these sets, and I know that much like how Titanium J is an expert with Ninjago, Chop 2021 is an expert with the Flight Knights.
That's a niche thing to be an expert in. So
whatever this
Fright Nights? Yeah,
whatever
there's not
this-
very many sets to know about. So yeah, it works out pretty good, folks.
So whatever this set's name is, I know that it had to be released in 1998, and I'm sorry to do this, Butt Chop, but
Yeah,
because
no,
I am grading on a curve, unfortunately, it's
technically not a castle. It's the witches' magic manor.
Oh, if you put Batlord in bad, we got problems. Batlord doesn't go
A
into that.
manor? A manor is normally like a mansion, but that is a big rock piece that drops
Dusty
down. I
Brick
never
says
went to a
Friday Night
mansion with
Castle. That
giant
sounds like
rock.
one night.
I put all of them as bad, but I can't see the pictures. So
that's not the Batlord. That's not Batlord's castle, is it?
No, that's
I
the
should open up
witches.
a massage
Okay,
parlor.
it's called
Friday Night
the
Castle.
witches. It's called the witches' magic manor, and it doesn't look like a manor. It looks like a crappy cave
Get some of those open beef burgers, you know?
a rock door. It's a junky set. It's a junky set. It's the
Well,
magic
dude, that's how I
manor.
feel.
There's nothing magical or manorish about it.
But that's how I feel about most like Lego City sets. Not the vehicles, the buildings. Though it's just like the front facade, and I get it. They have a price point and they have a budget. So
Okay, if this was called the Witch's Dragons Lair or something, it would have been a good set. But they called it the Witches. They didn't even use her name. They called her a witch, which she is. Her magic manor. It's a big, crappy cave with fire, a dragon,
the name of a set,
and a helicopter. It has a helicopter.
It's so true.
It has a witch's helicopter.
Is that stone built or wood built or?
The wind ship.
The helicopter is made out of magic. The helicopter is made out of magic.
Oh, magic. Just imagination. It's made out of imagination.
It has bat wings. The propeller is bat wings.
At all of this stuff because I know exactly what Butt Chop's talking about.
Because you got one hell of an imagination.
No,
And
I
also,
have none of these.
I don't know.
Minifigures?
I don't know
Minifigures in
what
the
the
set are
hell.
good.
I don't know what the hell the name of
minifigures are
this Knights Kingdom 2 set is.
Can
but
you move that ad?
This is bad. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
just X out the ad. Just X out. You can
Yeah, as much as I really want to earn up to
can't.
4.3%, it's kind of annoying right now.
It's in a locked position, and the
Have you ever heard of ad block? I use it all the time.
But I don't.
Oh, that is weird the way they program the site. That it follows
Yeah,
you down.
it's really dumb.
Can you click on the right-hand top corner and close it?
No,
No,
this
it's one of
just
those ads
opens
that
ad
follows you.
choices. It's really
Okay,
fucked up.
Click find out more and then X out the page it takes you to and see if it cancels the ad
Yeah,
because
that
you
should
clicked
do
on
it. That probably will do it.
It probably
Unfortunately, Citibank is just going to have to sponsor this segment.
It's not even a Citibank ad. It's a National Australian Bank Limited ad.
No, but it uses a Citibank.
No, it's just
No, they're only using certain trademarks temporarily under license from Citigroup.
Technically, Citibank operates in this.
Well, it's fraudulent because if you read the
They're
fine
just
print,
temporarily using trademarks.
it's fraudulent.
Okay.
How many
I'm
kangaroos
sorry-
had to
I'm
die
sorry
for
to-
that ad?
I'm
How many
sorry to-
kangaroos had to die for that ad?
It's probably an email from a Nigerian prince. That's what it
Okay.
leads you to.
Because your country was founded on crime, that's a criminal ad.
Okay, that's wrong. Only the eastern states were founded.
Cheers, Steve.
upon-
Good to see you.
Upon
Another one, my
crime.
friend.
All
Good to see you,
of-
buddy.
Oh,
all of the other states were founded by
even though no one can see it.
free settlers. Have
What
a
about
good
the
right to
crime of to the indigenous people that the whites did?
Okay, we're not going to get in. We're not going to draw a line.
Oh, no
We're
genocide.
going to draw a line at that. Okay, and I'm sorry because Butt Chop said this is a good set, but I'm putting it bad.
In bad, huh?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm sorry.
That
That's
makes sense.
a decent set. Like it's fully fleshed out. It's not like one of those like cheapo city sets where you just get the front of a
Actually,
building.
no, I can't.
That castle
I don't know how the Canadian. How did we get to the Canadian government just getting
for Legoland, there are better castles, but for the price point on the one that you just put in math, it was a smaller one, so it was kids were able to get their parents to buy it because it wasn't the huge price point castle, and you still got a castle. That's why I said it was a good set for 1984.
Yeah, that's
you have
the
to
thing
look at
about
it from more than just your personal opinion on what it looks like. At the time, it was good for the price point, and because you could still, for less money, get a substantial castle build. And also, you weren't even alive in 1984, so you don't know what it was like.
Well, that's a subjective thing. There's a price point on these things is different. That's the weird thing about judging them is the price point's different on all of them. So,
and so this was the Citadel of Orlan.
You don't like the Citadel of Orlan?
Yeah, I think this was a 2004 set. This also
That's a good set.
This also goes in bad, but like I said, I'm grading on a curve, so I know
what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm going to trigger some people.
Hi and bye.
I think he's controlled by Citibank. I think Citibank
is back.
Controls Mayo.
They got him. They got him. They offered him 4.7%. He took it.
No, what they did is they made me and like what the New York City gangsters and the Boston gangsters used to say. They made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
Well, they're making you a pariah in the Lego community, so.
Okay. What's next?
Rule number one: never admit to being a sellout.
Okay.
Don't let Citibank buy you during a castle.
I'm going to get all the other bad ones out of the way, so we're going to. I'm gonna get all the knights. I'm gonna get all the knights.
There are no bad castles, only bad Lego builders.
I'm gonna get all of the Knights Kingdom 2 stuff.
I agree, Chop. I agree.
We're gonna attack all this
There's
stuff.
no bad Lego castles, just bad castle tiers.
So we're gonna put the castle of Morsha in the bad, and we're also gonna put the Michelin.
How are these all in the bad?
What?
Actually, we're going to put the Michelin's Tower in the mare.
What?
Can we get a little bit more reasoning behind these choices on how?
Gives a good reason.
So I don't know why, but the build style of Knights Kingdom 2, which was sold from 2004 to 2006, seemed oddly clunky to me.
They're not bad. Those are the first sets I bought for my son. Who's probably BFAB's age.
Hi, Jeff.
Can we jump into some positivity and at least get one good or?
This is really
Okay.
I might actually cry.
Mix it up.
There's one good up there.
I will grant you. I will grant you that request because now we're going to move on. Now we're going to move on over to. Where's the why?
I want to see what you celebrate.
No, where's the Weetabix castle? No, I forgot to put the Weetabix castle in here.
It's probably in a bowl of milk.
Damn! I forgot to put the Weetabix castle. It was
Cancel the tier. Cancel the tier.
Okay.
Everything he just did is null and void.
Not putting the Weetabix castle in here.
I gotta go.
If I was to put the Weetabix castle in here, just let it be known the Weetabix castle from 1974 would have been in the good category.
And just good. He's in love with Jabba.
Let's make a mental note. And the yellow castle, it has to be it. I mean.
Oh, nostalgia! He's going up to the top.
No, his opinions are because of Jabba.
I think it's just easier to move these things down because you can do that. So we're just for ease of movement, we're gonna put the yellow castle in the awesome.
Hey, if I had a dime for every time I told a date, just for ease of movement.
But the yellow castle set 375 came out in 1978, and it was technically the first in the castle theme because technically the Weetabix castle was a promotional, so Lego, well at least the brick set database doesn't count that. as it
So
doesn't.
it's like Castle in the Forest. Weetabix would be like Castle in the Forest.
Exactly. You make a good point. Come on.
Mayo, how long are
You
you?
see what I just did there, Macro?
Mayo,
I
how long?
used
How
his
long are you
own
streaming?
logic against him.
This is a 24-hour live stream, folks.
No,
So
yeah,
we
but
got 24 hours. This tier is going to take about 24 hours.
Yeah. Well, there's so many good sets and there's so many good conversations.
It's a 24-hour tier.
well, I'll be right back, Mayo. I'm gonna jump out real quick, but I'll come back in like 20
Scott
minutes.
City, if you only have 24 hours, you don't have a lot of time to jump out.
That's what I was asking. I'll be back. I gotta
can't just jump out, Stud. You're going to miss everything.
I'll be right back.
We're going to put the Black Falcon's Fortress in the good. This was from 1987. The
Dude,
main
that set
reason,
is better than the Yellow
main
Castle.
reason I rank it above the Knight's Castle in particular is because you see that castle wall element back there with the yellow.
No, that set is better than the one that you have in the Meh. That one is better, but that set is better than the Yellow Castle. The one that you have in the good is better than the Yellow Castle.
I'm not gonna say that.
But that's 100% true. Like the Yellow Castle is garbage.
I mean, you can't get past the brick-built horses and all of the different types of figures for the shields in the Yellow Castle. I'm sorry.
It had sticker torsos, dude. That's
but
garbage.
look at all of the shields it had. Like even the 90th anniversary castle makes reference to the shields that were in the Yellow Castle.
You say
The 90th anniversary castle doesn't make any. The 90th anniversary castle doesn't make any reference to the Black Falcon's Fortress at all. Besides the Black Falcon's minifigures. Come on.
It would be a lot better. It'd be a lot better. Just saying, if that ad switched up every 35, 45 seconds or something, you know.
Yeah,
a little bit of entertainment.
It will be do better, tiermaker.com. Do better. Everyone.
Do you want links for ad blockers?
Everyone write their strongly worded emails to a
No,
team.
just use an ad blocker like other people.
So I have a question, Mayo. How many sets do you actually own?
Out of these?
Yes,
Sure.
out of these.
If I do a quick scan.
And you can't count the same set twice.
No, exactly. because technically,
If you own two, you can't count.
because technically, I own two versions of two of these castles on this list.
Or two sets of those castles.
Yeah,
So
so
he owns one.
well, yeah. So technically, if we're not
We
counting
got
the
two.
duplicates, if we're not counting the duplicates, I own three. It's the Tower Raid from Fantasy Castle in 2008, the 2013 King's Castle, and of course the 90th anniversary castle from 2022, which we're building right now.
Nice. Yeah, I only got two.
And while we are building the 90th anniversary
King's
castle, let's just get that out of the way for. I mean, the fact that we're doing a 24-hour live stream about it, it has to be in the awesome category.
How is awesome worse than good?
Because
what happened there?
Because awesome is the equivalent of saying, "Wow, that's great," and
so it's
saying like, "Wow, that's awesome."
It's sarcasm awesome.
Yeah. Well,
sarcastic
you know,
awesome. Okay.
Awesome means to be awestruck.
Okay.
It's sarcastic awesome, so it means.
So how come 90th is only awesome and not good, or what's the top one? Epic?
No.
To me,
no,
good means
I'm just
more sarcastic.
moving.
I'll say something is good when
I'm
it
just
sucks
moving a lot of this
sarcastically.
stuff. I'm just moving the order around just to make it easier for me.
See, now it just changed again.
He's just moving it
awesome's
around
above good.
because he won't get ad blockers, so he has to move the. Okay, I get it.
Exactly, and that's why we're going to put Wolfpack. We're going to put the Wolfpack Tower in good. It's better than the Black Falcon's Fortress, in my opinion.
The what? Wolfpack Tower?
Yeah, the Wolfpack Tower. I think it's better because look right there. It's got the Black Monarch's ghost coming out of a big ugly rock piece that is on a hinged plate. I mean, I'm gonna admit I'm a sucker for the Black Monarch's ghost.
I think
I
anything
don't-
that
there's
has
I have no
prototype
qualms
goes
about the
for a
Black
first
Monarch's
party.
toast, but
And
I
we're
don't
going
think
to
that
put-
makes or breaks a castle.
And we're going to put the original
True.
King's Castle. Going to put the original King's Castle. If I can swap these. In the good.
I don't have any of these,
Yeah.
so I can't comment on
I've
any
got
of
that.
them.
I've got that Wolfpack tower.
I have a. My brother has the Wolfpack Tower.
Is it good?
Going to
Yeah,
put,
it's good, but it doesn't. It's not even really a castle.
yeah, and we're going to put the Black Monarch's castle in Awesome, and it's above the Yellow Castle in my opinion. Mainly, the Black Monarch's castle released in 1989 to be the main fortress or base of the.
Dear Mayo, in the private chat, I put something that will save your life.
Yeah. Let me see there. Okay. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Real funny.
What? No, I use it all the time. I have it on right now.
I don't know what it is, but it's got to be funny.
Yeah, okay, so
It's something I use in my daily life. I use it every day of my life.
yeah. Okay, so now
I never don't have it on.
So the main reason I put the Black Monarch's castle in Awesome is because of the black castle walls with the printed stonework. We're gonna put the King's Mountain Fortress in the good, and it's going to be at the end of the good, because as good as the raised base plate is, there's not a lot of structure on top.
Wait, these go in order also in the order from front to back?
Yeah, because whenever there's multiple sets on the one tier, the ones on the left are better than the ones on the right.
Okay.
So coming back to the Trolls Mountain Fortress and Valadex Castle, we're going to put the Trolls Mountain Fortress in. We're going to put this in Meh, and the Valadex Castle in Good. I believe that the Trolls Mountain Fortress was 2008. The Valadex Castle was 2006. I think this is clearly better than the King's Mountain Fortress, no question.
Well, yeah.
And out of all the Meh ones, I think because of the sheer volume alone, it's hard to
Mayo,
tell.
if I agree with you on everything on this tier, will you get ad block?
Well, you know what? Since this is an old computer that is like 7 years old now, if I get enough, well, if we can get hashtag block Mayo ads trending on both
ad block is free
and Twitter, I will install ad blocker.
That's what it's going to take. Yeah.
My computer is over 7 years old, and I have ad block for free.
All you've got to do is use the hashtag block Mayo ads, all lowercase letters in your Instagram post. Or in your tweets, but it can't be just tacked onto one of your regular social media posts. It has to be an image that focuses around my channel to keep it, legal.
So you're putting it on us to make your decision for you?
Yes, because that's what good.
It has nothing to do with the age of your computer, and it's a free app.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, get that stuff trending on social media using images of the Mayo Hosko channel.
I got an idea. How about your viewers a better viewing?
You don't have to deal with it. It doesn't. I don't care that much.
Hook us up, bro. Hook us up.
Just for ease of
He's
clicking,
got this long list.
we're going to drag.
He's got this long list like and catch a unicorn.
Not to be confused with Ad Shot. That guy's kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah, well, someone tell Adshot to get over here so he can come on the panel. For the second epic tier, for the second epic tier set, we're gonna put the Dwarves Mine. I freaking love the Dwarves Mine. I love
That
it.
looks cool. Makes me wish I wasn't buying stupid stereo
We're
equipment.
also
from
going to put the King's
2008
Castle
times.
on
The
there.
mine isn't
as
really
well.
a castle.
Rims
We're
full.
gonna put the King's Castle Siege in the epic just because of the sheer volume.
What?
A lot of those sets were what, like those King's Castle cast. I was like, what, 2010, 2009?
Yeah, because the King's Castle Siege was 2007. The Dwarves Mine was 2008.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
man.
fantasy era. Right after fantasy era came Kingdoms, not Knights Kingdoms,
Stuck to the
but
child
Kingdoms.
hobbies.
In 2010, 2010 was Kingdoms. Go ahead,
Everyone's making
Sidious.
fun of Citibank.
No, he's not
Everybody
making
loved
fun of
that.
Citibank. He's making fun of the ad on your screen.
Everybody likes ads except for me, I guess. I don't know.
Get hashtag block IO Mads. No,
I am
block
not going
IO
to
ads
go.
trending on Instagram and Twitter, and then we'll make it
Don't,
happen.
I don't use hashtags pretty much ever, so why would I do that now?
Well, if you don't, we're not going to install ad blocker.
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
have to go join
I'll just
Chatland.
unsub
I
from your
can't
channel.
be a part of this advertisement
I'll
anymore.
just unsub from your channel because you
Yo,
obviously love
I
ads.
feel
You
so
love-
used right now.
Man, you have to pick ads or butt shop. Pick.
Yeah,
So
I
we are going to put, we're going to put the Tower of Rage from 2008 in the good, and we're also going to put it above the King's Mountain Fortress.
He doesn't like having to pick.
We're also gonna put the Flying Ninja Fortress in the good. But we are going to put the Flying Ninja Fortress ahead of all four of these sets right here. The ninja theme is such a slept on theme of castle. It's so slept on.
I have that castle.
And then the Night Lord's castle down here. Buttchop's is gonna like what I have to say about the Night Lord's castle because we're gonna put it in the awesome category.
It is a good castle.
In the awesome category, right below that Citibank advertisement.
Right, I agree.
I
agree with where you put Night Lord's castle, but I feel violated by Citibank right now.
Okay, feel free to make your Mayo Hosko Citibank memes.
We won't be offended, Mayo. If you want to take 2, 3, maybe 5 minutes to download ad blocker, it's okay. We can wait.
It doesn't even take that long. It's
make your memes all about that and post it up in the Mayo Hosko Discord server.
I'm not making
Friends
memes.
are
I've never
willing
made
to
a
wait
meme in
for
my life.
friends to download ad blocker.
And again in the awesome category.
Dude, I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer. I don't make
we're gonna put the fire. We're gonna put the fire breathing fortress.
I'm a boomer.
Boom.
And I don't think any of these sets left on this list are either epic or awesome. So
Are you
we're done.
serious?
Yeah. So we're done
Let's
with
see.
the.
Let's go down there. Let's go down the bottom.
So
You went a little quick on some of those. I think you tried to.
We got the Royal King's Castle from 2006, the Dragon's Den from 1993, the Royal Knight's Castle from 1995, King Leo's Castle from 2000,
Castle, Knight's
Dragon
Castle.
Mountain from 2013, King's Castle
Leo's
from
castle is pretty good.
Drawbridge Defense from 2009, the King's Castle from 2010, and
That's the good one. The Kingdom's Knights Castle is good. That second to last is good.
Yeah, that one too.
That's what everyone tells me. But
I think some of those base plates alone might be awesome.
The one with the dragon looks awesome. How can you not put
The one
down?
with that big red dragon's not even a castle. It's just like a little tower.
No, it's a fortress,
That's
and
the power
which is why, unfortunately, I have to put it in Mare. As cool as the dragon, as cool as the dragon is, it's Mare. But because it does come with a dragon, it's the best of the Mare.
Yeah, it comes with the dragon. The rest of that's bad.
Well, I see a drawbridge, and I see a giant.
No, it's a bridge. It's a little tower and a catapult with a.
We're also going to put the prison tower in the mare, and we're also going to put the drawbridge.
That prison tower, that's a good one. I think I got that one.
Well, we're also going to put the drawbridge defense in
Is
there.
that the Knights Kingdom 2 prison tower?
This is Kingdoms from 2011, I believe, was the year.
Oh, that's from Kingdoms?
Yes, this is from Kingdoms, because you can barely see the emblems on the shields.
That's a terrible picture.
For the Green Dragon Knights. Well, these
Is that the best picture you could find?
These were not my images. They were from Brickset. Just to put that.
Okay.
So
hello, Panda.
Well, I know they're not your images. How would you take pictures of sets you don't have?
Okay. Now, as much nostalgia as I have, unfortunately, I'm gonna put the King's Leo Castle.
What?
Going to put the King Leo's castle in bed. I know that's going to shock a lot of people.
You're just trying to be controversial. That's all you're doing.
I'm sorry, but besides the base plate, the structures are really bad.
I don't think it is that bad.
See, I used to be of the same thought, but then I'm not going to lie. Jane Bricks, he did a review of it, and it opened my eye.
Is Australia still fluoride in the water down there, or what? I think you're drinking too much fluoride.
No, I drink filtered. I drink filtered water. So I drink filtered water straight out of the tap. So I only have to
Straight
pay
from Fiji.
So I only have to pay $60 a year maintenance fee instead of $2,000 a year for bottled water, like in pathetic California.
What?
And most American states,
they're not even allowed to have bottled water in California.
You ever wonder why the comedians always in America always say how does the water taste, and the audience always says it sucks. It sucks.
Who says that? Unless you live in Flint, Michigan.
Well, if you're dehydrated, I'm pretty sure you
See, I know why that's a bad thing. So all of these others are in the good category. I do think the interior detail. Actually, I do think the interior details of the Knights Kingdom.
You just bring up interior details in Lego Castle
Is better than the King Leo's, and I'm gonna put it here. That's where I'm gonna put it. Yeah, in there. And Contra is saying hello to Panda. Also, Panda is saying,
we think we gotta take this guy out back or something.
use code Mayo and check out. Oh, that's the funniest one yet. That's the funniest one yet.
Well, with how long you've had their ad as the main portion of your screen, they should be giving you some money, because literally you work for Citibank by this point.
Okay,
for free,
so all of these remaining ones are in.
Ask them where the check is, because you.
So
we should do a poll. How many people signed up for a Citibank credit card?
Out of these, I'm gonna put the Royal Knights Castle.
Everybody should say yes, just to get Mayo paid.
Yeah, gonna put the Royal Knights Castle ahead of the Flying Ninja Fortress. We're gonna put the Dragon's Den ahead of Veladek's Castle.
You're just putting each category in order as well. Okay.
I'm going to be really controversial. I like the 2013 castle better than the 2010 one.
Wow.
I'm gonna I know that is going to piss off a lot.
They're both good castles. You basically have them next to each other as in goodness.
So in category good, Mail, which castle's number one? Which is the last with your mouse cursor? Show me.
Oh, that's the best question anyone's asked in the past 10 minutes, because that's exactly what I'm going to go through right now. So in the epic category, number one, we have the Black Knight's Castle from 1992.
Dude, that's a lie. You
in
epic.
In number two, we have the Dwarves Mine from 2008.
It's not a castle; it's a mine.
Yeah, but it's easy. But if you think about it, it's the closest we got
The
to
fact that it's a mine alone should be below. It should trade spots with the 90th anniversary.
If you really think about it, the dwarves' mine is the fortress of the dwarves. Like I know, I like this is what you want as a
It's the
content
fortress
creator.
of the dwarves.
Like,
It's not
That's like saying Buckingham Palace
what
is
you
the
want as
same
a
as a
content
strip
creator
mining
making
operation
videos.
in,
You want
Upper
to get
Michigan.
people disagreeing with you. And in third, we got the King's Castle siege from 2007.
It's
in
a
the
conspiracy, man.
Yeah. Well,
A coal mine is the same as Buckingham Palace. Same
in the awesome category, the best one. This is all my opinion. Everyone's willing. I'm going to tweet this immediately after this segment. I'm gonna tweet it on my Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. You can click on the link, and everyone who follows me on Twitter and clicks on the link for this tweet can do their own version of these rankings. And that's the great thing about Tier Maker. Number one is,
I need to talk to the union. I can't take this no more.
Number one is the 90th anniversary castle. Number two is the Black Monarch's castle. Number three is the Yellow Castle. Number four is the Night Lord's castle. Number five is the Fire Breathing Fortress. I'm sure people can convince me. I am sure people can convince me to change this list in the future. In the good
I
category,
think Brett Builds is the castle guy. We should ask him.
I'm the real castle guy because I build both sets.
Oh, Mayo just started a. Oh my god.
Yeah, I just started beef right there. Okay, in the good category, number one, we've got the King's Castle from 1984. Number two is the Wolfpack Tower from 1992. Number three is the Royal Knights Castle from 1995. Number four is the Flying Ninja Fortress from 1998. Number five is the Black Knight. No, sorry.
We just saw him do all this.
Black Falcon's Fortress from 1987. Number six is the King's Castle from 2013. Number six is the King's Castle from 2013. Number seven is the King's Castle from 2010. Number eight is the Dragon's Den from 1993. Number nine is Vladek's Castle from 2006. Number 10 is the Tower Raid from 2008. And number 11 is the King's Mountain Fortress from 1990. In the meh category, we have the Dragon Mountain from 2013. Number two, we have the Drawbridge Defense from 2009. Number three is the Prison Tower from 2011. Number four is the Royal King's Castle from 2006. Number five is the Troll Mountain Fortress from 2007. Or it might have been 2008. Someone correct me on the dates. Number six is the Magisto's Magical Workshop from 1993. Number seven is the Knight's Castle from 1994. And number eight is the Mistlan's Tower from 2000, somewhere between 2004 to 2007. Yes. Again, let me correct me in the comments. In the bad category, number one is the King Leo's Castle from 2000. Number two is the Castle of Morsha from 2003. Number three is the Citadel of Orlan from 2004. Number four is the Witch's Magical Manor from 1998. And five is this Knight's Kingdom 2 Castle. I don't know the set name or the year. That is my list. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to share this on Twitter, and we're going to wait 2 minutes till it reaches. Okay, we can stop sharing now. We're done with the adverts. Citibank. Done with the adverts. So I'm done with that. And I think I pissed off enough people that they just decided to leave the battle. Because only Richard, Buttchop, and Ingrid remain. I think I triggered Mark so much. So I'm so So
I was
sorry.
this close to leaving.
What? He said it's his opinion. I mean, you're allowed to think his opinion's junk, but I mean, he said it's his opinion.
No, it wasn't those his opinions on the sets.
Exactly. Like we could be like me and my best friend. We're both car people. We love cars. We love going and doing stuff with car shows and stuff like that. But his favorite car ain't my favorite car.
Hey, I actually don't have a problem with your tier list at all for the castle. It's way better than your freight train one.
Yeah, because
So actually, you're entitled to your opinion. You didn't trigger me on any of them. I just like to call you out when you're trying to be controversial on purpose. Because some of them I know that you put in certain spots just to try to get a rise out of people. And really, I don't care where you put any of them, to be honest. If you use ad block, you can put them wherever you want, honey child.
Okay, this is going to live on forever now.
Lego Modular City Bank.
Someone get a custom sticker of Citibank and put it as a billboard on their Brickbank modular.
Now Macro's playing into the triggered. He said he's fully triggered at 104.4%.
So I just tweeted the ranking on Twitter. So if anyone is following me on Twitter, feel free to click that link and then you can do your own rankings and then share it on your own.
I don't know
Twitter.
what Twitter is, but
yeah. Anyway, so that was that. It's time to get back to building, folks. Time to get back to building. It's time to get back to building.
Oh, while you were on your tier, I was making the boba set. I love boba tea.
We're done. We're done. That was a fucking awesome tier list. I'm glad everyone was able to have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah. Have you ever had boba tea, Buck Chop?
Yeah.
So they made a boba set.
Oh, yeah, with it even has a printed cylinder, right?
No, it's not printed. It's a sticker.
No. No,
that's so true. It's Buck Chop's favorite song, everybody.
What? We built this city.
We built Mayo City on board.
What's my favorite? I don't get what's my favorite song.
This song that's playing.
Oh yeah, his background music. I'm trying not to listen to it or my headache will come back.
So I can't help feeling that the last hour was just like an episode of
in the Lunar New Year set. There's a printed boba tea cylinder.
There is?
In the Lunar New Year Rabbit Parade, there's a printed boba tea cylinder.
You mean the one I haven't opened yet?
No, in the Lunar New Year Parade, $129.99 set.
Oh. Well, I don't have one.
Tea printed cylinder.
I can get the boba tea printed cylinder for $10 here on this set. You mean the little one? The little
one that they hold in their butt. Yeah, that one. Okay, that's what I was asking, and you said it's a sticker.
Oh, I thought you said this one.
No, I don't know what that is. I can barely see your thing. I meant the one that she's holding. Okay.
Yeah, it came with two of them. It came with two of them.
Is that like a boba tea mascot?
Yes, it's
the arms.
Yes, it is. And it's super cute.
Crazy. That is awesome.
So
it's like a living boba tea.
And I absolutely love boba tea. I only have it once a year because it's so expensive. But I love it, and so I have to get the set.
I like her.
And you got the
I love a girl with helmet hair.
Now she's got blonde hair, where she's got yellow hair.
No, I'm talking about he had one of the knights, the lady knights from his set. And so she has a helmet on. So obviously, if she took that off, her hair would probably be helmet hair.
Yeah, and I like the
Mayo was showing.
So
I never knew about that boba tea set.
Now we'll give everyone a cool down period from the epicness that was that tier list. So once everyone's calmed themselves down, we can all have a good time again back on.
What? No one ever stopped having a good time. That tier list was fine. No one actually cares what you did.
The people that left the panel because the tier list was so wild and crazy, like an
They
episode
didn't leave because of that. They left because you wouldn't put ad block on. No one cares. No one cares where you put the castles on the tier list. You wouldn't get rid of the Citibank ad. And I
totally agree that you got your own opinions on that. That didn't trigger me at all. You have your own opinions. You have your own.
No, I love your opinions, Mayo. In fact, if I could, I'd marry your opinions. But I will not marry Citibank, even though you want me to.
You can't get
12
married.
hours, 12 hours down, 12 hours to go.
Unless I hit the reset button, then you got 24 hours left.
Huh?
Why are you doing this? Why are we doing this?
In fact, since it's after
5, 6, 7, 8. Dun, dun, dun.
And
don't use your quarter and your chap snacks. Get your chap snacks, kids. Hey kids, try chap snacks.
And before I go get my lunch, in order to afford my lunch, I'm just going to go down to the ATM and take out my Citibank credit card.
Oh, shut up! My Citibank.
No, because if anyone actually wants to see my credit card, it's just a red picture.
Citibank is my
master. The funny thing is I've got a Citibank credit card.
Oh, wow.
Show us your
Somebody
numbers.
likes helping the rich get richer. Good job, Cranium.
Show us your numbers.
Yeah.
Give me that pin, baby.
Here, take a picture.
Show us your numbers.
Hey,
Show us
they help me afford all sorts of things, butt chop. I can't really hate on them.
Show us the winning lottery numbers so that we can rob you.
Exactly. See, I know you guys. I know y'all.
So Jeff, Mark, Stud, whenever you guys want to come back on the panel, you know that you're invited back. I'm sorry, Jeff got in there at an inconvenient time. I'm sure it's more convenient for him to come back on again.
I got my otter pack.
Nice.
Oh, you did? I want that one. I want to get that. I didn't see that one at the store. I found the park tractor set.
Yeah.
It's a $10 set. It's got a squirrel, and a tractor, and a farmer, and a park.
Well, that was cute for the squirrel too, but I'd rather have the otter thing.
That means I'm
I'll be
tipping my
honest,
hat
none of the
up.
stores by me had them. I had to go to the Lego store.
You know what I like? Is that I don't have a Lego store, so thanks, Lego. Well, I do, but I'm not driving 2 hours in a snowstorm for some otters.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You just order them online and let somebody else do it.
Oh, yeah. Well, what about that instant gratification? I'll be back soon. I had to hit the store before they closed, Stud Sidious said in a foreboding voice.
That meant...
Yeah, chap snap. Panda, it's called chap snap or something. You send pictures to each other.
Snapchat.
Oh, the tier list was perfect. Spot
It's
on.
Snapchat.
Citibank approved. Citibank approved tier list.
Okay, it's sad that so many people are immature that they're gonna remember the Citibank more than the actual fucking way.
No one even remembers the tier list because we had to look at an ad.
We couldn't hardly see
the Citibank.
I mean, at least people are gonna remember me when I'm dead.
I don't
Yeah, they'll
even
remember
know any
you
of them.
as a corporate stooge for Citibank. Remember that corporate stooge? Yeah, didn't he do tier list? I don't know, but he sure worked for Citibank. I don't know nothing about no tier list.
If anyone wants to come onto the panel and crack, if anyone wants to come onto the panel and crack jokes at me, lay it on me.
No, don't crack jokes at Mayo. Come on, guys. Citibank will totally kill your family. Citibank will kill your family.
If anyone wants to play a little game of celebrity roasts at the New York Flyers Club, feel free to do so.
So, Chop, how's your headache?
It's gone now that I have been sitting with the lights out, and I forgot about it because I was so angry about the ad. Like, I purposely use ad block on my browser so that I don't have to ever see ads. And then you go to someone's channel and they're blatantly like he's down with ads. He must love them because he wants us to do something to get him to get rid of
it's
ads.
because I don't want to have a risky ad blocker.
It's not risky, dude. It's like 100% free, and I use it daily. And I gave you the link to the one that I use, which is
I'll do a trial of it
legit.
Later. I'll do a trial of it later and see how it works.
Yeah, it's free. I give it out. I gave it to Haley. Dude. Your life is so much better. Brickset is a whole new website with an ad blocker.
But you don't get the ads if you log into Brickset.
Okay,
like,
but if you're just doing a quick lookup,
that's like I'll rephrase that. You don't get the ads if you log into Brickset.
Right, but sometimes I just do a quick looky-loo, and if I'm not logged in, I'm not going to log in for 2. It'll take me longer to log in than look at the set.
I love that little.
Anyway, I just like not having ads. I'm just not, I guess, into ads as much as a lot of people. When I first used the internet,
I don't have ad blocker. There's no way to get rid of the ads even if you're signed in. So don't blame me. Blame tiermaker.com. Send a strongly
you need to find a new tier maker then.
Saying that the website
you need to find yourself a new way to make tiers. Hey, I'm gonna help you find a new way to make tiers.
I'm crying right now.
Don't you get it? A new way to make tiers. Get it, boys.
Wait for it.
Get it, boys. He probably eats salsa from New York City. New York City.
Okay, we don't want to offend all our New York audience right now because technically Buffalo is in the state of New York, and Ficken Bricks, who said that
that's the actual salsa ad from Pace Picante.
Ficken Bricks
and offend them with an actual ad.
Ficken Bricks and Cheap Ass Bricks, who said that they might come on to this.
Yeah, but you love ads, and that was a Pace Picante ad.
They live in the New
I know where they live. I know them in real life. And trust me, I cannot offend them. I'm actually IRL friends with them. So you ask them if they're offended by me, please.
And
they
so
will tell you they love
with
the boot shop.
exactly what YOLO X was saying. Please feel free to share my channel with your friends who also like Lego and want to have a good laugh watching live stream, and join my Discord server to post up all of your memes about Mayo Hosko, Citibank, whatever. Stud's back.
So, Stud Sidious, what set did you get?
What's up?
I grabbed the nothing exciting. I grabbed the something I should have got a long time ago that I wanted to get. The little X-wing trench run micro scale little grieving set.
Oh yeah,
It's nothing new.
Is it that one that cost $90 US?
It was on sale, so that's why I grabbed it. I had to go out to get some food, and so it's just. I mean, I know it came out.
Could have bought it from Citibank for twice the price. Should have went to Citibank. That thing was double priced. You could have got $180.
Oh my god, this is so good.
Did they have the Otter Battle Pack there, Sidious?
No, I didn't see that. I actually looked for the new minifigures too, but they were sold out of those as well. So the set I was getting was old, so I know it would be there.
I'm looking for the $10 Otter box.
Yeah,
since we've all had so much fun with the tier list because everyone is crying right now, I'm starting to doubt if I can finish this in 24 hours.
Of course you can.
I just
got so much time advertising for Citibank.
I just gotta work fast and let the chat do the talking so that I can just focus on my own shit and be.
Wait, why are they gonna get punished? Because you're gonna punish your own chat?
That's it.
No, what I'm saying is I work faster when I let the guests use this platform as a method of talking whatever they want to talk about.
Hey guys, let's get out of here.
I like to let the guests do the talking because the guests is what makes the live stream more fun.
Guys, he's trying to make us do his job. He's trying to pawn his duties off on us. What are you, Tom Sawyer? Trying to get us to paint the fence for you?
So Macro remembers your commercial butt chop.
Look at those old school trees, man. Those are old school trees, Lego trees.
Yeah, those are from when I was a tiny boy.
Yeah, man, that's like that takes me back.
I remember I had one of those.
That takes me back to when Mayo's
I had
dad
one of those when I
was
came
just
out
in
of my
puberty.
You're not wrong because he was born in 1964. And those
your dad's older than I thought.
And those trees did come out in the late 70s, I believe.
Anybody who's giggling is reading YOLO's. The new Mayo gift for purchase can only be acquired by buying $150 worth of Lego City.
With an I.
Citibank.
Lego really needs to update that city logo. They need to update that city. They've had that city logo forever. They need to change it.
Well, that's because that was actually a different bank using the city logo.
That ever is because you're a graphic designer.
Well, no, they're supposed usually every brand every 3 years.
They just pasted that on there after the fact because it wasn't even a Citibank ad. It was a National Australia Bank Limited ad using Citibank to try to get people to sign up for their scam. That I'm sure Mayo gets a kickback from. Probably like some get on the phone with Citibank and it's like, hello, have you seen the Mayo Hosko channel? Yes, we'll sign you up for the Citibank card. You just send us your iTunes gift card for $500 and then we send you your Citibank authentic card from the Mayo Hosko channel.
Okay, that's the worst. Okay, that's the worst Indian accent I've ever heard.
I thought that was pretty good.
Second is
Very good. Very good. Do you watch the Mayo Hosko? Yes. Very good.
Two is I don't get a kickback. I don't get a kickback from Citibank, but I do get a kickback from Rakuten if you register a Rakuten account using my affiliate link, and you spend more than $30 on your first purchase.
There's a segue.
Rakuten will give you $30 cash back, and they will give me $30 cash back to afford to go to Brickworld Chicago.
I can't do the accent, the Indian accent, but did somebody say curry?
Very good. You can buy the Citibank curry right now. We will give you a free slushy with the Citibank curry card. You can buy
the curry card. Oh my God.
You can buy any type of curry that you like with the Citibank curry card. Use promotional code Mayo Hosko for a free curry. After you buy your first 400 curries, you will receive the free curry. Just send an iTunes gift card to give me the numbers to the iTunes gift card over the phone, and I will send you the curry card.
Free slushy with purchase. Free slushy with purchase.
Makro knows what I'm talking about. I really hope that Henel isn't watching right.
If you do not pay with iTunes gift card, we also accept Fazoli's gift card.
I really hope that Henel isn't watching right now, because Henel is from India.
Makro's ready to sign up.
Your family.
My neighbors, growing up, my neighbors were from Pakistan. So, and they would like. I would have some serious badminton. They would beat me down in badminton. Like they would once a year, they have their family come over and they would literally put these expensive rugs out on their backyard and put up badminton nets. And everyone would come visit from India. Like every like July, they would have like this big family reunion, and they would whoop me in badminton.
Yeah,
I used to play badminton all the time, and what many people don't realize is even though cricket is India's most popular sport, technically their national pastime is badminton. Just like how the NFL is America's most popular sport.
Hey, Studsidious.
But their national pastime is baseball.
Studsidious. People in India love the shuttlecock.
Dude, like it's funny too because they're
That's what they call that. The birdie in badminton is the shuttlecock.
It was annoying too because my name is John and my dad's name is John. I'm John Jr. But next door they had the same. They took their American names that they took on were John, and then it was John, and there was another one who was John. Like, and it was
John.
It was so confusing, dude.
John,
my mother would yell
you
in the
will feel the
backyard.
wrath of my shuttlecock.
Don't say shuttlecock, please.
John, grab my shuttlecock. It is time to play badminton.
Oh, please stop.
John, please grip my shuttlecock firmly.
I just thought it was hilarious.
I'm feeling something under there.
What?
Wow.
I gotta go.
But please stop.
It's just another word for birdie. I'm sorry.
It is another word for bird. He's right.
I wouldn't say it if it was inappropriate.
Yeah, shuttlecock is another name for the actual birdie.
I know, but just when used in that context specifically. Also, if you want to join the craziness, you know that you're invited.
If you enjoy the Citibank life, you will love badminton.
So I thought I was pretty good at badminton as a kid, man. They would smoke me, dude. Like,
badminton's tough if you play with people that are good. Like if you
they were
with
nasty,
kids,
man.
It's not bad. But if you play with professional badmintoners,
they were like Forrest Gump ping pong. They were like Forrest Gump ping pong status. Like they would just destroy.
Oh yeah.
Damn, dude,
not to mention you can spike that thing, and you ain't gonna hit it with your little tiny racket. When that thing's moving at like 100 miles per hour, so close to the net and straight down at a 90-degree angle, you ain't getting it.
Dude, they would set up 4 courts too on their yard.
Well, yeah, that's why they probably like badminton, as it takes up less space than tennis.
Dude, the crazy thing was that they didn't have enough room in the house. There was so many, like literally, it was like 100 family members that would come visit, and they would sleep in the yard. Like they put up tents and camp out. Like it would like I always enjoyed it though because it was around my birthday, and every summer I would remember they would come there for their family reunion, and there would be tons of people from Pakistan.
That makes sense though.
It was cool. I enjoyed it. They were cool neighbors.
Sounds like fun.
Plus, obviously, all their names were very applicable to. You can relate.
The John thing confused the crap.
Everybody's John here, so I feel pretty comfortable.
I'm not John.
We are all John in the collective of John.
But there was 2 Johns in the family. Like one was John, and the other one was John.
Okay,
I never understood
okay.
that.
So you want to hear something really crazy? So my initials are JPH. Some people know what those initials stand for. Some people know my first name. Not as much people know my middle name or my last name. But of what those initials stand for, I am the 8th one of those in my family. There are 8. So technically, my full initials are JPHVIII in Roman numerals.
Get him, he's Roman.
I'm a 3rd as well. I wonder what that's. Oh well, it's just 3 I's.
I'm B. Rutherford the First.
I never said that because it sounds so pretentious. So I just say I'm a junior.
I am Butchop Rutherford the First.
Yeah. I'm a junior, and my parents would be like, "No, you're a 3rd." Like, well, yeah, but I'm a junior.
Speaking of Rutherford, so Stud Sidious, how did you enjoy the performance of the sports teams that play in East Rutherford this year? Not going to the divisional round and not making the playoffs.
Well, my team was destroyed by McDaniels. So we talked about this.
Because I'm deliberately not trying to talk about how much the Raiders stunk.
Yeah, well, dude, you can't talk because they beat your Broncos. You haven't beat us since we moved to Las Vegas.
It's also because we both.
So,
yeah, exactly.
You know my team though, because McDaniels. We had this conversation. I knew. I'm like, this coach is going to come in and he's going to change his whole team and destroy it, and that's exactly what he did.
Exactly.
So,
we both stunk because we had awful. We both had awful coaches.
Well, dude, we almost beat the Chiefs by one. Like we were 1 point away. We had the best running back in the league. People don't in the Lakers community don't like sports ball, so I don't like to talk about it. But that team was destroyed.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. So keep going because it doesn't. It's not even. It doesn't even. I don't know what you're.
It was destroyed by. I mean, Mayo.
It sounds like you're speaking Pakistani.
We got the number 1 running back, the best receiver. Like he's ruining the team. Exactly what I feared was going to happen happened. So that's why I don't like to talk about it.
Aside to break it to you, but AJ Brown is right now is better than Devontae Adams, and Jamar Chase is the best wide receiver.
AJ Brown is a drug addicted sex offender.
That's a 1-year stat that you're talking about. We all know. Everyone knows.
That's why I said right now.
That's an asterisk, Mayo. That's like an asterisk. That's like
Everyone
saying
in the NFL should be in prison for life.
Okay, and you know what's really fucked up is the main reason Devontae Adams went to the Raiders was because of Derek Carr, and now Derek Carr is gone.
The only thing that makes me angry. The other thing that makes me angry is they should have just been honest with the guy and be like, we didn't want you from the beginning of the year. They should have done it before. They shouldn't have tanked the whole season for it. But it's, it is what it is.
I think they should have, to make NFL more fun, they should have snipers who shoot those players from the audience.
I don't care what I don't care what Derek Carr's thinking. I care about what Devontae Adams thinking, because he must be thinking.
Well, they can dodge bullets from snipers.
Right now, this is not what I signed up for. I've got to demand a trade immediately.
Are they not paid well enough?
No, it's
They
that
signed up-
the
what they
reason
signed up for,
the reason Devontae Adams signed with the Raiders is no
Was to
longer
get them more cocaine.
applicable with their roster construction.
He wanted more
but they're gonna-
cocaine and hookers.
They'll be stupid and get Aaron Rodgers or Brady.
Aaron Rodgers is a piece of trash, just like a Brett Favre.
He's
They are
basically going to be
rednecks with
the
no brains.
You're not lying. I mean, they only won one Super Bowl compared to.
I am from Green Bay.
My
The
boy,
Packers are trash, just like the rest of the NFL.
Compared to my boy Peyton Manning, who's won.
Peyton Manning is a pile of trash who should be taken in the field and shot.
You know what is one of the craziest stats of all time, besides the Detroit Lions only winning one playoff game in 60 years, is that Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers individually have just as many Super Bowls as Nick Foles. Imagine that.
As what?
As Nick Foles. Fly, Eagles,
Nick
fly.
Balls?
It is pretty sad though that Mayo that you're even when the Raiders suck, you guys can't. The Denver Broncos can't beat them.
It's also sad that you know so much. It's sad that you spend so much time learning about the NFL.
We legitimately
What a brainless game.
not been to the playoffs since Peyton Manning helped us win the Super Bowl. We're fucking trash.
Yeah, but you don't even have a team. You don't live in America, so shut it. And
But
besides,
but-
NFL is corporate
but I
trash.
take after my father.
NFL is corporate trash that overpays criminals to dry hump each other on a
Okay,
field.
so isn't
I mean, he's not far off. I work for the NFL.
Okay, hold that right there. Couldn't you also say that YouTube is trash for paying Mr. Beast and Logan Paul?
Yeah, you
I
can.
don't know what they do because
You
I don't
can.
watch them. Just like I don't watch the NFL because I know that it's corporate trash. It promotes domestic violence and alcoholism.
Just like how I don't watch Logan Paul and Mr. Beast because it's
Yeah, but you watch the
corporate trash.
NFL, which promotes domestic violence in Green Bay.
Yeah, and Logan Paul has been accused of domestic violence,
And so is every player in the NFL.
and other crimes like that.
The NFL was one of my clients for 10 years, and you couldn't talk crap about them. They're very hush hush about things they do, and there's a lot more control. Chop's not wrong about half the things he say. There's a lot of the industry that goes into it. So it's not. Well, actually, I can't say it's not like worldwide sports because FIFA is dirty as hell. So
Oh yeah.
They are even
Anything
dirtier
that
than
brings
the
in
NFL.
billions.
And you know why they're dirtier? Because FIFA have literally said when it comes to organizing World Cups, it is easier to work with dictators than democratic leaders.
Yeah, because
And no,
anything brings in
North Korea is not a democratic country, even though they
anything involving billions of dollars in profit
Oh,
is
it's always-
going to be
yeah.
corrupt.
there's always
and,
gonna
is going to be corrupt and very corporate. Like the corporations don't care what the players do because they're still making billions of dollars off idiots who watch the game.
Yeah, they're using them. Yeah, they use it.
Yeah.
Technically, they do use them. They do. I mean, if they do.
They're taking they're giving these large sums of money to previously poor people, and then the poor people go off the deep end because they now have a lot of money and they think that they're untouchable, and they become drug addicted criminal rapists, and no one cares about their livelihood as long as the money's rolling in, bro. And
You forget about those players. The players that go off the deep end in 3 years, you just forget about them, and their life is destroyed.
Right, they've been completely. Yeah, they're addicted to crack, and they're in prison, and they're living in the ghetto again. And you're just happily watching the NFL games because
And nowadays,
yay, guys in tight pants are humping each other and slapping each other's butts. I love it.
Nowadays,
You know
with
what?
online gambling,
No, they have websites for that stuff. If you like men in tight pants slapping each other's butt, they have websites just for that. You don't have to watch the NFL.
But now with online gambling, it's a whole other industry too. I mean, it's just gotten out of control, dude. Like, it's fantasy football has turned into like legal gambling worldwide, which is nuts.
Unfortunately, Australia is the sports betting capital of the world.
Well, it needs to be scorched earth over in Australia.
There needs to be better laws, and that's what everyone and their
Scorched earth on the whole planet. Start over. We failed.
That's what
Start over. We failed. We got.
When people see me always talking about marketing and all that, like I spent 30 years in that, like corporate big end of marketing, and it's a dirty industry. That's what I do. That Citibank ad, when I was working in advertising, I would love to have that ad stuck on your site. I don't even know how they did that before in your Citibank thing, because there's so many ad blockers now and everything that the industry is destroyed. Like
I purposely make it so I don't see ads on the internet.
Exactly. Most people do. That's why, like, I don't know how that thing got stuck there. I would love, when I used to work for the ad agencies, that would
to be able,
ad stuck there.
To be able to keep someone from being able to get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly.
And not only he couldn't get rid of it for his own use, for his own looking at the site, he was having it live. So he had it on a live. They forced him to play that puppy live on YouTube. He should be getting a check. He should be getting a check after that.
Some sites are programmed so you can't get rid of them, which sucks. But it's like it's just a crazy industry, man. I spent
Are you
2 years
saying
doing
that these
that.
corporations don't care about humans?
You know exactly how I feel about that, Chop. You know exactly how I feel.
Well, everyone knows that.
I find that hard to believe. They seem like
everyone knows that. Well, everyone knows that the display company definitely doesn't care about human lives. Well, with all the controversy about child labor farming the cocoa beans and all of that stuff.
Cocoa beans, they make Nike sneakers. They pump out Nike sneakers.
Yo, dude, pretty much almost there's hardly anything that we purchase here in the States that isn't somehow connected to sweatshops, child labor, slave labor, even stuff that we buy from China is actually made by North Koreans that
and you know
aren't being paid.
And you know why?
Being forced to work with their families get killed.
And you know why it's all sourced that way? Because everything is available at Walmart.
Well, imagine if you were told, hey, you're not going to be getting a paycheck, but if you continue to make these products for us, we won't kill your family. Wouldn't that be
That's
a great
crazy
deal?
thing.
That is so true.
The crazy thing is the culture.
They're like, we're not going to pay you, but we'll let your family live if you continue to work for us all day for no money.
That's the
So
nuts.
okay, I
The
guess.
culture. The culture of these countries let it happen.
That's just the cold hard truth.
Yeah,
it's worse than that. It's you and your family get your shit and let's go.
I mean, you're spitting.
Hey, I think that one guy is angry.
Someone go let.
Don't piss off Florida.
Yes, Richard, we can hear you.
That's like Chernobyl.
Don't piss off Florida. They have more meth labs per capita than any other state.
Have you been to Indiana?
Oh, you triggered Panda.
Hawaii's up there too, though. Hawaii's got a lot of best.
We might have a fanboy up in the chat. So I have now finished book 1, and we are just over halfway done. So I'm not sure if that's a relative or anything. But now it is just after 1 p.m. Australian Central Daylight Time. So everybody make sure to get Wickcaster on the chat, because I'm going to go and put myself.
Hey, and don't forget, this segment's brought to you by plastic table liners. When you need your table lined, try plastic table liners.
Have you guys heard of
Repels urine.
Have you guys heard of the generic like Lego brick brand called UFOY? U and then FOY?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it before. Someone sent me this Zelda Master Sword like micro scale set. That's weird. It's made by UFOY. I've never heard of this brand before.
Yeah, look at I've seen it on AliExpress. There's a bunch of There's a bunch of weird companies on AliExpress that make knockoff Lego.
It says China and Germany. It says both. It has two countries, which is really weird. But
Well, I bet their office is in Germany and the product is probably made
yeah,
in
you're
China.
probably exactly right. Yeah, that's what it seems like. The bricks actually don't seem that bad though. They're actual ABS real plastic, like high quality plastic.
Oh, do you have pictures of the actual set? Because on some of those AliExpress, instead of using pictures of what you actually get, they use the Lego image.
Yeah,
of
right here. It's this thing.
Oh,
It's actually got. They did a little silhouette. Smart. They did a little silhouette of Link on the bottom. Like
yeah.
they did, and they everything.
Wait, is that the actual? That's you have the actual box.
Yeah, this is like the real thing. Like
So you can actually see the bricks then.
yeah, I just haven't opened it. I opened it, but I haven't opened the bags yet. No.
Right.
Someone sent it to me because they know I'm a Zelda fan. It looks pretty cool, but I just never.
Yeah, that looks pretty high quality actually. Well, the
I've
box
never
anyway.
messed with it,
The
though.
box art's better than a lot of the knockoff Lego I've seen.
I just never heard of Ufoy. Ufoy, your toy, your joy.
Hey, Ingrid!
I am cannibalizing.
Ingrid tried to show the otters off before, but no one. We were fighting about something.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a lot of the generic brands. I've just never heard of Ufoy before.
You foy, I foy, we all foy.
I've heard like Blue Bricks, those other, and then Lepin, which is now something else. And
Now it's not leopard, and then there's Black Cat, and then there's a whole bunch of dollar store ones that are terrible. Like dollar store or $1.20 stores now they're called.
$1.25.
Last night I was on AliExpress with Reed, and that's my first time on there looking at fake Lego with Reed on AliExpress. I'm like, I gotta stop looking at this stuff, Reed, because I was getting sucked into looking at this fake Lego on AliExpress and how cheap it was. And I'm like, I know this is not what I would get in the mail. Like, these pictures are not what arrives in the mail. So
this build actually looks awesome. It's something that I'll just take, I'll shoot the instructions and take my own bricks out of Lego and make it out of Lego.
Oh, I see someone. We got cheap ass bricks in the chat. Hey
cheap ass.
I
know that any time you want to get a thick and a BR up in here and
is that a sports ball shirt?
To get a
Are you trying to trigger them?
balling takeover of the Mayo Hosko.
What team is it, Ingrid? What team is that, Ingrid?
Getting ready. I've sent all three of you guys invitations. A BR and Fick on Instagram and yourself, Alan, on Facebook.
It's pretty exclusive. Then.
That's a Mr. Beast logo. Yeah, that's a Mr. Beast logo. She's got.
Who's Mr. Beast?
Let's see that.
I'm glad you don't know who he is, but Chop. He's
I thought it was a
YouTuber that you don't
sports
want to
team.
know. Trust
That
me.
looks like a sports team.
Yeah.
Is that a donkey head? That's a saber-toothed donkey.
With a lightning bolt eyebrow, yeah.
Saber-toothed donkeys? I love them. Saber-toothed donkeys are the best. Try saber-tooth.
I never compared Mr. Beast with Logan Paul. All I'm saying is they both make a lot of money. You know?
Well,
you put him
Logan Paul is a criminal, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what Mr. Beast does for content.
I'm speaking to Alan. If you want to message the other gentleman from Hauling and Balling, feel free to take over this live stream and let everyone know how much of a fantastic podcast Hauling and Balling really is.
I guarantee if Logan Paul approached Mayo and asked to be on the panel, that Mayo would say yes.
Logan Paul
says fart night. Fart night. That's hilarious. Fart night.
If Logan Paul called up and said, "I want to be on the panel," he'd say yes.
Wait, hang
I
on.
would say no.
Has Mr. Beast passed both T-Series and PewDiePie?
Yes, he did.
So does he have? So how does he have? What? How many subscribers does he have now?
He has 6 subscribers that aren't bots.
He's got more than 6
His
million.
mom, his dad, his sister, and his cousin. The rest of them are bots. So I'm just saying, if any of these people asked to be on my panel, I would say no. But I'm sure that Mayo would let any of these YouTubers that they're talking about on the panel. That's called integrity, baby.
Wow.
Integrity.
Thanks for the fact checks, Alan.
Integrity, baby. Try it.
115 million. Wow. So I
Wow, I wish I had that. No, I don't. Why would you want that many subscribers? That would suck.
I think that band has more.
Yeah,
What's that band?
Yeah.
The one that I'm
band
not
Leonard
subscribed to?
Skinner has more subs.
Yeah.
The pretty boys there. What are they called?
Those pretty boys.
Are you referring to the Korean boy band?
I like to round up them pretty boys.
We're going to get a Lego idea
Take
set.
them downtown,
Yeah.
drop them off, and drive away.
BTS.
The pretty boys stranded.
Yeah, they actually are pretty.
The only BTS song
Money
I like,
Watch Up? I love that
the only
channel.
BTS song I like is
Money
Dynamite
Watch Up.
because it was featured. The only BTS song I like is Dynamite because it was featured in an
How have you even heard a song by them?
for IKEA.
Wait, you not only have heard a song by them, but you like a song by them? Get him, boys! I have never heard a song by them, and I definitely probably wouldn't like it.
Oh, all the girls want a
See,
are they Japanese or Chinese or what?
I like their early stuff, but I think their later stuff gets a little convoluted. Like BTS's discography is crazy. I love their early stuff, and then their more experimental stuff was pretty good.
So all the
talking about them like they're an actual musical band that actually has talent.
All the girls want an Asian boyfriend now.
Yeah, new kids up there's all they are is Asian new kids. They don't have any musical talent. They're puppets. You can't actually be like, hey, this album is blah blah blah, pretty good, or their early stuff, or like, remember that experimental album? They literally it's processed in a music factory. BTS only has 81 million. Screw it, pretty boy.
I just love the fact that England referred to them without knowing their name as the Pretty Boys.
The Pretty Boys. Yeah, well, I couldn't remember their name because I don't subscribe to them. I don't listen to them. I'm older generation. It's not my thing. All the younger generation loves them because they're the pretty boys. That's why they yeah. Cheap Ass Brick says when Spice Girls came out, everyone who wanted a British girl. So those are the guys. So obviously this is towards the girls. Now all the guys, not all, the young generation are trying to get their hair like them, are putting their clothes like them. They're trying to copy them because that's what the girls want.
So now I am officially cannibalizing Brick Pasta because I've got my loaded macaroni and cheese. So now it's time for the mukbang. But unless I see Johnny G in the chat, I'm not going to do the mukbang on camera. We're going to shield my mukbang.
There's a lot of preservatives in there. I'm just looking out for you, Mayo.
With
preservatives.
With the epic build that is the 90th anniversary castle until Johnny, until we see Johnny in the chat again.
Hey, Scott, just ask Brick Panda what kind of content I watch on YouTube. The most obscure, strange stuff that no one knows about.
Potion Cellar is so rad, dude. I was laughing.
But that's a big one.
Yeah, that's for you. That's a big one. Yeah, that's a great one, dude. Like I was laughing my ass off with that.
That's the biggest YouTuber I know. I don't
probably,
even know.
probably.
He won't return my messages. He won't. I'm trying to get in contact with the guy who made that, but
You know, I'm the same as you, Chop. I don't watch those. I spent 30 years in the industry of setting trends of what people should watch, and I can't do it anymore. It disgusts me, dude. It disgusts me.
I just find the content not very good. It's not made for me.
Contra just wants a girl. Contra Brick says, not me. I always wanted a USA girl or African girl or
I
Chinese
want
girl
the
or
USA
Asian girl,
women.
R&B.
I want these beautiful you don't want a USA girl. They are nuts. Wait, you just named every type of girl.
Okay, so I guess
I'm not picky. I just want a USA girl.
I guess Chop 2021 just confirmed that Ingrid is nuts because she's an American girl.
He's got to go to L.A. or New York to find that kind of mashup. If you want that all together in one,
I'll be the first one to admit.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. This is Lolo.
Welcome to Mayo Tactical Support. How can I help you? I am indeed half Indian. And you guys were talking about sports ball earlier, and the only sports ball that I know is Great Ball Contraption.
I work for Microsoft. If you just let me into your computer, I will fix the viruses very fast for your iTunes gift card.
I will fix the viruses in your bank account at Citibank.
Someone has hacked into your Citibank account. Please send me your
Hey,
welcome to Brick Report.
Lego City bank account.
We are here to fix your Lego City.
Build the
Welcome to
hacker.
Lego cities that have been compromised by hackers. Your Lego cities that have been compromised by hackers.
Build the
Blacktron has infected your Lego City. Blacktron has infected your Lego City.
Virus.
Build the tech support.
Well, you know what? I can do one that's a reference to an actual Blacktron set. They have intercepted your text messages at the message interception base.
Your city sets have been infected by Galador. You will need to you will need to go to your Walmart and get me your Olive Garden gift card numbers to uninfect your Lego City.
Your Galador McDonald's toy has taken over your Lego City.
Oh, your Galador McDonald's toys arm has spliced into your dad's credit card. Come quick.
You must
Your Happy Meal toys have been
computer.
compromised.
Oh no.
They are no longer Happy Meal toys, they are Sad Meal toys.
Oh man, I used to love those.
Send over your PIN number to me now for it is the only way
We gotta kill this meme.
He killed your joke.
Again.
I don't know who that fat kid is, but hey, Stud Cities, did you get the Star Wars trash compactors diorama?
No, I didn't. And I actually like the diorama sets, but not that one because it was actual trash, in my opinion.
The only thing that is more trash than the trash compactor is a Citibank credit card.
And I like the diorama set. Like, well, not all of them. I'm so picky, you know. Like, I just like the style. I like a certain style. Like, I'm mocking a certain style that's all tiled off with a lot of parts. And so some sets just don't do it for me. But that one was
that,
like,
that trash compactor, when you build that set, you can say, I already tried that. It's magnetically sealed.
Don't shoot they're shooting off the what does Luke say when she shoots off the blaster? Han Solo shoots off the blaster. He's like, what the? He gets all mad in that scene.
He said, I already tried that. It's magnetically sealed.
Yeah, that's the that's the
I
line.
already tried. I am eating Citibank macaroni.
That looks horrible.
It does. It's made by Citibank.
I do agree. That's like a 4+ preservatives right there.
It's made by the tears of poor children.
But
better than McDonald's.
What brand? Like, what is that?
He had the box up on the screen.
It's a macaroni. Yeah, I put the box up on the screen if anyone noticed.
If we don't,
I was just saying because the trash compactor set.
We gotta find the right thing because someone mentioned Dude 20.
Thank you for saying hello to Dude 20 in Mayo Hosko's comments. I just wanted to say that wherever he is, Dude 20 says hi. There, you have an answer. Hello.
People are looking for an answer.
That was actually good. I like
The
that one.
trash compactor set is on sale for $72. Stud City is.
Pasta, you know that Jude's probably drinking Tang and whiskey somewhere, getting down.
No, he's probably over at a different lives at
Yeah, he's probably on Friday Night Bricks. I guarantee you he's there.
And also,
yeah, he doesn't watch me. He watches Friday Night Bricks instead because
How do you? But that doesn't mean he doesn't watch you at other times, dude. How do you?
No, but what I'm saying is
Right.
either one of two things is true. Either he likes them or he hates me.
he doesn't
One
hate
of those
you. He
things
just.
is true.
I don't see how there's going to be a lot of people that won't relate to your content. So it's not weird that someone doesn't relate to your content, especially with the age gap between you.
No, that's perfectly understandable, and people are allowed to watch whatever they want to watch.
Well, yeah, because I barely understand your content. That's why I like it. I just like it because it doesn't make any sense, which is good. Content that doesn't make sense is good content.
Okay, if we're going to talk about content that doesn't make sense, could you turn down the air conditioner or the furnace, please?
Hey, let's all be real here. Not everyone can be created in a dinosaur Lego genetic lab like Emosaurus. Not everyone can do that.
Emosaurus, she would be better if her arms were actual T-Rex arms. Like I want her to get her arms replaced with T-Rex arms.
Okay, so as of this
Hey,
point,
party people, my arms are too small to build with.
As of this point, I am only reading comments that are super chat.
That I have nothing
Well,
against
Emosaurus is
her.
going to come on the panel here on the Mayo Hosko channel, so just stay ready for that.
So that means I'm never reading any more comments ever again because I don't even have super chats.
Ha ha ha.
But I'm Emosaurus, and that's what I do.
So Cheap Ass Brick says,
Disable
Buckshot,
Emosaurus
did you
at
see
your
my Fantasy Castle Dragon Hobby Horse? Ooh. Chop, that's directed to you.
No, where is it? I like Cheap Ass.
It says, Buckshot, did you see my Fantasy
it's not here.
Castle Dragon Hobby Horse?
Yeah, I'm reading. I'm looking. I'm gonna
Butter
look
chicken
for
would
it.
be good right now. Butter chicken is actually really good. I like butter chicken. Even though it sounds nothing like
Korma?
it tastes like nothing like what it sounds like. Butter chicken is good.
I like korma. Oh, what are you saying?
Butter chicken, it's
Korma,
like
like
an
Indian
Indian
food?
dish.
Yeah, I
They
love
call it butter
korma.
chicken.
Butter chicken?
I used to be a
Or-
chef. I love
or
it.
chicken tikka masala.
A lot of people here call it butter chicken, like Indian
Oh.
restaurants. call it
Oh,
butter
yeah.
Your tikka masala has been compromised. Your tikka
That's
masala
that's
has
like
been compromised.
I don't. That's not real Indian food to me. My mom
I
never
mean,
made
they're
that.
Indian places. They call it, I don't know, they call it butter chicken. It doesn't sound like what it tastes like, what it sounds like, but it's good.
It is though.
If you want the real Indian food, it will not contain any it will not contain any beef. For the cow is sacred.
They don't eat beef?
No.
No.
Do they eat pork?
Nope.
Yes,
Yeah,
they do.
It depends on the
It depends on if they are Muslim or not.
their religious beliefs.
So they only
But
eat
mostly
chicken.
mostly they serve chicken.
We eat lamb.
Yeah, they like a lamb kebab, korma lamb kebab.
Okay.
Who's this?
I gotta say this. You guys brought up the lamb. My family, they all live in New York, right? So my uncle, he wins the curry championship of New York and Queens. And there's a big trophy, and we're visiting. So all the aunties, all the uncles, they're all in one garage. And it's bad enough when there's more than one Indian in the kitchen, but this is like 5 or 6 Indian uncles in a garage cooking curry, trying to out curry the next one.
Well, that's another thing I've noticed that they a lot of people like
My
at
eyes
least
are
in the
burning.
New York area. They cook curry in the garage. They have that big tin, like I don't know what it's like a big
8 of those tins going at the same time, them bumping into each other, elbows flying. Hey, you got rice in my curry. Hey, you got
They
don't
do it
get
in the
lamb
garage
next
too.
to mine.
You're right. Like
Yo, I've never seen my uncle just go nuts over curry. That was crazy.
What about this con guy?
10-15?
Hey, Con.
Oh, Khan's here. What's up, babe?
Con.
Oh,
Dude, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty
There's
awesome.
one guy who made me eat curry. Had me dying on the channel.
Oh.
Indians also eat goat too, because I used to have to go to the Indian grocery store to get goat meat.
That's like my grandma's cooking. It'll go in you and then out, right? Like
No, goats. I like to eat goats.
There's a lot of halal places here too, which is more Middle Eastern, like.
Yeah, I'm part Lebanese, so
There's a ton
I'm
of
like
halal
basically
places like
almost-
around where I am,
I'm
like
like
lots of.
50% Lebanese.
And it's just the way they prepare it. It's not like it tastes the same. It's nothing different. You know, it doesn't taste any different. It's they're good.
Lebanese food does not taste like Indian food.
But I also like have been around a lot of Hasidic Jewish people, and they have the rules that they have are insane, like insane.
Kosher?
Like it's. I would go to Shabbat dinner at my buddy's house, and you can't have meat with cheese or the certain hour. You can't do this. You can't do that. So they're very very strict. So I'm used to
Well,
being around.
I'm not Muslim Lebanese.
No, these are Hasidic Jewish people. They like.
Oh, I'm
they're
not.
very-
There's no Jews in Lebanon.
Yeah,
They
they're
don't like
very
them.
strict, very strict about things. Like
Lebanon's only been at war with Israel since the beginning of written history.
Oh no.
Aren't the Hasidic Jews almost like the Amish people of Jewish people?
there's just a large population in New York City of Hasidic Jews, like a very large population. Like
Yeah, but they're super old school, right?
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they have the
they're
curl. They have the little curly.
They're almost
like
you
Amish.
yeah, they're like
They're
I was gonna
very
say, they're like
organized.
Amish. You can equivalent them to like
Yeah,
the Middle
that's
Eastern
what I was
Amish.
saying. They're like the equivalent of the Amish over here.
Yeah,
I
they're
want
very-
an Amish speed champions now. So bad. That'd be awesome. That would be like a horse and a butt.
even a Mennonites. Even if it was a Mennonite speed champ.
Jury.
Because at least Mennonites can use gas and electricity. They're
Yeah,
just-
that's because the
they're
Mennonites
fake
confuse me.
Amish. They like to
That
pose around.
confuses
Oh,
me.
that's cool because they'll take like a Ferrari, take the rims off, put like wagon wheels on it, and
Oh, yeah,
put a horse dragging around.
It's a one-horse Ferrari.
The Mennonite.
Yeah, horsepower you got it. One.
That's some real horsepower there. The Mennonite
It's literally
Ferrari.
one full horse.
That's literally the Ferrari emblem is a horse.
Yeah, it is.
That's one culture you don't really see around the New York area. Is Amish, upstate New York probably.
Yeah, for sure.
So I worked with a lot of like Hasidic Jewish guys, and I would go to their Friday night Shabbat dinners. It was an experience. The food was always amazing. They wouldn't use electricity. Everything's prepared ahead of time. As soon as the sun goes down, they can't use electricity for 2 days. They had a lot of rules.
Wow.
I heard from a
That was
guy
not
who
worth
worked for them that they had to wash the dishes in the stream to baptize the dishes. So they had to use brand new dishes for weddings and stuff. They had to baptize the dishes in a dirty stream.
They do bless a lot of things.
What if
so
they
I
get
wouldn't-
cryptosporidium from the beavers?
They're very into like the
Probably no
how
one knows
things
what
are done.
cryptosporidium is,
So-
but fine.
Okay, I just got really confused and thought that Chopper said, did anyone bless cryptocurrency? I don't know why I heard that.
I'm not a Zoomer. I don't talk about cryptocurrency. It's cryptosporidium. It kills you. Not your wallet. It kills you.
I will use my cryptocurrency
To buy cryptosporidium.
Crypto is a scam for
It is.
stupid
Don't
people.
ever buy crypto. But definitely use my affiliate. But definitely use my affiliate to go buy some FTX.
So if you're dumb and stupid and want to waste your money on crypto, please use my affiliate. Yeah, great. People will totally do it.
That's the funny thing about NFTs. I was just laughing when so many people lost money on NFTs because they don't understand what they really are. Like we've been in the graphic design world, we've been using NFTs for over a decade now, trying to convince people to use them. And like it became popular on social media, and it became a trend where all the social media sheep just follow each other. So many people bought NFTs and lost so much money because they have no idea what they're talking about. I would just giggle. I'd be like, these people with the NFTs, just because it's like a trend now, they're dumping all the money into this art that's not going to make them any money.
Nope. It was the scammer's scam of scams.
It's kind of like Bitcoin. I mean, it's totally different, but NFTs became this huge thing that everyone was talking about, and none of them actually knew what they were talking about. And people were buying all these NFTs like they're baseball cards, like it's going to make them money, and it's not.
Okay, I've now finished my lunch, so let's get back to pudding.
What time is it in Australia?
Well, there is 3 time zones in Australia.
Well, your time, where you are.
Where I'm at is 1:32 p.m.
He's been at it, man.
Which means it's 10 p.m. Eastern, which means that I don't even though as Past Weeks and Makro Bricks said they were going to attempt to come on for an hour or two. I wouldn't be surprised if that ship has sailed.
For a second, I thought Blood Chop was gone, but no, you've got him hidden behind a mayo bottle.
No, that's me. That's hidden behind there.
Oh, so Butt Chop left.
Yeah, for some reason.
His internet might have kicked out or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't say goodbye.
No, because normally that means that someone had a technical.
Hey, give me a second, guy.
Lots of technological difficulties going on right now.
I'm curious what this Ufoid Zelda buildable set with the plastics like. I haven't opened the bags yet, but I'll find out.
I don't have that set, so I couldn't tell you.
It's a I don't know. It's a random like. Like I said, it's a bootleg brand I've never even heard of, but it looks pretty cool. So I'll give it a shot. I'll build it, but eventually, if I like it, I'm gonna build it on Lego bricks.
Is it blue bricks?
Huh? What did you say? Sorry.
What brand name is it?
Ufoy. U and it's FOY.
Ufoy.
Yeah. YOUFOY.
I should have played this when GOS got in the chat. Where are we?
It's your boy JP. What's up, Mayo? I like
Somebody
that.
say Mayo. Did you say Mayo? You just say Mayo. Somebody said Mayo. I heard Mayo.
I don't know, but I like that, man, and I even like how I read that. It's your boy.
Exactly. JP
Boy.
up in here. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna head off to bed. Thank you for having me on, Mail.
Epic. Anytime. Is there any social media you'd like to plug before you get on out of here?
No, I think everybody knows who I am and where they can find me. So, have a great night, guys. Have fun building your castle.
Good night.
I
Nick.
will.
All right, bye.
Have a good night.
Too.
Maybe one day, hopefully, we'll get some Lego Zelda sets. One day.
I tried to say night, Ingrid, but I just missed her.
A lot of people dream that they hopefully come out with Zelda sets.
The Mario minifigures, I think, are going to come because when the Mario movie comes out, it would be stupid of them not to do the partnership and make Mario movie sets with actual minifigs. So I think we're actually going to get some, but you never know.
Lego's given us no indication because they're trying to.
I don't think they would. I think they would just drop them, but because they know people want them.
Yeah. Out of nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I don't think a partnership with Nintendo is going to let them like just waste away that opportunity. I think they would definitely kind of push on it. So we'll see. Also, the electronic Mario, no pun intended, it's run its course. Like it's been 3 or 4 years, so it's time to actually do something different. You know.
And that electronic Mario is not a real minifigure.
It's got its own weird community.
But I knew they're not going to make a Mario minifig and cannibalize that sale on the electronic one. They're going to let the electronic one like run its marketing plan, and they're going to go on to the next thing. And it's about time. So I just think the timing's perfect that when the movie comes out in the spring, that they might drop some sets that have Mario movie minifigs.
And we've got Cliff back again. Hey, Cliff. I hope you had a good day. Hope you had a good day with your family. I'm guessing you're just chilling before you have a good night's sleep. We are at the start of a bag 14.
Were you the one that saying that you live down here in Florida, Stud Cities?
No, I'm up in the New York City area.
No, previously, like before.
No, I've never lived in Florida. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, there's somebody else I was on a chat with.
I've lived in California, Vegas, New York City, and Connecticut. And Boston for a little bit.
You live in New York City? Like,
Yeah, I still have a condo in Brooklyn in Greenpoint. I just had when COVID hit, I went back to Connecticut, just outside New York City in the southern Connecticut.
I said it in the chat earlier. Do you know the guys from the tri-state lug?
No, I don't know any lugs around here. Like I know New Jersey
oh
has
my
some. But
Back in
Isn't
2014, I read
isn't Empire Lug in the New York metro area?
Yeah, they're kind of like the same, almost like the same people, because they have so small like members, I guess. But we
What's up,
met
Cliff?
at
Because they're mainly
Rockefeller
Star
store.
Wars people. The Empire Lug.
That would make sense with the
Yeah,
name.
I've never paid attention. All I know is they don't have any good Lego cons around here, which is crazy because Connecticut is the headquarters of USA Lego. And they should, like, the tri-state area is packed with people. New Jersey's had some shows, but they didn't get a crowd. They didn't get anyone, not like Philly. And there's no. You would think New York City would have a good Lego convention, but they don't. It's crazy.
Did I hear something about Lego's gonna open up a place in Boston?
I don't know about that, but the Connecticut office is closed. It's in Enfield. It's not even really in Connecticut. It's on the border of Connecticut, way up in the northeast corner. It's like on the line of Massachusetts.
Gotcha.
I worked there like 18, 17 years ago. I was a graphic designer there. And I used to drive across the whole state every day to go up there. So it's way, way up in the boonies. So I don't know. They might open something in Boston. I mean, it makes sense. It's right there for them to have another little satellite office.
Richard.
Oh, what's up, Cliff? Here, let me I'll try and look in this chat. I haven't seen the chat in forever. Been over here building.
Because for those who don't know, Richard is building. He's building at the same set I'm building right now.
Yep. The Line Knight scaffold.
Tasman Bricks just let me know that he's getting ready to pop on here.
Pandemonious is throwing Cliff under the bus.
Who's this piece? Ah, I see. Okay. We're gonna get a brick that has a clip right here. Ugh.
Cliff said, "What's up, Stud Stadius? You ignoring him too?"
Sorry, what did you say? I was on mute. I was blowing my nose.
Oh.
I said hello to Cliff. I said hello to you, dude. I don't know. You didn't hear me.
Well, there's a weird windy noise outside. I think there's a lot of joshing around right now.
I said hello as soon as you came in the chat.
Exactly. There's a lot of joshing around right now.
Thought I offended him.
These bricks have the pivots in them.
It's crazy that when you put the blacksmith set next to the castle, it's almost the same size, which is great. Like, I know they're totally different in shape and size, but when it comes to like height, it's like right there with it, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's because scale wise, the if they were in the same scale, the castle would be much bigger, and it would be the first $1,000 set if it was scaled with the blacksmith shop.
Well, they're pretty much in the same scale. They're just a totally different shape, you know. And like, to think of like the castle takes up way more like floor space.
We're gonna find out.
It's just interesting when you see them side by side. It's like, whoa, like I never realized that the blacksmith shop was that big.
To get the water-based plate.
The castle is definitely like wider. It definitely takes up more space. It's just when you see them next to each other, it like the height is the same. It's just for one set that costs like triple the amount of the other. It's just interesting.
So I guess we might have ran Mark out of town with all that Citibank stuff.
Oh, he got real upset about that. What are you doing? What was that set you went and got? That Star Wars set, stud?
Oh, it's just the little trench run, the X-Wing set, the little one with all the greebling. It was something that I wanted to get for a long time. I just never got it.
Gotcha.
And I had to run out to the store before it closed. So when I was down here earlier, so I just grabbed it when I saw it.
Now,
I was hoping they would have some new CMFs there, but they didn't have any left.
Lots of people may have some girth on them, but whenever Tasman Bricks is ready, are you a member of the Buffer Club?
I know it's unpopular opinion though, but I'm the one person that's happy that CMFs are going in boxes and not bags anymore. And it has no reason for the environment. I mean, I care about the environment, but not that much. So, like, I'm just glad that no people can feel up the packages anymore.
I'll be happy when the collectible minifigures go to boxes so that I don't have to buy them anymore.
I mean, I just buy them if I want to. Like, I wanted the work figs, so I bought them on Macari. You know, I got them brand new. Or I went to Toy Pro. Toy Pro has the same thing. They buy them in bulk. They open them up. They send it to you brand new. So it's, as a package designer and someone who used to have to study shelf sets and how the shelves are arranged at Targets and Walmarts and how your packaging sits there, I just get really pissed off when people fill up bags. Like it's in me from my career. I get really pissed off. So I'm glad. I know it's unpopular to most Lego fans, but I'm glad that you can't fill up the bags anymore. I'm glad.
And because it is an unpopular opinion, for all those reasons is why I'll be glad when they do it, because it means I can boycott it and not have to spend money.
Well, also, it's meant as a marketing tactic. It's always been meant to be like baseball cards. They call it surprise and delight. It's a marketing tactic where you're supposed to, it's an experience. You buy it and you don't know what you're getting. Like, yes, you have to spend more to get what you want sometimes, but it's the chance of it, it's like gambling. That's what it's supposed to be like. And when Mr. Gold came out and they did what we call in marketing, the Willy Wonka effect, the golden ticket, they screwed themselves because when that contest started, that's when people started filling up bags. And Lego realized they had a problem on their hands and now they're fixing it.
That doesn't fix it. You can still shake it and listen to the pieces and how they sound.
In a box?
Yeah, I did it with a Mario box in a Lego store. I was like, I want the yellow one, and I was shaking them all. I was like, oh, this one sounds like a yellow one.
You have some X-Men talents, then, bro. It's like,
no, because some pieces are more hollow than others, and if you know which ones are the bigger pieces, and you shake it, it's gonna sound more like twangier. I don't know. I do music, so I guess I can hear stuff.
Yeah, that's fine, but most people, they're not going to be able to do that. Like,
I can't feel it.
I know it's a popular opinion, but like coming from the marketing world, I used to design packaging for Lego. I'm glad that they did it because, well, granted, they're going to make more money. It's kind of greedy. Like, that's the one thing I don't agree with when they say it's for the environment, because that's bullshit. It's not for the environment. It's their marketing and brand managers wanting to make more money.
Okay. You know what? That's a good point, but just hear me out. They have a surprise and delight for friends, right? And they discontinued that. And it was like a box, like a plastic case with a little like paper thing in there. And it was 4 different animals or 4 different colors of an animal that you can get. And you didn't know which one you got. Why don't they do that instead of just boxes? Why does it just like, why do they have to do?
Well,
like,
there's a lot of things they do that aren't the smartest. But that's like, I just know that they're not doing it for the environment. They're doing it because they want to make more money.
Exactly.
I just get annoyed when I see people filling up the bags in the store and ruining the shelf and making a mess of everything. It's just personally me. I just get annoyed by it. But it's because I came from a job where used to have to go into those stores and take pictures of the shelves, and we would figure out design theories on how we're going to do it, how we're going to set the shelf up, because they tell Target how they want it set up. They tell Walmart how they want it set up. Whether Walmart and Target listens is another story, but there are also people that are hired to go out and check that. Whether they do it or not, which seems that they don't actually do it, but it's another story. But I'm just used to that. So I would always get annoyed when I go in the aisle, little kids filling up bags. I'm like, dude, get out of the way so I can buy this, please.
I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
The exclusive sets for Walmart and Target's interesting because that's where they like Walmart and Target have a lot of power when it comes to that, because Lego has to go in and show them at least 3 or 4 different sets and they get to choose. Target and Walmart get to say, all right, we want this one as our exclusive set. And then they get to make comments and say, all right, can you change this? Can you make the packaging look like this? Can you do this? Like, then they get 3 or 4 rounds of changes on top of it. And Lego has to do it because they want to sell in Walmart and Target. They have to kind of. It's very interesting when it comes to the exclusive sets for those stores because the retail stores actually have a say in what they're getting.
You have an example of any of the exclusive sets?
Well, all of them are like that. Every brand, even like when I used to work for Schick razors and Gillette razors, you'd have to go in and same thing. We have to give them options, and 3 to 4 options, and they get to pick, and then they get to say, all right, can you do this change? Can you tweak this for us? Can you make it look like this to match the shelf set? And we would do it. Every brand that works with Target and Walmart, when they have an exclusive thing for them, they let them tell them what they want. It's typical. It's like industry standard.
Got you.
So it's not just Lego. That's just how they work. I mean, they have control. They want to. Those are the big retailers.
I figured as much. I was just curious what some of the sets were that were just exclusive to.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. It's hard to pinpoint because they can do whatever they want. So the retailers kind of give them just on the exclusive sets. I'm not saying that like the whole wave, but on their exclusive sets, they have a say. They have a big say.
I got you.
But even Disney has a huge say. Like every 3 years they renegotiate the IP license with Disney, and Disney and them have to agree, and Disney will say to them like, and Ryan from M&R, him and I have this conversation over and over because it's not that they dictate what they design, but Disney will say, all right, well, 30% of this wave has to support these shows that we're putting out or this movie. You guys can design whatever you want and show it to us, but at least 30% of your wave, or it could be 40%. It depends on what they negotiate. But they tell them that this many sets have to be for this content, and they do it.
If it's not from Disney Plus, you can't do it.
So and Ryan would always argue me on that. I'm like, Ryan, they're not telling the designers what to do. The designers will make the Lego designers still do their thing, but Disney's telling them this set has to be Andor, or this set has to be, Obi-Wan show. Like it's not like they're telling them like, hey, Disney's sitting there saying change this, change that on the design. No, the Lego designers do what they want and then they present it to them. But Disney tells them up front, like, this is what we negotiated with. You said that we told you 3 of these 10 sets are going to be for this, and that's how they do it.
Yeah. I get you.
Okay, so do you know that thing where Lego, like, to make a new mold of something, they have to discontinue an old mold? Do you
Yes,
think
weren't we?
Disney
Yeah, weren't
Lego to
weren't
make more molds?
didn't someone have this conversation on a live stream or a podcast this week?
That's kind of bullshit, in my opinion, because they can
No, I don't.
they can make any mold they want. It's just whether it fits their strategy and their pricing structure.
I'm not the one. Well, I can't be the only.
Or was
one
it to make a
who-
new part?
I
You have to
can't be the only one who's having deja vu that someone had this exact conversation in the community within the last 7 days.
Well, no, it's not. I don't mean bullshit like that. You're right to a degree. Like, it has to fit. They have budgets, so they have budgets that they have to work within on each theme. So if a theme has used up too many budgets for the new mold, then yes, they can't make a new mold because they used up their budget for the quarter. Every fiscal quarter, they're given a certain amount of money by the corporation, and then someone like Disney, they have to pay them for IP rights. So that digs into the budget a little bit. So everything is different. Like Lego City is different because Lego isn't paying. They don't have that budget to pay. They don't have to pay Disney the extra fees. So that's why you see like Ninjago has crazy molds more than Star Wars and the other themes.
I'm
Like
thinking of Avatar, and how many molds are in that line?
yeah,
We
Well,
will
the-
always
And
remember
what happened to all the pieces from, like, what if they're replaced? What happened to the other pieces? Like, it just seems like they just came out of nowhere and was added to the collection.
yeah, each IP though is also different how they negotiate it. So that's a factor too. But I mean, that conversation, you guys are right. I mean, there is some Lego designers actually they go to other teams and say, hey, we have this leftover piece of our budget. Can we trade you this for this? And they actually do. And you'll see many interviews with Lego designers, they admit that openly, which I don't know why they do because they shouldn't, but they do. Like it all comes out of the budget, basically. The artists are working under a budget, so it gets very complicated. But if you just think about it as budgets and how you have to work under certain, you have to make it. It's kind of like building a mock. You have to, you're given this many pieces and that's it. But the Lego designers get to push and say, hey, I want this kind of new head mold or. Well, what you're saying is correct. Like what people talk about is right. They do. That does come into the conversation. But you always have to work under a budget. So there's always going to be, maybe you have to get rid of a part to get a new part. That is true. That doesn't mean Lego's going to get rid of the part forever, though. You know what I'm saying? It's just for that project. So.
Oh yeah.
The molds, injection molds cost money. Like, it's a lot of money to make the molds.
I think they took some molds from like what was it, which CMF line? They took at least like the turtle, I know that, and they remolded it for like another one of those app sets where you get the app and you play with it. And
you're referring to a Series 14 CMFs and the Hidden Side theme.
Yeah, they're always going to reuse molds. I mean, I think that's the creative fun part about it, is how they can use them in different ways.
It was a city line.
One example of that in Star Wars that made me angry was the when Gar Saxon figure came out. I think it's amazing. Gar Saxon with the horns on his helmet. But then they used the same helmet mold to make the what's the blacksmith in Mando? What's her name? The character name? I forget. The female blacksmith. They use the same mold.
The armor.
The armor, yeah. People were complaining, oh, she has different horns, but I mean that's Lego. They're gonna use that same mold. So it bothered me too, because the characters have two different style horns in their head, but it's Lego. Like they're not gonna spend that much to make a different mold just to change the horns a little bit. Like because the budgets. That's why, because of the budgets. So
whenever people talk to me about something not being perfect, I'm like, it's Lego. It's Lego. It's make believe.
I mean, they can make any mold they want, but they're not going to make a different mold if they have one that looks close enough because they want to make profit. You know, like that's the toy industry.
It's the budget. It's the budget. The whole Star Wars community, but you can make helmets without holes in them. You got the money.
That I don't like. The clone fans have complaining about that.
I'm like, good luck trying to get that done.
Yeah,
I think they will, but
they eventually. I mean, they complain enough. They're going to listen to the consumer, but that they did those holes on purpose because it fits every other. They could use that helmet mold for something else, and it'll fit. Their little visor will snap on. It's like an industrial, like industrial designers know that they can use it over and over. It's part of a system. So yes, it doesn't fit the character exactly, but it's gonna work better for the company and their profits. I mean, it's business. That's what they're gonna do. So
it's got playability.
But that's the thing is like. Yes, they can do whatever they want, but to make a new mold, they're not going to spend the money when they can make that as profit. Like they can use something close. And, I mean, I think we've all seen that over and over. Everyone who is into Lego that knows that. So you see it. I mean, you see it blatantly. That's the frustrating thing as a creative person that works for these companies because we go to the meetings and we push for it and say, no, let's make it this way. And then you're screwed. They're just like, nope, this is the budget. We can't do that. If you're going to do that, then you got to get rid of this because they got to work in the budget. And if you can't go over budget. So it's always Lego designers sacrificing one thing for another. Unfortunately, it's the way it is, which sucks. But that's also why I left the professional design industry after 30 years and went on my own because it did my own entrepreneurial things because like I was sick of sitting in those meetings and having good ideas. Be like, no, but we have to do this because we save money. So it is what it is. I mean, they're Mattel, Hasbro, they all do the same thing.
Oh my gosh.
Injection molds are expensive. It's crazy. I mean, with new technology, they've gotten a lot better, but they're very expensive. That's why I've been waiting for 3D printers to get to the level of injection molds because once that happens, then there's no excuse. Then you can make whatever you want. But they're kind of still a little bit off from that in the industry. Because you notice 3D printers, when you make something, you see those little lines in it, the layering that builds it up. Then it has to be sanded down, it has to be polished, then it would have to be painted. With injection molding, you can control all that and nothing. It's all seamless. You can do double mold, triple mold, like dual molded legs. It's easier to control and the product comes out way cleaner. But one day 3D printing will get to that level and then they can do anything. Definitely a very Lego fans don't realize that how the industry is, like how in depth the process gets to make this stuff. It gets pretty deep. There's a lot of different methods, but it all comes down to the company's budget and profit. That's it. So some companies would make more than others. That's what makes me angry about Lego.
You know what? Screw this, man. Screw those ducks, those 3D printed ducks. We need them. Give us them now, Lego. We'll hold you down until we get our little ducks that can move and open their mouth.
That's the thing. Like they can make a new goat easily. Like people, there's always rumors in the community where they lost the mold, this and that. That's bullshit. That's not true. They have the mold. They can make it. They can easily make a new mold in a day. Like design it at least, and then have it take about 4 business days for them to actually have the mold made by their vendor, and then they can make a goat if they wanted to. They just don't.
All brand companies can make it in China. Lego could definitely make it themselves.
They're deliberately screwing over the fans at that point.
Well, they don't do it on purpose, but it's all about profits and budget, dude. It's a business.
Yeah,
So,
but they should know by now if their marketing team is keeping up with it, that there are suckers out there that will gladly buy a $500 set just because it's got a goat in it.
the AFOL community, though, compared to their main demographic, which is people buying children's toys, is like 80 to 15%. Like 80% are people buying toys for their kids versus, and they're changing that now, making the adult line, and they're slowly trying to change it. But like that's what most hardcore Lego fans don't understand is they don't really care that much. their market is for the normies, and it's much bigger. That's the same thing with Star Wars fans. Always complain. They're like, oh, they should do this, they should do that. They don't care about the old Star Wars fan like me. I worked for Disney. They don't give a crap. They want the kids and the families and the new people coming in every year like that. They want the normies. Like that's the big demographic. That's where you make the money.
They want the kids to remain consistent, and maybe it's in their best interest to try to do everything possible to get the license to make that a Balooey idea set, because like Balooey is by far the most popular kids show on TV right now. You'd think it'd be in Lego's best interest to try and market somehow.
Yeah, that IP is getting
Balooey
big,
license,
real
and I know someone on this panel would really appreciate that. A Balooey idea set.
Man. We're gonna get Duplo Bluey.
That's why you don't see.
That could be something.
I want regular, just a regular 4+ set, not Duplo. And I know they'll go straight to the Duplo because that's what sells.
That's exactly why you don't see any much DC sets, because DC isn't putting out a lot of content, at least content that the normies are eating up. So Lego's smart. They're not going to put out stuff that's not going to sell to the younger normie demographic.
There's still a lot of movies up in there right now.
They want people they want to ride the hype train, and that's what the marketing's all about. So that's not to say DC is not going to, they're going to make
like
new sets
a
in the
banda.
future. When DC makes new good content that's top of the trending, then Lego will make new DC sets.
And also because I think it's Warner Brothers who is doing all the stuff with the Disney movies. They're kind of running out of ideas because they're struggling with their directors or something.
Yeah, Warner Brothers has kind of been all over the place with their IPs. I'm shocked they haven't put out a Harry Potter movie with the older cast, just like the cast, the original cast, just older. Like that, to me, that's something they should have definitely done. And I know they made the Fantastic Beasts movies. I actually love those movies, but they should make like a Harry Potter movie with the characters just older, and
But the Harry Potter movies the Fantastic Beasts stuff did kind of underperform at the box office.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely did. But I like them personally. But yeah, it definitely did. But that just proves my point. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why they didn't make a ton of Fantastic Beast sets. They make one or two every time the movie comes out because it doesn't. They look at analytics. They look at metrics. There's just so much that goes into it. It's crazy. Trust me. The industry is very, very involved. And,
I remember when they had the Ideas fan vote, and so many people were disappointed when the Stitch idea didn't get voted in, and the I believe it was the International Space Station did instead. And people were really upset about that because they wanted that Stitch set to come true. If anyone remembers that long ago.
I mean, look at it. Look how many Fantastic Beasts sets did they put out? Not a lot compared to Harry Potter. There's been 3 Fantastic Beasts movies. They didn't support them like they support the old Harry Potter movies because they know, just like with Clone Wars stuff, and I'm a fan of all Star Wars. I'm not yes, I grew up in the old school Stormtroopers, but that stuff, not just with Lego, with every toy, Kenner had it, and then the old school Star Wars sells better than Clone Wars. So every toy company puts out more original Star Wars toys because it's just that's what the analytics and metrics tell them is going to sell. It's just facts. Like Clone
And
Wars,
right now,
they get so mad. It's like, well, no one's bashing that you like it. It just doesn't sell as well, so they don't make it. Like that's just what it is. Like,
and right now, I'm hearing all of the fans of the original trilogy complaining about how Clone Wars is becoming trending.
it is as that generation ages up, like they're gonna get older, they're gonna have money to actually spend on Clone Wars stuff, then Lego will make more Clone Wars stuff because that generation has grown into the part where they have money, they're in their 30s, and they'll buy sets. So that's why you see these new helmet sets and everything because the demographic is aging into it. So that it's just how it works. Like, so we're gonna see more Clone Wars sets. Definitely, they're gonna keep growing because the people that watched it as a kid are old enough now to spend money on it. So,
so what you're saying is that the reason it's trending is because the demographic that grew up watching the Clone Wars is now at a point where they can afford collectibles based on the Clone Wars.
Exactly. So then that's why they make a fall Clone Wars.
The answer I needed to why clones are trending. It's because of the age demographic.
Because think about it, kids now, like my nephews, they don't know shit about Clone Wars. They know the sequels. They know Kylo Ren. They know, they know the other stuff because I've shown it to them and I made them watch the movies. But you have to think of it like that because that's how it works. Like they all these young kids now, they're growing up on the seat of Kylo Ren and Rey. Like that's what they know as Star Wars. So
and already, I think Star Killer Base is the most forgotten part of the Star Wars universe. Like I don't hear anyone talking about Star Killer Base.
So that's what I mean. Like, there's so much that goes into this stuff that us hardcore Lego fans, we complain about it, and I complain about it too. But there's a lot that goes into it that people aren't aware of. That is why they do what they do. So, like I said, the Mario minifigures, they didn't purposely make them. They're not stupid. They know people want them. They know people want Zelda. They didn't make Mario minifigures because they had the electronic Mario system and they wanted to sell it for 3 years. They wanted to go through their full IP license for 3 years and make as much money as they could off that electronic Mario. So now, hopefully, if the marketing theory is what usually happens, is when this movie comes out, Nintendo's going to be like, all right, now let's make minifigures to support the movie because you've had your run for 3 years. We had a contract. We said that you could sell these for 3 years. Now let's push this. So I would think that when the new Mario movie drops, we will get Mario minifigs eventually.
Because you'd expect that the generation of Mario fans who have grown up with the Mario games on Switch are going to be coming for the collectibles market soon.
Well, that too, but mostly just because, I mean, they could have made Mario minifigures right off the bat. They tried this technology thing, which Lego loves to try, and they're not going to cannibalize their sales. So
Aren't they doing a Sonic line as well?
Yeah, they have a Sonic line, which is interesting because the Sonic line is going to have this little sphere, and you supposedly put the Sonic fig into this little ball, and you could shoot it through like warp speed through like the
monkey ball.
Yeah, kind of like monkey ball, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be sets that you build, like you build the course, and then you put the fig in this little contraption, and you like zip it through the course. So that's supposedly what. That's cool. Like I wish they did that with Mario instead of the electronic thing, but they're gonna let the electronic Mario line run its course, which it did for like 3 or 4 years, and hopefully they'll change it. But yeah, the Sonic line supposedly are these little contraptions that you put the figure in and you blast it through the course. Kind of like the old Lego Mars series used to have like.
So that's why they're discontinuing stunts. I wondered. I was like, why would they do this? If
Yeah,
they don't have
exactly.
anything that's like not lined up for it, but they're not
Exactly.
talking about it. But they have. So, oh, that's cool.
Exactly. That's how it works. They're gonna take the stunts budget and put it into the Sonic instead. Like they just reskin it. That's just the way the marketing industry works. So,
Oh, wow.
Hey.
what's up, Jude?
What's up, Jude?
I guess Johnny G finally got his wish. I don't know why.
I'll have some Tang and whiskey for you, Jude. But it'll be Tang and vodka instead. But I'll take a shot for you, buddy.
Hey,
Good night.
It's fantastic to see you. Oh,
Yeah, but the old Mars like space sets. They used to have these tubes and these air pumps that they were messing around with, and Lego tried that, and it only lasted like a wave or two. Where you put the figure in this little thing, and you could blast them through a tube and do a ship. You could like hit this air pump, and it would fly the figure into the ship. So Sonic is kind of like that, but just not as extreme. There's not going to be air pumps and everything. Oh, there might be. I don't know about that, but it's definitely going to be the concept like stunts where you can push the character through a course.
it was never banned. That was just a joke.
Do we have a loop for a coaster?
Well, say it again. I didn't
Like,
hear
do we have pieces to loop a coaster like without making it illegal?
Well, I mean, Lego did make a loop coaster, so I think they might be able to do that. Yeah, they could put it on a coaster tracks too. I don't know the exact details. I just know that the Sonic sets are going to have this contraption that you put the figure in, and you build the course, and then you push it through the course like at warp speed. Kind of, if it's the character,
Yeah,
like
I feel like they're gonna do make new coaster tracks. Or
coaster
something.
track would be cool. What I'm excited about is the new Indiana Jones Temple of Doom
Yes.
set coaster track. I'm pumped for that.
Oh.
I'm so glad that they're making they're gonna make new movie sets for Indiana Jones, obviously, but they said half the wave is gonna be the old sets too, which is really, I love the fact they're doing that.
Just like Avatar. Huh. I wonder what else Disney might try if Indiana Jones sells well.
There's definitely the AFOs that have been begging for Indiana Jones, like the ones that grew up on that when it actually came out. You know, when the Lego sets were around. So
We're here.
Yeah.
I had like two flying wings, and I tore both of them apart for the pieces.
Oh yeah, that Mola Ram figure, the minifigs for Indiana Jones were awesome. The Mola Ram figure was great. Like, it's I just hope that they make the sets a little bigger, but they're gonna it depends. They're gonna they have a wave. They have certain market segments that they fit. So we'll get a cheap one, we'll get a medium sized one, a big sized one. It's typical Lego. I'm curious what they're going to do with the Lord of the Rings D2C set, because it makes sense what people are saying, that it'll be micro scale like Hogwarts Castle and then have some exclusive figures to display. But I would love like a very big Rivendell minifig scale. But it would cost, that would be like an $800 set. Rivendell is huge. I mean, they could just make a little segment of it, which would be cool too, but we will see.
Why didn't they just make a broken sword? That would have sold like hotcakes.
Yeah, that too. The shards of
Then you could reforge the sword back into one. Like, dude, come on. That would have sold like hotcakes.
That's what this here. I'll show you. Hold on. That's what this thing is right here. This is the Zelda Master Sword, and then it fits into a little micro scale Hyrule, and then you put the sword into it. They even make one that the sword actually glows. And that's a knockoff brand.
All I see is that in front of the Disney castle and a wizard standing in front of it.
So they could do Lego can really do anything they want. It comes down to budget, whatever their marketing strategy is. There are so many people that put their opinions into these things. Like when I was working there as a graphic designer, it was like almost 2 decades ago. And there would be so many. You have to go through so many layers of the brand manager has to approve it, then this person has to approve it. So it's like for the designers to really do exactly what they want. It's very difficult because it goes through layers of people and the accounting and this and that. And you only have this much to spend on it. This is your budget, so it's that's what Lego fans don't understand. It's a very, very intensive process with a lot of people involved. So if people blame the designers all the time, it's not their fault. They're doing what they're told. Like, yes, they have amazing ideas, but it's getting that idea pushed all the way through up to the CEO to get it made. So it's a challenge for sure. But it's like that with everywhere. I mean, I've worked for so many toy companies that throughout my career. It's like industry standard. It's just how the industry works. Because they could make a new mold. Literally, if they want to make a new mold, they can make a new mold. They're Lego. They can do whatever they want. But budgets.
G'day, everyone.
Tasman!
Oh, so awesome to hear your voice, buddy.
Insane! How are you, buddy?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Dusty, I'll have this. I was going to say, Dusty Bricks are there in the chat. Dusty, get your ass over to New South Wales, buddy. We'll go and hit up a couple of pubs, mate. Go and have a few coldies, have a few frothy ones, eh? A bit of a celebration. Good to see you, Macro. Hope you're well, mate. Everybody in the chat. G'day.
I've missed my steak and cheese bagels to your streams in the morning, buddy.
Well, you'll have to come over to Twitch then, mate. You'll have to come over to Twitch and join me over there for some streaming over there.
Every time I try Twitch, I just don't get it because they're always asking for coins and this and that. I just haven't paid enough attention to Twitch.
Oh, I don't. No. You can you don't have to pay the money to just to participate in a chat and say g'day to anybody. But there's little features and shit that you can do. And if you want to use money to do some of the stuff, you can. But if you just want to do a basic chat like people are here on YouTube, and it just works the same as like super chats. It's like if someone did a super chat, well, the host is pretty much going to, not saying forced to read it, but they'll see it more and then they'll read it. Twitch has that sort of similar stuff too, but it's not, it's muchness in that regard. But just to basically join, see with mine, I don't ask people to pay anything. If they don't want to pay, fine. I don't have any donate buttons. I don't have any Patreon or anything like that. Anyone can come into my chat in my stream and say g'day, and I'll talk to you. Happy days. But and you don't have to pay money to join Twitch, to have an account, same as YouTube. You don't have to pay to start your own YouTube channel or to just participate in chats. But I think so. The more popular streamers that have the thing in there where sometimes they may not acknowledge you. If you're not, at a certain tier level or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. No,
I mean, streamers like myself who are just starting out, and look, I've always been the same. I'll talk to anybody that comes into the chat. As long as it's not a spammer or a troll or something like that. But I mean, if it's just someone getting in there and saying g'day, of course I'll talk to them. But
It's been a while. I used to follow Bricks O'Brien, and then I'm friends with Bricks O'Brien, and then he moved. I mean, this was a few years ago. Kevin Hinkle was still in the community when this was going down, and he went only to Twitch. So I went there, and I would always be in his chats, and it worked exactly like you said it does. And then I would go to someone else's channel, and it wouldn't work. You'd have to pay. So I'd be like, "What the?" So I didn't know if the channel owner can dictate what happens or not. But that's
as a channel owner, you can, yeah. But I mean, like Brooks Bricks and those guys and Law Lego and other people who stream. Like I've even participated in streams on Jang Bricks' live streams, and he has people who do pay and subscribe to his stuff, but he'll read the other comments. Like I'm not a paid member to his channel. I'm a follower. Like I follow just like a subscriber would on YouTube, but you don't. It's totally up to the host. If they want to set that level where they won't say hi to nobody unless you pay up, well, then that's on them. That might work for some people. It might not work for everybody. But I as far as I'm personally concerned, my shit does actually stink. So, of course, I don't expect anybody, nor would I ever ask anybody to pay just to say hi to me. I'm not that special, if you know what I mean. I'm not that above humanity to say, I'll talk to anybody that gets in the chat, providing they're not going to be a dickhead about it.
Yeah.
As long as they're being civil and normal, I'll talk to anybody. I'm not going to say, oh, no, I'm not going to say hi to you unless you pay up. I mean, but if some people do, that's on them. Like, good for them. But
I just never got it because I would watch Bricks O'Brien out. It was just gaming stuff. It wasn't even like and then I would go to someone else's channel and I couldn't even like participate in the chat without giving coins or something like that. And I'm like, what? Yeah, it's not that I didn't want to. I just didn't know how to do it. I was like, what coins are you talking about here? Like,
look, I'm still learning all the stuff. There's a thing, like I have a thing on my channel. It's called channel points. A lot of the Twitch people do. It doesn't actually cost you anything, and the points just build up automatically. And what you can do is when the points get to a certain level, as a host, I can go into, let's say, the Stream Elements or one of those other sites, and I can say I can have a custom sound, but you might have to spend 600 of those little channel points, which build automatically, and you don't have to buy them physically with cash.
I get that.
Or a credit card. I've got little features like that. Almost all of the almost all of the streamers have that little thing because it's free. It's not an actual real money exchanger. If someone wants to subscribe to my channel at the moment, like my Twitch one, I don't have extra content on there to make it worthwhile for somebody to sub. But if they want to sub, fine. I'm not going to stop them. But I don't have that value content. So,
some of these channels I was going to must have had it set where it's like subscribers only, and I just didn't know how to figure that out. It's a total different sort of world over there as far as the sort of streaming side of it goes. But I mean, I've got some fun stuff in there with the commands. Like I've got funny ones in there that you type in a search, just like Brooks Bricks does on his one. He's set up one called Taz Fart, and people love mucking around with that one. And it's all free. You don't have to pay to activate the basic Taz Fart one. It does it by it does it for free. But it's just fun. It brings in that level of interaction to the audience, and that's the fart heard around the Lego world, dude. That's the fart heard around the Lego world.
Pretty much. And with Stud and the Dud, we're looking at doing a whole new segment called Rate Your Thunderbox. It's based on that app that's out there that's called Places I've Pooped. Obviously, because of copyright infringement, we can't call it the same thing, so we've come up with Rate Your Thunderbox, and we're going to have a whole complete voting system for it. And it is purely silly and just pure fun. That's all it is. But it's a level of interaction that we want to be able to bring. That we sort of weren't really able to do when we were doing our YouTube streams. So, we're going to give it a go. We were supposed to be live last weekend, but due to circumstances, that wasn't possible. Josh was away this week on a holiday as well, so we'll kick it off in February. But
that's good to know, because when Brickscene switched over to Twitch, and I would watch on YouTube all the time. I'm friends with them, and then when I looked at Twitch, I was just lost because I hadn't been there for years since Bricks. I was watching O'Brien, and I was like, man, this has changed so much that I just I don't get this coin thing. But it makes sense.
Not everybody has the coin thing, but I get it. And like I've always said, Twitch isn't for everybody, and I totally get it. I'm still learning the stuff with all these, the coin stuff and all how that works. I don't have any of that set up on mine, but I know others do. And yeah, if you want to participate in certain things, you either have to be a paid member or whatever. And this is on other people's streams, or if you are a paid member, you get to have access to certain either to fire off a special video or a bloody sound effect that the free followers don't have access to. I guess it's like when you use free software. If you've got the paid version, you get access to certain stuff that the free one doesn't let you do.
Yeah.
So I understand it from that side. I'm just too lazy to set up all that stuff, and I'm not a big enough streamer to even entertain all this paid membership stuff, because I don't have, it's not my full-time job. It's not my, I can't donate a huge amount of hours to it each day. So therefore, if someone was paying for my stuff, they're not really paying for anything. So that's why I don't offer it, because I don't have that value content there.
So is it Taz Bricks on Twitch? Is that what it is?
Tasman_Bricks, yeah.
All right, cool. Because I have the app, I'll definitely go check it out and then subscribe.
Cool. Yeah.
I just never. It's always just every time I've gone there, I've never understood it. So I'm gonna have to. It's and look, again, it's one of those things. To see Lego content on there is interesting, but you see some of these streams and they get a whole heap of watchers, and they have all this stuff, things that you can fire off in the chat, and all these games and commands and stuff, and it's kind of fun. It's more interactive, but again, it's not for everybody. So. Even Brick and Nick, like I used to watch him and Bricks O'Brien, and I used to constantly in the chat talk, like people can go look at the old Twitch videos, and I was in there talking to them, and they're talking back to me, like it. And I'm friends with Brick and Nick, which is crazy because I didn't even know. I don't watch Lego Masters, so I didn't even know he was on this past series. I'm DMing him on Instagram, like, "Hey, look at this new Ghosts and Goblins Nintendo mock I made." He's like, "Oh, this is rad. This is cool." And I felt like an idiot because I'm like, "Damn, I didn't even know you were on Lego Masters, dude." Sorry, I've been talking to you this whole time. We're friends, and I didn't even congratulate you for going on the show. I felt like such a jerk. But I used to on his channel and Bricks O'Brien. I used to watch both of them constantly on Twitch. And then when I would go to other channels, it would just be like, it wasn't the same. I would have to do things, and it's like, I don't know what you're asking me to do. So, but
yeah,
that's the old fart in me. So,
but no, it's been good to get back into the Lego room again, and I know Mayo and Makro and quite a few people, yourself, Stud there, and Richard and the like and Dusty in the chat, and a few others in the chat. They were all concerned, and all I can really say is I had an amazing team of surgeons, doctors, and nurses. I can jump on every other bandwagon in the state that I live in, which is New South Wales, and I can say how I personally think that the government is running the hospitals into the ground, and people should be saying, well, it's the government that saved your life. It's like, well, it's actually the surgeons, the doctors, and the nurses. It's the people that they pay.
Yeah, it's the people doing it.
Didn't necessarily saved my life. The very, very, very skilled surgeons, nurses, and doctors were the ones that actually did that. So, I've got nothing but praise for the health system in New South Wales, for the fact that I was able to get through just the normal general, the general public system. There was no specialized other treatment. They would have, the next person who came along that could have had the exact same situation as me, or whatever their situation was, they would have got the same, dedicated level of professional treatment to try to keep them alive. So I mean, it's a huge, I'm hugely blessed to have the chance to have been looked after by very skilled, workers in a profession that not all of us would, not all of us can do. So if you know anybody who is a doctor, surgeon, or a nurse, tell them thank you, because they certainly don't get enough praise for what they do.
Absolutely.
I've been there, buddy. I've been there. I've had my fair share of stupid car accidents where I should have made it. 2 of them where I flipped the car. So one, I was the driver. That was just a passenger in the car and woke up upside down. But so yeah, I get it, buddy. I'm just glad you're well and healthy, dude. Totally.
Yeah, and that's the just the sheer level of skills that these awesome people have, and to be in a situation where yes, my bike's insured. I had what's also called public liability insurance as well, meaning that had my bike as hit anything else, I've got something there. I'm fortunate that they were able to do what they did. I was told that it was a little bit touch and go there for a little while. Obviously, myself being in an induced coma for 11 days, I was totally out of it and completely unaware. So it was a lot of this came back to me, obviously after the fact. But while I appreciate too, there's a few people have been asking me specifically what actually happened with the crash and how it happened. It's currently still under investigation at the moment because it involves a commercial semi-truck plus a commercial van and 2 other vehicles.
You can't talk about it.
2 other private vehicles. Sorry, guys, just give me one moment.
Did I
Yeah, that kind of stuff you can't. No, he said give him a moment. I think he had to do something.
Okay.
Yeah, that when you're in investigations like that with accidents, you can't really talk about it. Like,
Because again, yeah, well, I mean, it's at the moment because it's involving a commercial semi-truck plus a commercial van, and there were also 2 other, like private vehicles plus myself. As you can imagine, not just my bike got checked for defects that could have, because this is what happens in these situations, long and short, they're looking for defects. When you're dealing with a commercial or a, company truck, van, whatever, there's obviously more stuff that goes on. And it's not even trying to point into the fact that, there could be or there's no potential lawsuits. It's just that's how the investigators need to be able to see if whether the truck had a defect that could have contributed / cause whatever. Not just the truck or the other vehicles. Was it my bike? Was it? I can say the preliminary investigation has been done, but it's still open, and I have been cleared of any wrongdoing. As in, when I say that, it means that my actions as a bike rider did not A, cause, or B, contribute to any further chain reactions, because the way that I was struck is the way that I was struck is what's being investigated. So I was slammed into a metal guide rail, so not one with chains, but or wiring, just an actual like a metal one.
Yeah, those are big cables. Those are cables. Those wiring, like that's not like.
Yeah, I mean, now those ones can be worse because in some cases they can actually near decapitate and.
They can cut limbs off. Yeah, it's like if you get
the type of guide rail that I was slammed into was just an ordinary, like a big metal, not any of the ones that have the chains or wiring, so to speak. It was more of just what we call just like a metal guide rail. So I was slammed into that, and because of that, it flipped me in the bike several times. But the bike, after I left it, it didn't. While it was flipping and doing all that sort of stuff, it didn't hit anybody else. It didn't hit any cars. It didn't hit any other people or pedestrians or whatever. The bike just flipped along the road and just basically took care of itself. So I mean, there's even less liability on my account there because my bike didn't hit anybody else, and also I was 100% completely sober of drug and alcohol. So therefore, I have again further less liability because I wasn't reckless riding because there was 3 dash cams that got different angles. So, and that's not including my bike, which had a GoPro camera. I didn't have a full other sort of setup, but I had a GoPro at the time. The GoPro didn't survive, but the SD card survived, so they were able to get the footage off the card. But the camera itself was totaled. But the way that they were able to, even while I was out for the 11 days, they didn't need my statement at that time, because the dash cams recorded and showed them what was helping them answer their questions. So I still have, obviously I've given a statement and I've had to do all that stuff, but the fact that I was sober was certainly a big key factor there as well, because if I was, and even if I wasn't at fault, the level of liability goes through the roof, and then it's an absolute shit fight with everybody after that point. So I'm thankful that while Mrs. Taz will disagree to say I'm not certainly a smart cookie in other aspects of my life, as far as being sober rider, I always take that precaution, because it pays to just do the right thing and be sober when you're behind the wheel or behind the handlebars, and that's something that I can take away from all of this experience, is the fact knowing that I've got other mates that'll spur you on and you're a weak, whatever they want to call you, and you going, mate, go and have a beer, and then I'm like, no, I'm cool, I don't need to have a beer, and then get straight on my bike, I'm fine. I'll just have a can of Coca-Cola or something or whatever, and I'll be all right. I don't endorse or promote that level of potential dangerous riding. So.
The crazy thing is you can't I bounced from Connecticut to New York. Like, I grew up in southwestern Connecticut, and then I have a condo in New York City. And I ride a bike. I can't ride it anymore because of my arthritis and everything, my genetic conditions. I just can't ride anymore. I'm getting too old. But there's no helmet law in Connecticut. So I used to ride from New York City. Once I used to get to the border of Connecticut, I used to pop the helmet off. Everyone does it. And I now look back how stupid that was, because everyone here does it. Like, Connecticut, for some reason, has no helmet laws. So people actually leave New York to go into Connecticut to take weekend rides with the helmet off. They go up into way up into the boonies and the forests where they can have a scenic view and take a nice ride, but they take their helmets off. And I'm too old, like I said, to ride now. Like, I can't handle. I have a hardtail and I can't handle it anymore because it just shakes the crap out of me and all my joints go nuts. But I was an idiot for ever taking my helmet off. Like, I can't believe Connecticut still has no helmet laws.
Well, we have mandatory laws here, but it doesn't stop dickheads from still doing it. Yeah. Because, we do have the mandatory helmet laws and all that sort of stuff in Australia, but it doesn't stop them from riding without helmets. And look, if you get injured with other body parts, because people use that as an argument, it's like, you don't have to wear gloves and you don't have to do this, that, and the other. If you come off with, it doesn't matter what speed you're doing. It's not necessarily the speed that can kill on a bike. It's how you come off it. If you if you're going along even at high speed and you get struck and you hit, we call it bitumen over here, but tar or whatever, a hard surface. Like my helmet, mine was a very good, good quality, safe helmet. It was destroyed. It was mush. The side where I actually landed when I eventually hit the road, that side of the helmet was completely, basically, it was like picking up like snow. Like, if you were outside in your front yard and you grab a handful of snow and it's like mashed potato, basically. The inside of that helmet was mashed potato. That's not going to save your life. If I was to put that helmet back on again and go for a ride, it's not going to save me from getting severe head trauma. So wearing the helmet has reduced that. But, now I've got to turn around and buy a new helmet. So, and a bike as well. So, because mine got written off. But,
in New York, they're very strict about the helmets. In Connecticut, they just never have been. They don't care.
And like I love seeing, I love seeing videos of other people riding bikes in different countries and stuff like that. And the amount that you see where they don't have helmets on, and you're saying, "Oh, I hope nothing bad happens to them," because that's really going to hurt. And I've got a broken leg. Sure, okay, that can heal, but some head injuries are permanent.
Oh yeah, you're done if you like.
I mean, so is amputation, obviously, but head injuries. Like I ride with a couple of returned like soldiers from Afghanistan, and a couple of them either have one bloke's got one missing, so he's got a prosthetic leg, and one of the other guys I ride with, he's got a prosthetic arm basically as well. So, and they can ride bikes still, but if they had suffered severe, irreversible head trauma, they probably wouldn't be able to. So,
man, I wish I could still ride. I mean, I technically can. It's just too painful, dude. Everything on me vibrates. Like I have a genetic bone and joint condition where it's kind of like arthritis times a million, where my joints actually they just break down and they die, and then so it's bone on bone. Like everything is bone on bone in me now, so I can't handle. I wouldn't really need a cushy. And the last bike I had was actually the Fat Boy Anniversary Edition, the Harley, the one that Lego made the set of. I have the exact bike with the burgundy and silver, and I still can't, like, it has the most cushion you can get, and it still kills me when I ride sometimes. I can ride, but after 20 minutes, it just hurts so much that I can't enjoy it. Like I can't go out and have a ride. So
yeah, I mean, like, and Macro, yeah, mate. Thankfully, the helmet, obviously before the accident, the helmet was in good, safe condition. Over here, they sort of recommend every 10 years, as long as, obviously if your helmet hasn't been involved in a crash or you haven't dropped the helmet from a high level or something like that. They do recommend replacing them after like 10 years, but mine was only about 4 years old. And it was okay. Like I hadn't done any damage to it or anything. So you could safely say that the helmet was in as new condition when I had the crash. Therefore, I had the best opportunity or best circumstances regarding that helmet of doing its utmost best to try to minimize the severity of what I had. So
yeah. Well, most of them are designed that way. If they're going to break apart, they're going to break apart in a way that's going to be a cushion to you, at least. So
absolutely, yeah.
That's one thing I learned as a nerdy industrial designer, is that with those helmets too, actually, they splinter apart, but they do it in a way that it cushions the actual rider.
Yep.
To a degree. It obviously depends on the accident, but
yeah.
That stuff that you said was like snow is a protective foam that's on the inside of those helmets.
Yeah, it's the inside. It's the cushion.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, one of the layers of cushion, but yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So, but anyway, no, it just sort of, because not, again, it's extremely fortunate, and moreover, and that's why I'm doing a sort of more like a one-off YouTube Hour of Power tonight for me here, is to thank everybody for your support. It was, and thoughts and prayers. It really meant a lot.
So you're gonna switch the whole show? Everything's gonna be on Twitch now, not YouTube at all?
I'll still have some content on YouTube, like updates and stuff like that, but primarily streaming will be over on Twitch. Yeah.
Do you feel like you're going to reach a bigger audience with Twitch, or do you just feel like you want to keep like YouTube videos on your channel and streams on Twitch or whatever? Is that your goal?
Yeah, it's basically to have just, when I do get a chance to do some content, I'll also keep that on YouTube, and just sort of try to see how I go doing some, more just dedicated streaming over on Twitch, and see how it goes. I mean, if it fails, it fails. I mean, it's I'm not relying on it to be an income for me, because I have a day job. Well, I mean, even after my accident, my employers aren't terminating my employment. I've got a certain amount of time of grace period where the job is kept as mine. Like they will obviously have someone in there temporarily, but when I'm ready to return to work and when I'm called, I've got to go through like a medical fitness, like a medical clearance test. And once I can do that and pass it, then I can go back to work, because mine is a desk job. So there's no real physical exertion, but it is fairly mentally grueling. And it's on like operational, and when you're in emergency services, like you've got to be on the ball. So
you got a good point.
if I was sitting in there and making calls and I'm half, not even aware of what I'm doing, well, I'm putting people at risk. So they don't allow that. So I've got to go through a medical clearance test, and if I pass that, then I can return to work. So
that's a good question, BFAB, because when we were talking about earlier how I think before you came back on, how when I used to watch Bricks O'Brien and freaking Nick, when I was watching them, they transitioned from YouTube into Twitch, and this was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So, and I followed. That's the only reason I went on the Twitch was because of them. Like they were the two that I knew that I would talk to all the time, and Twitch has changed so much that it confuses the crap out of me. But I am an old fart, so it's just. Sometimes all those coins and everything on there just drive me nuts. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, and they're not, and not to be that guy, but I believe they're bits, not coins. Am I correct? Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, you would know. I didn't. Once it started stopping me from watching, that's when I kind of just fell off. I was like, all right, I'm not going to watch this anymore.
I think for me, the issue I'm not on Twitch anymore, or like watching Twitch a lot anymore, I find myself kind of going down a rabbit hole where I'm supporting a bunch of random people. So let's say I'm watching your stream, I'm like, hey, what Taz is streaming, great, whatever. Then all of a sudden, like, they'll raid somebody else. Then that other person will raid somebody else. And then it's just a cycle, and then I'm on Twitch for like 15 hours, So.
and also not to forget that we are on Twitch right now.
It's been years
hey,
since I've been on, it's literally been at least 2 years since I've been on Twitch. So I actually know, because recently I tried when Brickseed switched over. I tried it again, but still confused the crap out of me. So I was like, okay, I can't watch this.
I don't know why, but it tickles my fancies to hear Slud Cities talk about the coins. I don't know why.
And that's what they were called back then, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know why.
About it.
And you know what? Some of you guys might realize that we didn't especially the Australians, we didn't start at midnight my time. We started at 12:30 a.m. specifically on the off chance if we have anyone watching on Twitch, of which I'm pretty sure Amanda has been watching us on Twitch the entire day, so she can do stuff on her phone in the background, which is one of the biggest benefits of the Twitch app over the YouTube app is when you're on your phone, you can't leave the YouTube app and do something else in the background.
I'm going to call you out for that and say fake news. If you pay for YouTube Red, you can do that. I do that all the time.
But that's pay for. You can use Twitch for free, and you can have it on in the background. So when you're like paying, when you're, for example, using Rakuten to go buy something from Lego.com, you can do that while having a Twitch stream on in the background.
May, are you about to promote your Rakuten link?
No, because everyone knows that everyone's already gone down that rabbit hole.
Oh, I wish I would. All my friends. So this is crazy. So a lot of my YouTuber friends, they will show me like the amount of money they make from Rakuten referrals. Crazy, thousands of dollars sometimes. So it is pretty crazy. And they're not even big. Like one of my friends has like a little bit over 10K, and he's making like a couple $1,000s a month from his referral links or whatever. So I don't know the full extent of everything though.
Mayo, from someone I used to design Mountain Dew cans and Coke cans and Pepsi cans. Let me see this infamous can that you have, this Coca-Cola can from this girl. No, the one from the girl that you saved. No, I want to see this Coke can that you saved. The one that they were talking about on the Hive stream. There's like a Coca-Cola can.
Oh, he knows what you're talking about. He's just gonna Houdini right now. He's gonna vanish.
I want to see the
I
can.
haven't got a
The
crack in
actual
front of
can
me.
itself. That one says Mountain Dew still, which is old school. That's an old school one that he's showing right there.
Well, this is what we get.
They changed it to MTN.
Yeah, this is what we get in Australia because 10 years ago, the makers or the distributors in this country wanted to be like the American formula, and in order to be like the American formula, they had to change it from a soft drink to an energy drink because you're not allowed to sell soft drink in this country that has caffeine in it unless you're cola.
That's so rigged. I could not live without like caffeine. I would die. You know.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee, so I kind of need to have like Diet Coke or Mountain Dew once in a while. And Mountain Dew, for a soda, Mountain Dew has the most kick of caffeine they get before you go to Red Bull and all that stuff.
Just picture City is working on a project without caffeine. Like you're designing something and needs to be done by a deadline. Well, I know you're your own boss, but you know.
Well, no, back in the day though, yeah, I used to live on that stuff. Be fat too, 'cause I don't drink coffee, so I trust me, and I used to work long hours, so it's. But what? I want to see this Coke can. Mayo. What is it?
It wasn't a Coke can.
What was it? I don't care about the girl or anything like that. I just want to see the can. I don't care about the
Mountain
story
Dew
behind it.
Well, so BFAB, you know why Mayo was trying to promote his Racketon? I was going to promote Diarrhea Awareness Week because it runs until Sunday.
Diarrhea Awareness Week?
Yeah, because it runs until Sunday, get it? You know, runs until...
And also,
that's a great pun.
mention that how many people here are in the buffet club?
Huh? The buffet club? I'm fat, but you know that doesn't mean I'm at a buffet. Okay. Yeah, I'm always eating, guys. If I vanish for like a couple minutes, it's because I went to go get food. That's what I'm always doing. So
that the other can, the art isn't anything different. It's just a normal can.
Yeah, because I have got an American style Coca-Cola can that's 350 mils instead of, it's 345 mils because that's the equivalent of the nearest ounce instead of 375 mils. And instead of it having a curved top up here, it's more straight.
Yeah.
And instead of having like a, I don't know what this is. Instead of having a 22.5 degree angle, it's like this is the American one. It's like a 10-degree angle instead.
Yeah, they call it a bevel. That's what I was curious. I wanted to see the art on the can. I could care less.
Because I can go get it to make a comparison.
And he was never seen again. Also, Taz, glad to hear you're doing better, man. So.
Thanks, BFAB, and I appreciate your support too, buddy. I really do. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all just like, I hope he pulls through. I mean, that's literally like that. How? Okay, I just totally phrased that wrong. I didn't mean it that way. I'm glad he pulled through. You know.
Yeah. No, and look, mate, like I said, people will get sick of hearing me say it, but you know, or the least I can do is say thank you, and that's, you know, and I was obviously once out of the coma and able to start getting my memory retention back and all that sort of stuff. And then, you know, as I've gotten home and been able to check all through my messages and stuff, it's been, you know, the support has been phenomenal. And to everybody, I mean, like yourself, BFAB, Dusty, Bricks, everybody on here and that as well has been fantastic. So, yeah, I really appreciate it too, BFAB. Thanks, buddy.
It proves your value, man, in the LEGO community and how much you actually mean to the community, you know, your impact. So, you know, keep being you, keep recovering, you know. So, yeah.
So I can keep doing dad jokes.
What?
That's a rare can. Mayo, that's a rare can too, because they don't make the ribs. That's why I wanted to see it. They don't make the ribs like that here anymore. They haven't for years. It's rib top.
Yeah, because I got this when I went to Hawaii back in 2016. So no doubt they've changed the size. Oh
and
yeah,
they
so,
didn't do the
yeah,
Coca-Cola.
so this says, but the biggest difference is this is 12 fluid ounces, 355 mils. That is an imperial system thing, which the rest of the world absolutely laughs at.
Yeah,
so we have 75 mils instead. You know why? Because 75, 3/4 of 100. What kind of fraction is 55 of?
They don't make Coca. Well, they didn't on the mainland to make it where the Coca-Cola logo wrapped around the whole can. They did it for 1 year, and they didn't have the rib things on the top like that. It's just crazy that you collect those cans. That's pretty nuts.
Because they're international variants, and I was kind of sucked into collecting them, if I'm being honest.
Well, people here collect old school like bottles, like Pepsi bottles from like the 50s.
There we go, Dusty. That's the most ridiculous fraction to justify using the imperial system ever. 11/20th. You see why the rest of the world takes pity on North America for using the imperial system.
Dude, the Pepsi headquarters in Purchase, New York is crazy, dude. When you pull up to it, it's like, I don't know if you ever seen the movie Coming to America or been to the United Nations. It's like that, dude. You're like, this building is intense, dude. The Pepsi headquarters is insane. And they have to go through all these little security. It's crazy.
Yeah, and through their merger with Frito-Lay and everything else, and all the other snack brands they've acquired under the Frito-Lay name, they now make more money from snacks than they do their own beverages.
Yeah, they bought KFC and Taco Bell and all that stuff.
That's because of Tricon Foods, which became Yum Brands.
Well, if you think about the spelling of the letters for KFC, if I say this might help make it sound a little bit more better. KFC, all we need is you. If you think about what the letters spell, what type of word? It's a word that rhymes with truck, if that helps. KFC, all we need is you.
And also, I was going on about this earlier. KFC did not rebrand themselves from Kentucky Fried Chicken to KFC because of the fried food panic of the 90s. They cut a deal with the state of Kentucky where they're only allowed to call themselves Kentucky Fried Chicken in the state of in the state of Kentucky.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know if the state of, or if the governor of Kentucky went to them and said, hey, not anywhere else but this state, or if they worked out some kind of agreement for to preserve the heritage of the brand or something. Because there's no denying that KFC USA is failing because the quality of American food sucks.
Hey. I love my bland stuff. You know, I like my rice cakes and kale. Like, well, no, that's what vegans eat. Never mind. That's not your typical American.
When their profits are exploding in other countries around the world that have better quality food.
Okay, so we have better tasting food. That's what I've been told, because anyone that I've ever talked to that's traveled internationally is like, why is all the food so bland?
We have weird KFCs here that are generic, and they've had them since I was a kid. It's KFC, but it's Kennedy Fried Chicken, and it's a halal place, so it's like a Middle Eastern owned chain, and you can get fish and chips, like it's everything fried food. But they call it KFC, but it's really Kennedy Fried Chicken, and they're everywhere. They're everywhere in New York.
What's fantastic about the Australian fast food market is not only did we invent the concept of McCafe for McDonald's, but also because Chick-fil-A don't operate in this country, KFC Australia took a page right out of how Chick-fil-A was successful, and to a lesser extent, how Popeyes was successful when decades and decades and decades ago they had the war on the chicken sandwich to compete who could make the best chicken burger. KFC Australia took a page right out of that and said, you know what? If these American American fried chicken fast food joints can do this, we can do it better over here. That's why over a quarter of the menu in this country is either chicken burgers sold on its own or chicken sandwiches combined into a combo meal. And I think it's less than 5%.
I didn't get a Chick-fil-A until like 3 years ago. Like they didn't go up on the Northeast coast. Like we didn't have Chick-fil-A, we didn't have Sonic Burger, we didn't have. There's a lot like Fat Burger and all that. When I lived in Cali, it's totally different. But we didn't have any of those.
There's a lot of regional exclusive fast food franchises in the US.
We have them now. Not Fat Burger and stuff, not the West Coast stuff, but we have Chick-fil-A has moved up from the South to us, and we have Sonic Burgers. But we didn't have years, dude. Years. We have TV commercials for them. I'm like, why do they have these TV commercials of a place I can't even go to? But
and it's funny with how well they're doing. Like we just had one open like 2 minutes away from us. But yeah, everyone says the food is good. I wouldn't know, but
I've only had Chick-fil-A in the South, like where it originated. Like. And it was good. It was all right. It wasn't bad. It was fast food chicken. But
and also, whenever I'm watching Fab Blondie's Blix's live stream, she's mentioned a couple times that Chick-fil-A don't open on Sundays because their ownership is a super Christian or something.
Yes, they're Christian. Yep. Same with like Hobby Lobby and stuff. You know, like they, companies believe in classic Bible views.
They're very Southern state oriented.
I would say that it's more just the Christian values. Because like Christians, you know, technically you're not supposed to work on the Sabbath, which is, I believe, Sunday to Americans. I don't know if it's different in different places, but yeah.
Sunday was supposed to be the day of rest, but that kind of went out the window a long time ago.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you have bills, it don't matter. God, sorry.
Dude, I'm so old. Back in the day, the Catholics, we couldn't eat meat on Fridays, and now you can. Like the Pope changed it. When I was a kid, you couldn't eat meat on Fridays. It was a Catholic thing. Like you couldn't do it, and a lot of stores wouldn't sell meat on Fridays. And the Pope changed it in like I don't know mid '80s or something like that. But it's definitely changed for sure. Because when I was a kid, you could not eat meat on Fridays.
Dang, you could have been a vegan, man, if this would have continued.
And now Cardinal Pell is gone.
Yeah, whatever you said. Yep.
But it's also like White Castle. White Castle was really a New York thing. You couldn't even get it in Connecticut or New Jersey. You had to go to New York City or New York to get it. And now they've spread out.
Because I know that you can also get White Castle in the Midwest, but they're really oriented in the area because eventually you'll travel far enough where you're not going to find In-N-Out Burger. Eventually you'll travel far enough where you're not going to find a Waffle House. Eventually you'll travel far enough that you're not going to find a Culver's, for example.
Yeah, Dusty, you could eat. Yeah, we could eat fish on Fridays. We could eat fish. We just couldn't eat meat. But that was when I was a kid. And I'm Catholic. I'm not high practicing Catholic, but when I was a kid, it was like hardcore. You couldn't have like beef or chicken or pork on a Friday. But yeah, White Castle. Even when I was little, you had to go into New York to get it. You couldn't but now it's spread out. It's all over the place now. I mean, they make frozen burgers you can get at the grocery store everywhere, but which are actually pretty good. The frozen burgers are pretty good.
They just opened up a White Castle down here in Orlando last year.
Yeah. But it's weird because Ryan from M&R, he still has Wawas, and we used to have Wawas, and I'm just up the coast from him. We're still on the same coast, but they changed all ours to Krausers, but it's still exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with convenience stores because you're not going to find a Wawa on the West Coast, and you're not going to find an AM/PM on the East Coast.
Yeah, but it's weird because Wawas used to be everywhere from Maine to Florida, and now I guess they're only in like Georgia and Florida. Everywhere else is Krausers. But
because I'm just gonna ask my American friends. Have you? Where is the nearest Pilot, Flying J, and Sheets from you? Does anyone remember Sheets?
Pilot. I know we have Pilot Pen here. I used to work for, on their ads.
So there's a Pilot or a Flying J.
Pirate.
The Pilot or Flying J's are always going to be by the highways, because those are mostly truck stops for semis. So, like by 75 and 95 here in Florida, we have Pilots and Flying J's.
Yeah, because the only reason I bring up Pilot, Flying J, I believe they're the same thing, is because they're owned by Jimmy Haslam, who owns the Cleveland Browns, the sorry, pathetic Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, where's Brent Bricks who needs to say that?
Yeah. How's LeBron James going to beat Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the scoring record, all while not winning a championship this season? And I'm a Lakers fan, so I'm hurting.
I busted his chop so bad when Michigan destroyed them again. Michigan destroyed Ohio State again. And he was talking all this crap. I'm like, all right, dude, you got beat by 50 points last year. Then they did it again this year.
An Ohio State guy, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he lives in Ohio, so but he was talking all this crap. I'm like, dude, you're talking all this crap, and this team beat the crap out of you last year.
And there was only one reason why. Well, no, sorry. And Tua Tagovailoa is the only reason why I like a certain team in Tuscaloosa.
BFAB, have you heard of this company? You weren't here earlier. Hold on, let me take it up. This UFOI?
What is UFOI? I do not know what that is. No, what is it?
It's a Zelda set, but it's like I haven't opened the bags yet, so I don't know what the brick quality is. But
Sidious, I'm about to cancel you on MySpace for buying non-Lego products.
No, this was actually sent to me.
Even worse. No, I'm kidding.
I want to rebuild it actually in actual Lego, but who knows? I may not. If I open it, the bricks are decent.
No, I know that you are a huge Zelda fan.
Sorry, doesn't Dusty Bricks still use MySpace? Or at least jokes?
Yeah, why are we going at Dusty? He doesn't seem that old. Dusty, are you old now?
Dusty,
dude, the crazy thing is I wish we had MySpace when I had my band. We got signed before MySpace, but it would have helped a lot if we had MySpace back then.
So you were like a rocker band, I think, from what I remember you telling me. It was like a right
hardcore band, yeah. Too. Yeah, one is still huge. Hatebreed. I was in Hatebreed. It's just you can look it up. We play Ozfest. Like my cousin's the bass player now. Well, he always was. I kind of just filled in for a year, but
yeah,
they're huge.
So many people forget that selfies used to be called MySpace pictures or something.
I wish I had MySpace when I had my band.
Well, because remember when YouTube wasn't owned by Google and there was that YouTube channel called Boxy and her intro was, "Hi, my name is Boxy." Most of you know.
You know, I shockingly know that not because of like I know who that is, but I watched some like documentary on it by some like YouTuber where he talked about it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and she said in one of her late videos before she quit, when Instagram was getting real popular and one of the English dictionaries finally added selfie to their dictionary, she made a reaction video about them doing that, saying essentially saying, well, back in my days, selfies were called MySpace whatevers.
Nice.
Yeah, back in the day, though, the metal bands weren't like mainstream. It wasn't like you get popular, but it wasn't like mainstream huge. But we had Sam Goody record stores, which the old people will understand, but you young guys won't remember because you guys don't even remember that we had record stores.
I don't remember my own name, so you know.
I
remember years ago going to a record store in Sydney. I don't know if it's still there or not, though. At least there was. I remember going to one as a kid, so you get the actual LPs. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Attention, everyone! Mark Zuckerberg has entered the panel.
Zuckerberg, I fucking wish, bro.
Hey, it's Macro.
He's Mark Zuckerberg of castles.
Here's BFAB, Sidious, Richard. Yes, man.
Good to see you, Macro.
So I think you and I have been popping in the most. We're dedicated.
So I get this. So I'm guessing since it is nearly 12 a.m. midnight that Freaking Weeks and Cheap Ass Bricks have officially broken their promise. So I will playfully get all up in their grill on the next episode of Hauling and Bowling. Because that's what friends do. We we josh with each other, and we roast each other like it's the celebrity roast at the New York Friars Club. You might know a thing.
No, I'm a lot worse than that. No,
Dude, we
I'm
should
not
do
that
that.
kind.
That'd be epic. A YouTube viewer, user, whatever you want to call it, roast.
That would be bad for the community because people are so sensitive. Like, I would be canceled. Like, I'd make fun of somebody's face and they'd be like, "Yep, you're canceled."
Yeah, except for me, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, you'll take it well.
So much references about different people in the community. I would gladly. Who's that?
I'd participate that right up.
Who's that? Jewish person who's the master of the celebrity roast. Whoever he is, I would love to be in that role for a YouTube Lego community roast.
I think Mayo and I would do good. We've already been roasted.
I can't remember what his name is, but
Is his name Jeff?
everyone in the videos that
Jebediah Springfield
are from
Jeff. His name's Jeff. Jeff Ross, right?
Yes, Jeff Ross.
die,
Whenever there's a YouTube video about a
Rusty Bricks, what up?
celebrity roast by Jeff Ross, everyone always says that he is the best roaster and he can get away with so much roasting because he's Jewish, and it's true.
Well, because he also lets everybody say anything they want about him, and he just goes with the jokes. He doesn't ever get hurt.
And because he lets the people who he's roasting roast him back.
Exactly. He
That's
can-
exactly.
And
he
also,
can take it and
there's
dish
a
it.
reason why Charlie Sheen has agreed to take part in so many roasts by Jeff Ross, because they both have mutual respect for each other.
That's a good point. I don't care what anyone says. And you know what? They had their issues, but they were living life to the fullest, and that's why they had their own issues. But those guys were freaking funny. There's no way that no one can say, "I dislike these guys. I got zero entertainment value out of them." They're great for entertainment value. That's why you tuned in. That's why you're watching.
That was Chris Farley. So was Chris Farley.
Oh, 100%. Name that goes down in
They were
history.
doing hard stuff, and it was a John Belushi, James Belushi's brother, or Jim Belushi.
Yeah,
So
that
John-
was actually Farley. Farley was idolized him. He was like,
Yeah.
that was his favorite dude.
Beverly, what was the Beverly Hills Ninja? Was one of my favorite movies.
And that's one of his lesser known ones too.
Beverly Hills Ninja, Tommy Boy.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I haven't
Here's
thought
another
about
one,
Beverly
too.
Hills Ninja in years.
Yeah, and Chris Farley. A lot of people don't really like Macro said, and there's other guys that, and like Charlie Sheen and all them, but look at some of the stuff that Chris Farley was doing, and look what he was on at the time too. But they were having the time of their lives.
Dude,
sad
that's
that we've
a rock star, though. A rock star puts on his best show. Guess what? He's twacked. He's twacked and tweaked right out of his mind. You know it. But you're having fun, and you're cheering his name. You know you are. And that's when they're putting on their best shows. Truth.
Yeah.
Quick and Cliff would like to say, facts are facts.
Yeah, and also speaking about putting on a good show, as they used to say back in the 70s, this is paraphrasing. If you weren't on something, you weren't putting on a good show. Because all of the it names back in the 70s in the music biz were on something.
Man, the biography of Tommy Lee during what the fuck was that? Band? It's short. It's telling me short right now. Motley Crue. Motley, yeah. The biography of Tommy Jones during Motley.
That's an 80s band, dude. 80s were insane.
Dude, I was talking about this earlier. I remember as a kid in the late 70s going into the early 80s where we would have Cold War drills where in case the Russians nuclear bombed us, they would have the teachers tell us to hide under our desks. And it's like, what is a desk gonna do from a Russian nuke? I'm gonna hide on my desk. I'm gonna melt no matter what. So, like,
yeah.
Because going
as this form, so your parents can identify you later.
Yeah, and going back to what I was saying, yeah, and going back to what I was saying, there have been mass reports across the decades that while with that in between recording songs, the Beatles were doing acid all the time, and they were so
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, dude. The song "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds," LSD. It was like,
and also
Sergeant
Pepper's movie literally looks like an acid trip.
the whole album. They were on acid. That's their acid album, Sergeant Pepper's. That's one of their best albums, in my opinion. But
These
they
guys
were all.
were taking trips in a yellow submarine. You know that.
that Lego set is worth money, probably. The idea set, I would assume, the Yellow Submarine set.
In reality, they're just high and peeing on each other.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Yellow Submarine set, my friend who's going to be a part of Ninjago Month, Captain Matt, he was on Facebook Marketplace last year.
Yeah, man.
He found a guy who didn't know what he was selling, so he was able to find a new in box Yellow Submarine for like 30 Australian dollars, which is only about 23 US dollars, because the guy didn't know what he was selling, and that set sells for over 200 US dollars now, sealed, doesn't it?
I am the walrus, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Oh no, but I'll tell you right now, I'm selling some I wouldn't call them vintage, but a little older and secluded Lego sets here on the local internet classifieds. They're not moving as quick as I thought they would, to be honest. So I got the Ghostbuster headquarters and the smaller Ecto 1 as a combo pack. And I got Ninjago City, the original Ninjago City up there, and they're not moving at all, to be honest.
Because did you buy those as investment sets or sets you were planning to build but never built?
A little bit of both, 100%, to be honest. A little bit of both. Like I'd build that Ninjago mirror built in a hot Mexican minute, but if I could get $1,100 for the damn thing. Damn right you're going to spend $350 and sell it for $1,100.
Because speaking of selling stuff, I'm kind of short on cash right now, and I've got to do my own giveaway. No, I've got to do my own giveaway live stream for the person who ends up spending the most amount of money on stuff that I want to sell.
I went to TJ Maxx to get a dog bed the other day.
It's not that you're short on cash. It's just you want cash for other shit.
No, it's because I like to have a reserve. I'd like to have a reserve of $1,000 for in case of emergency, and I don't. So I need some cash fast.
They had elf sets in the TJ Maxx that I went to. Like I was like a weekend, not even a weekend, like 4 days ago.
What?
TJ Maxx gets old stock, and that's what they like. They have in commercials. So that's their big deal. They sell like old stuff but in bulk. And they had elf sets. I went in there, and it was after Christmas, so everything was wiped out. Then they had all these elf sets. I was like, "What the?" I went to go buy a dog bed, and I'm looking at.
Were they retail?
They're cheaper than retail because TJ Maxx sells things cheaper than retail, so they get like very old.
I would went to the bank and taken out a loan if I had to buy out all their stuff.
Yeah, did you buy any of them?
I bought two of them for parts.
Yeah, Dusty. That's why I'm broke, because I spent money I had on my gift cards. I maxed it all out. Now I'm broke.
Hey, Macro, you ever thought about eBay?
The fees are eBay.
Yeah, I have. I don't like the shipping and all that shit that goes into it. eBay fees, shipping, scams, and all that crap. I don't like that.
There's a reason why people on the A-Full podcast call eBay feebay.
Yeah, I just feel like you'd get closer to what you want off of there, like even if you throw it on there for like a couple more dollars, because a lot of that just reaches out to a lot more people.
It does, and if they pay for shipping, I might. Yeah, I might. But I'm a little old school. I want to shake your hand before I sell you my shit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
you know what TJ Maxx is. BFAB knows.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yep.
I know what you're talking about.
I was shocked to see Helm sets because that's a really old stock.
Yeah, that is crazy, but that's great. Like
because if anyone's in the market for some lightly used Marvel figures and a whole bunch of other random pieces that I don't need anymore, we can arrange a deal. And
anyone's interested in buying,
I'm not even looking to get market value because I want to price stuff that.
I thought we had a deal, and you're gonna trade me your orcs for my koalas.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a trade because I will have tradable assets to trade stuff for.
Why are you building a koala army?
Point here, man. Jeez.
Are you building a koala army, Mayo?
Essentially, I'm buying a full. I'm going to be buying a full case of Series 24C maps, so I can get the 3 or 4 whatever guaranteed koalas. Then I can have a whole bunch of duplicates to use as tradable assets.
But do you want is there a certain amount of koalas you want?
I don't care how many koalas I get, just as long as I can get as many as I can get my hands on, as many as people are willing to trade. Because I'm gonna have multiples of duplicates. Because for example, me and Mark have already made arrangements. I'll give him my orcs. Or I'll give him my spare orcs. He'll give me his spare koalas. And if anyone else feels more attached to another collectible minifigure that isn't a koala, we can work out a deal. Because besides the orcs, which I've always got reserved, I'm gonna have over 40 other figures that are tradable assets. If I was to put a round number, if I could get my hands on 10 koalas, that'd be amazing. 15 would be like, oh yes, I've come out winning with these trades. And we have a Cobra. It is a small world, and it's a small world when social media helps connect us all from 3 different countries around the world. In just a little simple piece of streaming software. No longer having to send snail mail and travel on a sailing ship.
I like the old way better.
Okay, so do you want to travel back in time and get measles, mumps, and rubella in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah, I like that idea. Sounds fun.
Scurvy, a bit of typhoid, salmonella. I mean,
Hey,
got to roll.
Those all sounds like challenges that we can overcome.
Easily.
Let's hope so, Macro. Let's hope so.
Because as Barney Gumble once said in a Simpsons episode, we were men back then.
Oh yes.
I think that was the episode when they had a prohibition, but then they overturned it.
Oh, that was a fun episode.
I'm pretty sure that was season 8, episode 16, Homer versus the 18th Amendment or something.
Wow.
I'm just hoping that Lego doesn't turn the Dungeons and Dragons set into a micro scale foosball table.
I really hope
Rick Lock would still buy it.
I really hope that they turn the Dungeons and Dragons into a minifigure scale mode heaven.
They're going to turn it into a micro scale foosball table with 20 stickers.
Let's turn it. You know what? Let's turn the Dungeons and Dragons set into the UCS Luke's Land Speeder.
It's like if
They are
you're
going to make customers over and ram those 20 stickers fair up our asses.
And like I'm just a nostalgic Dungeons and Dragons fan because I used to watch the cartoon as a kid and everything. So just to get one set that's like I like Lego Fantasy. I like Lego Castle. I'm excited for the D2C Lord of the Rings set, no matter what they do with it. So, but I'm just worried that with this idea set that the contest winner of Dungeons and Dragons are going to pull the foosball table and just like destroy it. But
also, people have started to speculate that Lego is going to pit that Dungeons and Dragons set against new rumored Lord of the Rings sets.
I actually think they're going to do a little line of Dungeons and Dragons. I think we're going to get at least a
Yeah,
few.
no, it's a full wave. It's a full wave. It's. I think that one of these sets are taking inspiration. I think,
Yeah,
at
for
least from what
content.
I've heard, right? I think Lego is taking inspiration from that exact set, and they're going to make that set based off the the fan designer stuff. But it's going to be branded under Dungeons and Dragons. But that's a full line. Lego didn't get the license to do
Yeah,
an
you're
idea
right.
set.
I think
It's a
you're
full
right.
on line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're
so
right.
as far as the Mayo Hosko community goes, this just in, breaking news from Big Fab.
Oh, I mean, that's not really breaking. I think that's in the whole contract thing. I mean, there's a lot of future stuff I know without sounding cocky, but that's not one of them.
Well,
that's just, general.
What I'm getting at is that no one else in the Mayo Hosko community would have bothered to research any of that.
Well, no, he's right. That's just industry standard. They're not going to just get. They're not going to negotiate a license for one set. It's like pointless. So if they're going to get a Hasbro license, they're going to do something with it. Just
Okay,
like with
so
Transformers,
what
they're
was
gonna
up
make-
with the Transformers Optimus Prime then?
I was just getting there.
Well, I
They're gonna-
think that's
they're gonna-
different. So, if you read the whole, when they had the contest, if you read, the thing, it said something about, it's going to join the lineup of, sets or something. I forgot what exactly it said. But, yeah, no, there's going to be more than just one set.
Because with Transformers, that's just a proof of Hasbro. When Hasbro came to the table, they had to get rid of Creo. They had to be like, all right, we're not going to make Creo anymore because illegally, it would be illegal for them to have Creo and make Lego sets at the same time of their IP because it's monopolizing a market. That's like a.
Are we reading about the discrimination of gravity, or what are we reading about?
What are you talking about?
I know exactly what Mark's talking
Taz, are you in on the discrimination of gravity, or do I got to give you?
Absolutely, Makro.
But for the folks,
You mean I don't got to explain the discrimination of gravity? Remember that good old
squirrel
chuckle,
suit?
or what?
I don't fit into the squirrel
Ruth and I were crying, laughing.
Oh, thank God, Taz. You know what?
That was a
I
squirrel
threw
suit.
that out there. That you know what? That was a Macro Bricks manipulative cutthroat moment. Sorry, Taz. I threw that out there. I want to give a good old test of the memories and see where we're at with that one. I'm sorry for being that asshole. I had to do it. I had to throw that out there.
I remember that we had the squirrel suit conversation,
dude. I
Oh
appreciate
yes,
that.
yeah,
I
exactly.
appreciate that.
And
Taz.
I'm
Good old
still
discrimination of
ruining that day because I was asleep and Ruth invited me to that stream.
Yeah, man.
I
right
was
on.
sleeping while Taz and Ruth were on the helium just laughing their heads off. I missed all of that and I still regret it.
But back to the Hasbro thing, the Optimus Prime was just one piece of them negotiating a whole a deal. So they probably sat down and negotiated. All right, there's a 3-year plan. We'll give you this many Dungeons and Dragons sets you can make. You can make this many Transformer sets. So they might just make one Transformer set and then make a bunch of other things that Hasbro owns. You never know. But I would love a Megatron or a Soundwave set, but I don't think they're going to do it. But
The thing is, I heard Optimus Prime didn't sell well after a while. I know
It doesn't
initially
seem
it sold
like it
okay,
did.
but I
It
was
doesn't
told it
seem
didn't
like
sell
it
as well as they wanted it to.
yeah, it doesn't seem like it did, dude. It really doesn't. But I think Voltron outsold it for sure. But you know,
Johnny G, you might have missed it when Dude was in the chat earlier.
Oh, Dude was here. I didn't get to say hi to my friend. Dude, come back.
He's
I like Dude.
go to our country often, unless it's Aussie.
Oi. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
I would love a Gen 1 Soundwave set. Oh, that would be great. But I don't think Lego's going to do it.
Lego needs to stop taking over the world and owning every license. It's annoying me now. Just bring back Lego. Just bring back Scooby Doo. That's all I care about. I'll be a happy man. You know?
Screw that. Screw all their license fees. Bring back Castle, Space.
No, screw that.
Bring back Explorians, Forrester, Time Travelers. Bring back the original non-licensed themes is going to propel Lego to like global empires.
I think that a lot of you guys will be happy this year for stuff that are coming if you like original themes. I don't, yeah, let's just say that. This year's going to be a great year for original themes.
Leak it, Beef Dad.
I can't. I will get in so much trouble.
Did anyone watch Santa's latest video when he was talking
No,
about
I don't watch his videos.
the top whatever themes that you forgot
Nobody
about and how he was talking about the Scooby-Doo theme came out in 2015 and he was making fun of the new Velma TV show because no one gives a fuck about it because there's no
Yeah,
Scooby-Doo.
I watched it wholeheartedly, passionately, right before I clicked the dislike fucking button.
Yeah, he can stick his head in the sand.
But I
shouldn't say that. Son's gonna get mad at me.
I was just like, yes, that's what we're all thinking. You're going to have a Scooby-Doo TV show without Scooby-Doo. Like no one.
It's an adult show, so they can't.
No one, but yeah, if it's on HBO Max, whatever. But still, no one cares about Velma if there's no Scooby-Doo.
No,
I agree.
No, the thing is the show. So I was gonna watch some of it today, but I've watched a lot of commentary on it. So the show is too risky. It's too risque.
Yeah, they can't be in there. They can't.
Well,
I like that.
And also, they're trying to push a lot of narratives in the show. And I think that's what a lot of people don't like. And the jokes just don't land. Like I've seen commentary, seen some clips from it, but the jokes are just bad. Like you sit there and you're laughing more because the joke is so bad you don't know what to do. You know?
Yeah, it's really woke.
It's so stupid that stupid is funny.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. You're sitting there and you're like, did he really just make that joke?
That's just awesome.
Because they can't put you can't put Scooby Doo in cereal boxes after you put them in like a rated R HBO show. You can't. So that's why they said with the license, so like you can have everything with Scooby.
I think Mark was saying in the chat in part 1, he's the only person in the community that can get views by being stupid or something.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you said something along those lines.
I don't think he meant it that way, then.
No, I didn't, but at the same time, I probably did. So, Mayo, it's funny how you pick up on that shit. But thanks for calling me stupid, bro. I really appreciate it, man.
Well, Emma Soros is a huge Scooby Doo fan. She never shuts up about it. So
because like one of the levels
I know what you're saying.
In her stupid membership is Scooby Snacks. Like we get it, you like Scooby Doo. Just have a
Scooby Mark.
Just have a display for the entire collection of Scooby Doo stuff. Put it in a glass case. Make that as your YouTube channel banner, and never talk about Scooby Doo again.
I mean, I would talk about Scooby-Doo all the time if I could too, but I mean, there's such a cap, you know? Like, there's only like 6 sets or something.
I love the old Scooby Doo, man. I grew up on Scooby Doo, dude. I love the old Scooby Doo, but the new, I've never seen any of the new live action.
The new stuff is pretty bad, other than Mystery Incorporated, which isn't new. It's like 2012, I think. That one's the best version of Scooby Doo. I've watched the old, the new. The new stuff just doesn't hit. It's like they're trying to focus more on comedy than storytelling, and that's what really sucks. But the jokes just suck, you know? So.
Yeah. Well, you're not gonna like the one on HBO because it's bad.
Yeah,
especially 2023 jokes. Can you imagine 2025 jokes? You're not even allowed to like, ha laugh, let alone laugh.
Yeah, well,
nowadays it's so
turn the wrong way.
There was a reason why there was a Family Guy episode in 2017 that they did a funny throwaway line that was, it's 2017, you can't make jokes anymore. And also in the same episode, another person was like, we live in a post-joke society.
Dude, they did it was hilarious because one of the episodes they knocked on Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Yes, I remember that.
It looks like the North Pole because when you drive up,
I can tell the story. It was a guy in his room saying, I believe it was him at his computer desk writing an angry worded email to Fuzzy Door Productions saying along the lines of, "Stop making fun of us. We are
the capital of broken glass, homelessness, and dogs and random. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That was so funny because it was because like they make people.
What's his face that used the writes the show? I forget his name. He lived here for a long time. So when they open it, when Stewie opens the gates, I can look at it right now. We have a tower with the red and white striped tower that's like polluting the atmosphere and all these factories. Like I can see it from my place right now. Yeah. And when they open the gates, he goes, "This is the North Pole." He goes, "Oh, this is Bridgeport, Connecticut." Like, and everyone that I knew was like, "Dude, they made fun of Bridgeport, a Family Guy." Like,
and the reason why they make fun of Connecticut and Massachusetts all the time, and also in the the season 3 episode, when the New York tourists come to see the Leafs, and they're called the Leafers, and so at the
don't be talking shit about the Toronto Maple Leafs.
At the bar, the Leafers invade their quote unquote booth territory. So instead of watching the Patriots game, they're watching the Jets game instead.
Yeah, well, what's his face that used to write the show? I forget his name. He lived here for
Jets. McFarlane.
Yeah, he lived here for a long time, so that's why you have to, unless you know Bridgeport, you can't make fun of it. Like when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, this dude knows what Bridgeport, Connecticut is like.
Yeah, because it was like if anyone lives in the state of Connecticut, or they live in Bridgeport themselves and they watch that episode, they're like, oh my god, Seth MacFarlane knows what he's fucking talking about.
It's funny because Bridgeport's like the biggest city in Connecticut, and it's the funny thing is because it's hugged up next to New York City. That's the only reason. The rest of Connecticut is way different. It's like very boonies, and so when I saw that, I was like, dude, this dude knows what he's talking about. Because when he made fun of the North Pole, because it looks like the North Pole, only it's all these factories dumping sewage into the ocean, and it's so true. It was just hilarious.
Yeah, because not only do Lego have their headquarters there, but ESPN have their headquarters in Bristol.
Yeah, they're in the middle of Connecticut. ESPN, Lego's way up. Like Lego's basically on the border of Massachusetts, but
yeah. So that means that Enfield is on the northern border, and then Bristol
northwest, or northeast, way up northeast corner. And then ESPN's in the middle, and then Bridgeport's way down next to New York City. So it's kind of like a diagonal. They're all separated, but it's fun. I mean, Pez Candy's here too.
Yeah, because it's kind of like you draw a diagonal line from the northeast corner to the southwest. That's all that matters in the state of
yeah, basically that is.
And it's just like that
all lives matter.
That episode of The Simpsons where Ned dates that Hollywood actress, and he says, I didn't know there were people still like you left in the world, or now I'm paraphrasing that one. And then Ned says, yes, we occupy that useless mass of land between Los Angeles and New York called America.
Connecticut and Rhode Island are small. I'm old Connecticut's much bigger than Rhode Island, but
because there are because George Carlin made a skit about how much he dislikes golf courses back in the early 90s. This was before Tiger Woods became a turned pro. Back then, it's exploded since now, but in the early 90s, America had enough golf courses to fill 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware.
You know, May, I'm just going to believe everything.
It's only a quarter of Alberta, but I mean, I guess
that's how small Rhode Island is.
Whatever your scale of measurement is.
That's another state that's really tiny, Delaware.
You know what? I'm guessing with the amount of golf courses in the US now, could probably be enough to fill 3 Rhode Islands.
Like 2/3 of Alberta. All right, you got one up on us. 2/3 of Alberta.
Mayo, you could tell me the sky is pink and I'll believe you. And I guess it technically could be pink.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is
Depends what time of day, BFAB.
Yeah, true.
Look into my eyes.
Shit, no, I think the sky's pink.
I'm gonna turn into the Hypnotoad from Futurama.
I'm already hypnotized. It's the
You are
beauty.
now under my power. Go send me all of your 4,000 subscribers to this channel.
Well, you say sending you 4,000 subscribers? How dead do you think my channel is?
All of your 4,000 subscribers to this channel.
Oh, okay. I was about to say maybe I don't know 1K like viewers that actually watch my stuff. So technically a dead channel, Mayo.
And I am 99 of them.
Thank you, Mayo. I appreciate you. I don't even watch my own content. I'm the one that dislikes and comments. Oh, BFAB, your videos suck. Delete your channel. So that's all.
I only watch.
What happened?
I don't content when I'm editing.
I don't want to jinx it, but there's no BFAB trolls here. Usually there's BFAB trolls.
Let's just I'm glad with that. But here's the thing: they're not. It doesn't seem like they're harassing a lot of streamers as much. They have select people that they go after.
You know why? Because they know better to not show up in the Mayo and Macro streams. They know what happens.
It seems like they harass people.
Or the Hive streams on the Edwick Hive channel.
Well, no, they do harass.
Oh, that's the Hive.
I had not joined a stream. I had not joined a stream in like 4 months, right? And so I joined a Hive stream a week ago, and there was like 7 or 8 trolls. I joined a Danny Bob stream. 7 or 8 of my trolls showed up. Like they just probably, to be fair, they probably just don't know about like Mayo's channel or like some of these guys' channel. But if they do, they will harass me. My trolls have gotten so bad that like they will go like. So here's what happened, and I'm just gonna quickly mention this. I don't want to give this too much attention. So like any female that I engage with their streams, right? They will go and start harassing the crap out of them or telling them that I harass females. So it's gotten really bad. I'm not affected by it anymore because I've been impersonated and harassed for the last 4 years now. I think it's been they're calling my parents. They're telling my parents I'm a predator. They're telling my parents I harass women. They're calling my job. So it has gotten that bad, But it's like it's sad to say this, but I'm used to being harassed and impersonated.
You know how I know that that's not true, BFAB? Because I am gender fluid. I actually transition and can identify as a female, 100%, and people can jump down my throat. People can be like, blah, blah, I identify that. Hey, you know what? Don't question how I identify because I don't question anyone else how they identify. You know what? That's the rules of society. That's where we're at right now in today's world. So that's how I identify. Don't question me. BFAB, I also identify as a female. I'm gender fluid. All right? And I don't jump down your throat. I don't think you're a bad guy. I'm not throwing hate at BFAB. I think sometimes BFAB maybe speaks from the heart. Maybe he's speaking a little bit too much societal truth, and people get hurt and bent up over the real life moments of what's going on.
See, the issue is like a lot of like.
And that's from a female perspective, okay? That's from a female perspective right now.
Yeah, I'm not trying not to get canceled again. It happens to be a lot, but
exactly. Don't question
one thing that I appreciate about you, Macro, is you're real. But like for me, when it comes to like the trolls and stuff, I think the worst thing that I kind of like that sucks is people turning against me, believing I'm behind all of it. Like that's what truly bothers me. But
and I'm not afraid to admit that we have had people in these comments and even on the panel today that have been swindled by those types of.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. But here's the thing that these people aren't telling you, right? And it, like all the people that are falsely accusing me of stuff, right? When I've literally went toe to toe with people and I said, hey, if you truly believe I'm behind all of this, when we go to a convention and you believe it's me, if you 100% believe I'm behind this, because I know the truth, right? The truth is the only thing that matters. We will find a private company. I will pay for the polygraph test. You can ask me any question. I will pass. The issue is when you were caught lying, when we're going to film the whole thing, you owe me 3x my money. You know what the person said, the main person pushing that narrative? He goes, oh, it's not that serious. It's not that serious because it's not your reputation. Take me up on the offer. I'm not going to name drop people or the people because I know some of the people actually watching the stream or are here. Take me. I want one of you guys Take me up on the offer.
Apple 3 times that money, I'm just gonna punch you in the face and take it all. Shit.
All I'm saying is, I want one of these guys that are destroying my reputation, one of the people that are telling people I'm behind this, take me up on my offer. We'll 10, 20, 30 grand. We'll write it down in contract. Anything. I will pay for the polygraph test, and when I pass the test, I want 10, 20 grand. Anyone that believes I'm behind this, agree to it. We'll sign a contract.
If they don't realize by now, they're not that intelligent. Because if they don't realize it by now, because it's easy to see that these trolls follow you around. It's
yeah.
Easy. It's like blatantly
funny.
And I'm not, and I just want to clarify what I said. I'm not throwing shade at when I say that there have been people today I know who have been swindled by them, by the lies. What I'm saying is there's an opportunity to be educated about the truth.
All spare parts.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, guys, if you believe somebody did something wrong and they said, hey, I will do everything to prove that I'm innocent, and you go, no, it's not that serious, clearly I'm not the bad guy in this case. It's the people that are pushing the narrative, you know?
Dude, it's the internet. What can someone have done so wrong if they tried? Unless you're like the hatchet-wielding hitchhiker or something, you know? Like, what could you have done so hard if you tried to like offend someone? It's the internet.
Well, you know what I did? So I did this about 3 months ago, right? There's about 3 or 4 people that are telling everyone I make fake accounts and harass people. I made an hour document or video proof going through my DMs, my Discord. I have the person admitting to being behind it, and they still, right? And I sent them all the video. I said, here's an hour. I sent it to the people that were like debating it. I had some people that were like pushing the narrative, and I'm like, here's all the evidence. If worse comes to worse, because I don't want to deal with this, I will just have to sue people for slander. I've gathered enough evidence on the people pushing the narrative that, like, if I went to court today, I would just win for slander.
Dude, but not even that. Even if there's a group of people and it's the internet, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's the internet. And you call a group of people a bunch of bitches. Who cares? It's the internet. Like,
all I know is, here's my love.
What are they gonna do?
If you think that low of me, all I gotta say is I don't need. Like, it used to really like stress me out, but I wanted everyone to like me. But over time, what I realized is like, dude, I know what I'm worth to the community and what I do. And I stopped engaging in the community space for like 8 months because of all the trolls and people blaming me for it. And now I'm starting to engage again. But it's like, I don't need to, dude, I'm almost 24 years old. I don't have to deal with this bullshit. If you don't like me or you think I'm behind something, that's on you. That's the type of person you are. And that speaks to your morals and your quality as a person. And when I prove myself and clear my name, polygraph test, whatever, investigation, you're going to feel like a dick for destroying my life for the last 4 years. The trolls, yes, they're harassing me, but that's their goal. The people that are pushing the narrative, they're just telling people I'm doing something when I'm just not. And I'm like, if I give you the opportunity for me to clear my name and for you to see the truth, why aren't you taking it? Like, and the issue is none of their friends are holding them accountable. I'm talking to everyone in the chat, but I know some of your friends are there. I know who I'm talking about, but I'm not name dropping them. You guys should hold your friends accountable because they're destroying my reputation. And they're grown.
No, they're not. Because we have the actual Lego community, like the actual people that are like solid and been here for a while and want to be here.
Yeah.
Lego community, dude. Secretly, I don't want to tell you, but secretly, dude, we fucking love you, bro. We love you.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and
dude,
also
100% we love you, and you get probably a little bit more influenced by and see a bit more of the hate because the hate's prevalent. That's the shit that's up in your grill and up in your face. You're like, ooh, back down, right? But dude, they're like, what are they gonna do? Is someone gonna show up to your house to get punched in the face and slammed to the ground, and you call the cops on them? Probably not. They're just pulling their bullshit, you know, like girl glory lore tactics, whatever you want to call it. They're just doing their shit.
If I may just chime right in here.
Yeah.
We love you.
I'm also a
Was I yelling there? Sorry if I was yelling.
I think it's fair to say if you've been a content creator on and off again in the community for at least 10 years, you deserve to be called an elder statesman. And so I've seen a lot of stuff that has gone by, and so I know the know-how. I know a thing or two, and there are specific reasons why I side with someone. It's either because I relate to them, or it's because I've been in the situation before. And so when it comes to being I can I can relate to a lot of what's happened because I've gone through similar stuff myself. So I always like to come at it from an analytical point of view, and I never see someone as, oh, you're believing this wrong thing, therefore I never want to be with blah 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 ever again. When the way I see it is, there's always ways to rectify the situation.
Exactly. Rise up from the ashes.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I've tried to be these guys.
I'm a very big believer in diplomacy, and I always believe that if people have a conversation, we can resolve our differences.
See, Mayo, I wish that was the case. But I've talked to these people.
Biggest reason why I have empathy in this situation is because, I'm still paying the price for stuff that's happened to me in the past. Relatively.
Oh yeah, now I'm going to try and say this again. Mayo Hosko for commenting on Jabbo channels. I love crazy things. Where did you get that name from? Do you know the story behind that name, Jabbo? No?
I do. So I'll try to be real quick. One of the things in live streams is people used to impersonate other people, and it was very easy. You could click on their icon and you could figure out who it is. Well, somebody impersonated Mayo and went through and used a bunch of profanity on a lot of comments, and I blocked them. And I blocked all of Mayo's channels, and it wasn't him. And so he had created this other channel, because when I put him back and got his and found out who the real one was, we could, even though he was not blocked, he couldn't comment on my channel, and we went back and forth trying to figure out what was wrong, and so he just created another channel so he could comment. I mean, he could comment, but I couldn't reply to him. His comment would show up, but I couldn't heart his comment or reply to it. So I was like, he can shorten that channel name, by the way. You don't have to have it that way.
It's late night, so I can say this. Mayo, what the fuck? That stint was so long, I forgot what the fuck I was going to say, bro.
I think the guys in my whole logic, and I don't want to keep dragging on this conversation, but I don't want to pop in a stream and then it'll all be about drama. But what I got to say is, the people that have backstabbed me and destroyed my reputation, they're already reaping karma. Somebody just had something really bad happen to them. And I feel great about it. It's messed up to say, but it is great to see his downfall. So that's all I'm going to say.
I hear you. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say exactly that. BFAB, just do what you do, because secretly, and it's not even a secret anymore. Apparently the word's on the street that, dude, the LEGO community loves you. And the hate's always going to be prevalent. Somehow I wish there'd be more hate towards me, but I don't get what I wish for, apparently.
Karma is a bitch. Karma is a bitch.
And I think I know who BFAB's talking about, so I'm just going to stay out.
Yeah. Just don't say this person does watch the stream, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's all
bad stuff happen to him.
That's how the world works.
I'm not hoping for people's downfall, but when I've been your friend and we were cool, and then because you believe somebody else's opinion, you push that narrative, and me seeing your downfall, when I heard the news, I was happy, and I hate to say that, but I was happy.
Dude, my mind's only swirling, but whatever. That's not hearsay or thearsay. But you got to be yourself, and there's the kicker for you, right? If that's the solidification you need, and that's what gets you to the next level or helps you, dude. Just be you, man. The world's gonna hate no matter what you do. Someone's gonna hate Makro Bricks. I could do everything right, everything wrong. I could please 50-50 no matter what. 50% of the crowd's gonna love me, 50% of the crowd's gonna hate me.
Oh, we all love you, Mac.
It's always more vocal. It's always more vocal. You're always gonna see it more. You just gotta ignore that shit.
Dusty asking the Taz. No, dude, Taz is the homie. Okay? No, I'm not talking about Taz, dude. Taz has always been a really nice person to me. Picture if I'm talking Taz right here.
if Dusty's going to name me, should he be naming our good buddy Steve Reynolds too? Should we be throwing Steve under the bus, BFAB? I mean, come on.
Who are we talking about? Steve? Did you say
We love
Steve?
Steve.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love. Oh my god!
We all
Steve,
love
like, I wish I could talk to that guy more. That guy, like, literally, is like the funniest person. I love him.
Yeah, me too. You know, hashtag Mayo. Ever since Mayo seen Con, Steve and I, Mayo and I were grabbing popcorn left, right, and center. I know Mayo has a good memory. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Hi,
But
Kyle.
we were eating
Regaled
popcorn
me.
left, right, and center, bro, weren't we?
Steve has told me I have missed some of the best, real Hive streams back in the day. Like,
Oh,
I've
back in the,
completely-
oh my god! I am glad I don't make the jokes that I use. Like Steve and I and Sans, we said whatever. There was no filter, and I regret it now because people think I'm a hateful person because of it. And I'm like, dude, I come from a different time where like edgy jokes, no matter what you were saying, if you were joking, you could. I no longer make those jokes anymore because people in the community don't like me for that reason. But it's all about growing as a person, and I still love edgy jokes, but I just don't make it against certain things or certain people because I didn't realize like the impact that had on people. And like I'm learning and I'm growing, but I'm still gonna have like edgy jokes, but just not towards people.
Those old
Dude, I
Hive
was so
shows were
grateful
fun,
when
dude.
Steve reached out to me. Like Steve's reached out in messengers, and he's just like, "Dude, whatever you need, damn well ask." And that's just Steve. He's like, "Whatever you need, dude. If you need help with something," he was one of the early people who reached straight out to me directly. He's like, "Hey, Taz, heard about what's happening."
As I hate to say it, I didn't send you that message because I didn't want you to fucking fly me halfway around the world. To be honest,
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Whatever you need, bro. Whatever you need. And Taz is like, "Hey, dude, I just need a cold case of beer right now." And I'm like, "Shit, I'm on the fucking hook for this."
Some beer and some magazines that I bought for Papa Brickman. Why not?
Exactly. I'm on the hook for this. I signed up.
Then when you were on an airline, sorry, when you were boarding shit heap airlines,
Shit heap airlines, yeah.
the baggage handler accidentally misplaced the magazine that's only valuable because of the articles, and it ended up getting sucked inside of the jet engine.
Neil, how long are you going for tonight? I got a jet for a little bit, but
Yeah, I will be live for another 8.5 hours.
Oh no, poor you.
Because hopefully there's some people in the chat by the end. We can do a raid over to a Books Wix live stream.
well, I don't sleep that often, so I'll be back later. I got a jet for a little bit.
Have fun, Sidious. Take care, bro.
All right,
Later, guys.
Fun start. Oh
Hey,
yeah.
how well can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
For a long time.
Okay. I just been quiet.
I will, Dusty. I'll tell Steve that actually.
Yeah, that SOB better show up here sometime soon. Where's he at?
I miss him. I think
You
he
can
posted
tell
a thing
I
on
said that.
Instagram of like cars or something. And I'm like, bro.
He was at Brickvention. I know he made it to Brickvention. So
Yeah. Because Contra, I believe Contra was posting up. Yeah, I believe Contra was posting stuff about Steve and Adam and Dusty at Brickvention.
yeah, Dusty was there as well, and Snow Lana as well. Snow's a sweetheart. She's awesome.
And
I see Zizu in the chat. Can we get panels, Zizu? Where's
And
panels?
if enough Australians convince me,
I wish
to go
Pat
to, if enough Australians convince me to go to a Brickvention and they can promise that they'll say hello and we can take at least a selfie, I'll go to a Brickvention. And
You're only going for selfies, Mayo? Like, that's why I have no conventions. People try to take pics with me. I'm like, dude.
I only go to conventions outside of my state if I know I can see people.
I don't do selfies, Mayo. I only do full video form.
Oh,
He
yeah,
wants an 8-minute video of you, Mayo, so he can get the ad money.
Creator, so yeah, that does mean that does go, of course.
I hate taking pictures with people. Like every time people ask me to take photos with them at conventions, I'm just like, dude, can we just hang out, okay? Like I don't like taking photos. And every time, like, I can take a good photo of me with good lighting, like a bathroom, but when other people take photos of me, it's never in a bathroom. That'd be really weird. Just picture like I'm like, yo, everyone in the bathroom, let's go take a photo. It'd be really strange.
Exactly. I always feel like my smile's crooked too.
So that's why I'm just like.
Speaking of smiles, I just started thinking of the episode of The Simpsons where Lisa needs to get her braces because she ends up ruining her two front teeth playing the saxophone. She's getting her it's a picture day. So at Springfield Elementary, and the photographer ends up showing her the big book of British smiles or something.
That, and I love when the dentist finds out that there's. Oh, sorry, Macro, you go.
No, I was just helping Kyle out. He said he's having some technical difficulties. His phone's not working right. It's like you just got to hit it.
Oh. Richard Stadium, does that sound similar?
What's that? Oh yeah, the phone difficulty.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah,
it took me like 30
minutes to sign on earlier.
There was that scene, that same episode, Mayo, where the dentist finds out that Lisa's parents don't have a dental plan, so he hands her a pair of braces, and he's like, "These predate stainless steel, so you can't get them wet." Oh God, that was hilarious. It's like a set of braces that predate stainless steel.
Oh, big train wreck of a headset.
And isn't it in the same
dental plan? Lisa needs a dental plan.
And isn't it in the scene before that one that Ralph confesses to the dentist he doesn't brush his teeth?
Hey, my cat's breath smells like cat food.
Yeah. And why do people always run away from me? Then he pees his pants.
That sounds like me every day. Yeah.
Born there, done that.
Well, you know what? You know what? The types of people who would accidentally do something like that without even realizing.
PPP.
The weed.
Sometimes Mayo, your transitions confuse me.
PPP.
Oh, Steve Martin, Little Shop of Horrors.
There's three types of people in this world, Mayo. There's sheep. There's wolves.
And there's Mayo.
And then there's shepherds. Which one you want to be?
Well, I definitely do not want to be a sheep.
Yo, sheep are kind of cute, though. Come on.
Bro, that's the wrong answer. You want to be the shepherd. What's wrong with you guys?
Always the shepherd. Always.
Good Lord, dude.
Because, like, I know
a couple failed on that one.
Like, I know a couple wolves in my life. I'm not afraid to admit.
You know a couple what?
I know a couple wolves in my life.
Hey, maybe you got lucky and you're like the random bull or the herd of the cows within the sheep amongst some wolves, and you got lucky and knocked the shepherd over. I'm just saying, maybe you're that guy. I don't know.
You might be, yeah.
What is it? Something amongst the gum trees, a sheep or two, or a kangaroo, a rocking chair out front. No, sorry, a dunny out back in an old rocking chair, whatever that Australian type song is.
100%. If you could hit that A and B note and cross it with the C and D note, 100% I'd agree with exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, because if Tez recalls, whenever I shout him out in an Instagram story, I always make sure to use a g'day by Slim Dusty.
by Slim Dusty now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not
the late Slim Dusty.
Slim Dusty.
Did Dusty agree to that? Is Dusty willing to please stand up?
You know what? I never thought about that. Is part of Thomas Davies' build name, is that a combination of dust on bricks and slim dusting? Those are the mysteries of life, and the answer to the universe is 42.
Okay.
See, I could just convince BFAB to believe anything.
No, I'm just saying you have nothing to say.
In the road maps and ice scraper? They were in there too, sir. Excellent.
What?
This was something I had from my I'm not big time old school Simpsons fan.
Oh,
One of
I
my
thought you
favorite.
were doing the voice acting. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good.
I wish. God, if I could do it that good.
And the jade monkey before the next full moon.
Actually, sir, we found the jade monkey. It was in your glove compartment.
In the road maps and ice scraper?
They were in there too, sir.
Excellent.
Mr. Burns' voice creeps me out.
He's classic.
Brilliant.
Mr. Burns, hey, I can do it. Mr. Burns, C. Montgomery Burns, you all work for me now. Smithers, I've got a rocket in my pocket. Yes, yes. I know, sir.
Smithers.
Yeah, whatever that was.
Happy birthday to me, Mr. Burns.
Because that was when Howie Shearer was on. That was when Howie Shearer was on the Conan show back in 1999. I'm opening a bag 16.
How many cans of Mountain Dew are you on, Mayo?
My second, I only allow myself 2 cans a day if I really need the caffeine.
No, I'm kidding.
3 or more will give me like high blood sugar or something.
You know what's really sad? I hate to admit this, but this is really sad. And you can tell in my tone of my voice and my speech how sad this is. I gotta go get a cup of coffee because I drank all fucking 12 of my cans of beer. Dude, they're fucking all gone. I gotta go get coffee now.
I was gonna say, I've been sipping alcohol all day. Not like
That reminds me of a
fucking
Simpsons episode from series. I think it's season 22 or season 24. Bart Hood. They say it's when Bart is 22 years old and Homer is like a 60-something-year-old a pot smoker. They're laying on the grass when the sky is dry, when the sky is grey because of pollution. The grass is hard because it's painted concrete. Then Bart goes, "Why does beer taste so good? Because you've just had 6 or something."
Yeah, and no, Johnny. I mean, coffee is a good alternative, but we like whiskey and tequila and beer.
I was gonna say, we love our alcohol here, you know?
Exactly. Coffee's like the last. Coffee's like a move of desperation, if you will.
Worst comes to worst, I'm drinking coffee.
Sorry, back in a second.
BFAP knows.
I know my boy Max. He loves his alcohol.
You go get a coffee and have a 2-hoot salute.
If I was to ever make the best of a bad situation, I'd have to settle for a coffee at Aurora Point.
At a what?
At Aurora Point.
Aurora Point?
Aurora Point.
Yeah, I still didn't get it. Cool.
Taz knows what that's a reference to.
It sounds like a beachfront.
It does.
Beachfront property.
Isn't that what Taz is building?
Beachfront property? Sounds
Aurora
epic.
Point.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's what Mayo was just talking about.
Lighthouse Manor there.
Yeah.
I only catch 50% of what Mayo says half the time. The rest of me like, huh? Say it again? And he's like, nope, not repeating.
Sadie, what?
I'm really hard of hearing too. So if I ever mistaken something that y'all are saying, yeah.
And Johnny's saying a whiskey can go in the coffee. How about some Johnny Walker?
But what you have to consider, man, is that like Macro will just drink straight alcohol. Macro doesn't mix things. He's kind of like me. If you guys go to a convention, me and Macro are the best people to drink with. We're fun. And we don't weak out and stuff. We'll see a strong I had a bottle of 95% alcohol. I was like chugging that at Chicago.
So are you the type of guy to eat to drink tequila without any
Yeah, I don't mix anything with alcohol. I drink it straight because the thing is, I'm not drinking alcohol because I wanna like the taste. I'm drinking it because I want to black out or yeah.
Yes, Mayo. We don't need salt, nor do we need a lime nor lemon for tequila.
Straight.
A lot of people party to drink. I drink to function.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
It's kind of like how a Bender from Futurama lives on alcohol.
I feel like everything Mayo reminds you of a TV show.
I am.
Because I watch so much TV shows. That's why.
You could trade that TV show time, Mayo, into work time and put cash in it.
We got a couple of brickheads up in here. So that
hey, Cobb, how's it going, guys?
The kids have just gone to bed, and so whenever Cobb wants to come on in, they're free to come in.
Calm down, Sean.
And when there's 5 minutes to go, I'll send out links to the game and everyone else on the panel that isn't in the game for whatever.
Oh no, not a game. I'm supposed to still be editing. I just keep popping in Mayo streams and chatting for an hour at a time and then leaving.
Yeah,
it's because we're here, BFAB, and we're not going nowhere.
Well, the thing is, I know that, I have this time off at work because, after talking to my boss, I restart on Tuesday. Even though I don't have my car fixed, I just got to figure it out. But I'm not going to have time to pop in streams anymore because at the end of the day, I only focus on content, and streaming is such something I do only if I have time. So after Tuesday, you guys aren't going to really see me in a lot of streams anymore. So.
Oh, that's no fun. On a side note, don't you got rental insurance, or if you get in an accident, insurance?
So I do.
Fucking rental.
I do, but the thing, I totally forget that wrong. I'm done when it comes to this car stuff. So I don't have the ability to rent a car on my insurance, right? But they do cover everything, so I have full insurance. But I never set up if your car crashes, you get to rent a car. But I never also expected it to take 4 weeks almost for them to actually do something. So yeah.
Let me just get a BFAB space because he's not showing anything on the camera.
I don't mind being hidden. I'm always hidden.
I'll show you something. What are you looking for?
I bet you will.
Oh, that's a good one.
BFAB, don't rat me out in that hotel that night, okay? No need You left, okay? That's the story.
Macro's a lot of fun to hang out with, guys. So
yeah, especially when you get him a little grog and some PPP.
I think even in general, though, I'm not even kidding. Macro, out of people that I hung out with, people that know how to vibe and party and just go with the flow, that's Macro. Not a lot of people can adjust. So if I'm hey, let's all go drink, half of them are oh, I don't drink, and the other half are let's drink, but they're boring.
Exactly. Mayo, I am fun from sun up till sundown.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, guess what? I can change.
Yeah. And I'm just a grumpy old fart that needs his 8.5 hours sleep per day.
I mean, I can see it. No.
Yeah, and you might want to kiss that out in Brick World. 8 hours of sleep, you might want to.
Yeah, that Brick World, you don't really need to sleep. You miss too much. There's always something going on.
Well, to be honest, about 2 hours ago, I was like, oh, I'm gonna crash. But then I just took a relaxing half hour timeout to do some Forge of Empires. I've relaxed and re-stimulated my brain. Now I'm back to semi-working condition, trying to get this thing put together.
I hear you, Mayo.
And we got Aussie Adam Wicks. Hey, Adam.
I no longer sleep. I'm kind of in that predicament where, like, well, let me rephrase. I probably get like 2 hours of sleep a day because I'm always thinking of stuff or doing something, or someone's messaging me at 3 a.m. and I'm like, yo, why are you guys up at this time? Like, oh, hey, BFAB, how's your day? And I'm like, you sent me a message at 3 a.m. to ask me how my day was. Okay, cool.
Time zones.
Well, it's not even time zones because this person is in the same time zone as me. And I'm like, yo, just like, why are you up? And why are you contacting me at first, right? Like,
what are these people doing?
I'm like, they must be like interesting or something because I don't even want to talk to me, you know?
Yeah, I'm a kind enough person where if I'm going to message one of my American friends, I'm gonna make sure I'm messaging them after 9 a.m. in their time zone.
I mean, I don't mind if people do it, but like when you continually do it, like, I mean, I usually respond pretty fast to messages. If I don't respond to your messages pretty fast, I probably don't like you.
Okay, so I guess you don't like me.
What do you mean? I respond to your messages pretty fast.
No, I'm just pulling.
Kindness is an overrated trait in today's world, isn't it?
It is.
It's almost a hindrance nowadays, to be honest.
But if you're just like, okay, example, my logic, right? If you're gonna message me at like 2 a.m. to ask me how my day is, I'm like, what? Why? Okay, it's 2 a.m. Why? You know?
Exactly. Now my logic is, kindness. You pull over to help that guy on the side of the highway with the car tire there that's flat, and all of a sudden his side piece gets out of the passenger seat and starts trying to stab you in the throat. No, all of a sudden your kindness is a weakness.
Wait, did that happen to you, Makro? Did that happen to you?
No. Hey, stop trying to relive my tragical moments in life.
Oh wait, so it did happen. Oh my god.
I'm just saying. Kindness is
nearly 1 a.m. for BPAB, so I'll say, how's your day going?
Well, I mean, for me, it's not even 12. It's it's only 11.
Oh yes, because I'm in
the Midwest.
Yeah, exactly. You're in the frozen ass state of Minnesota.
I am. It is dreadful sometimes.
Pretty chill.
Because in states like Minnesota, people expect 4 feet of snow at least once a year, or if you're in Buffalo, expect 6 feet.
I think the worst thing is how cold it is. Not even the snow, because I've worked outside in negative 30 degrees.
There were people in the South that had snow days when there was 2 inches of snow, and their schools were panicking so hard that they actually had to keep the children inside of the school overnight because there was only 2 inches of snow.
Dude, we got like 6 inches of snow today alone.
Did you really?
Yeah, speaking of which, I gotta go shovel my driveway here like right now so I can put my truck back on that bitch.
So the moral of the story is that southern states need to grow a pair when they're handling.
Oh, I forgot about that tonight. I'm gonna go shovel that damn driveway.
Because you don't want to get.
Makro, you can have your wife do it, you know.
Like a freaking Bricks trying to shovel the snow out of his driveway.
My wife, she ain't lifted more than 5 pounds. Are you kidding me?
I believe in her. Equality, you know?
At least there's one of us, Beef.
I believe in you.
Oh,
you just like, Makro, you tap your wife on the shoulder, like, hey, why didn't you plow the yard? And she's like, what?
Yeah, at least we haven't gotten flooded this year. I can't say the same about at least we didn't get at least I didn't get flooded. I know that some of my South Aussie friends on the River Murray have just gotten massive floods, but still nothing compared to my friends on the East Coast. That's the worst. That's the coldest extremity of weather we'll get here. The other one is fire.
I'll be right back. It might take me 20 minutes. I'm gonna try and bribe her to give me my bottle of wine back. If you want your driveway shovel, you better give me my.
I'll get
Got this, Makro.
I'll be back in 20 minutes. Cheers.
See you in 20.
Stupid house chores.
Take care, man. See you in a bit.
Yeah, stupid hygiene. Because the first thing I'm gonna do when I'm done with this is I'm gonna take a shower.
That's a good thing. Good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of those scenes in movies where they'll be like, "Yeah, good.
I didn't know that people in the Lego community owned a shower to begin with. You know.
Oh, shots
We're
fired.
known for being stinky, dirty people.
I remember when on Kelly Brick Click, Claire was complaining about Brickfair, Virginia.
It does stink. It's not like that's not even BS.
Because she was because I'm gonna paraphrase. You could definitely tell that some people needed to take a shower or whatever.
Literally, and this is not even a joke. You can smell people. Like I can probably smell my friends. You know, it stinks. When I went there in 2019, I walked in there and I'm like, oh my god, what am I smelling? I thought like I didn't shower, so I started sniffing my own armpits, and I'm like, nope, it's not me. And then everyone's like, why does this convention hall stink? I'm like, guys, I swear it's not me. And I realized it's just
because from the gist I got from that is that the Bionicle people were literally and metaphorically stinking up.
They do. So the thing about the Bionicle community, I remember in 2019 when I went there, there's like 70 of them doing Bionicle trivia, and they're all standing in a circle together. That was the stupidest thing you could ever smell.
The nerdiest thing I've ever heard in Lego.
Oh no! I mean, it was fun. I still remember when LJ. I don't know if you guys know LJ from TTV. He walks up to me. He goes, "Hey, you want to participate in Bionicle trivia?" So they're like the biggest Bionicle channel on YouTube at the moment. And I looked at them like, I'm good. And then like a year later or 2 years later, I dropped a Lego video called "Don't Bring Back Bionicle," and the whole Bionicle community hates me. Oh my god! I still get death threats from that video. I've gotten probably about 5 death threats since I dropped that video.
What about the Ninjago is a cult or the top 10 ugly?
So I didn't get threatened from the Ninjago fans. They just basically called me stupid, which is fair. But no, the Bionicle fans have gotten to that point where like I've gotten death threats from that video. People like I'll show up to like a live stream and like a Bionicle fan will be like, "Oh my goodness, here's the guy that hates Bionicle who's stupid." And the thing is, like Bionicle fans, like they write like 10 paragraphs when they're calling you out. And you guys have to understand the video has like I think it has like 2,600 comments. You think I'm reading your I'm not, you know. I'm good. I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna read all the comments. And like Bionicle fans, if you're just gonna call me stupid or threaten to kill me, fair. If you're going to type out 6 paragraphs of Bionicle lore and how I'm wrong, dude, I'm not reading that. Like, I'm just not. Good luck. So yeah, no, I'm hated in the Bionicle community. It's funny because like I still talk to Bionicle fans, but I still remember at Brickworld Chicago, there's this guy, he made this Bionicle game, and I'm like, oh dude, you're so cool, you're so talented. And my friend decides to be a dick, and he goes, oh, have you ever heard of Brother from Another Brick? And he's like, I don't know who he is. He's like, yeah, he made a video called "Do Not Bring Back Bionicle." He's like, I know that video, you're him. And I'm like, oh shoot. Oh, it was hilarious. So, okay, I was wrong. The video has 2,167 comments. My bad. I lied.
Wow.
But that video to that day is still getting comments, like hate comments. Like, and it, like, I wish YouTube still showed the dislikes, but I like boasted about it. That video has 7,000 dislikes.
And how many likes?
It has 1K likes, 7,000 dislikes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and this video probably gets comments like, at one point I was getting comments every day, but it still gets comments like every week, so. It's funny though. It's funny to see.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and I remember the Bionicle fans were like calling me out and saying I was a dick. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so bad. I made a mistake. You know, I must have been drinking too much, and then all of a sudden I get more hate. Be like, just be a dick. You gotta love the like.
So yeah, I'll just start sending out the invitations.
I didn't realize part 3 was already. Is this the last part?
Yeah, this is part 2. Next part is part 3, and then after that we're out of here and heading on. And for people watching on Twitch, we're right on over to books after.
Man, I think you should go 48 hours. I believe in you.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not that good enough of a YouTuber.
Mayo, I still respect that you're actually going live without getting paid. I had to get paid $1,000 to go live for 24 hours.
I'm going live because I made promises to my subscribers and I've got shit to do with building.
Yeah, but like from a mental perspective, like when I went live for 20, so I got paid $1,500 to go live for 48 hours and $1,000 for 24. But like even doing all of that was difficult. But like the money was kind of my motivation at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah. Because did people say yes? I will pledge X amount of money via super chat.
Yeah. So I have a rich friend, and he's like, "Hey, how much would it cost to sponsor a stream?" And I'm like, "Make me an offer." He's like, "I'll give you $1,000 if you stream for 24 hours." I'm like, "Deal." And it wasn't doing anything. And then the next time he's like, "Well, I feel like 1,000 was a bit too much, so I'll give you $1,500 for 48 hours." Dude, I was content because I had other people chatting with me, and I was just talking Lego. Even though like I was sick after the fact because of like how long I had stayed up, like having other people join me and talk with me, like that really pushed the stream and made it possible.
Yeah, I think the ship has sailed with 3 people, and yeah, so we're definitely going to have a jovial conversation over there on NFL Sunday. Anyway, it's last minute, so everyone be sure to click these links to go watch part 3, which will be the last leg of the 24-hour live stream. Thank you everyone for watching part 2. Let's start heading on over to part 3.
You got it in the you got it in the group, the
yes.
live stream, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll see you in a minute. All right, buddy.
See you in a minute.
All right.
I gotta make sure this is right. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna head on over to part 3 now. This is part 2. And yes, so I'm gonna end this broadcast. Well, actually, I'm gonna start the broadcast over here for part 3, and I'm gonna end it over here.